The moment I opened my eyes, I found myself thrust into the unforgiving world of train survival. It is a place where every passenger is forced to disembark at each station to explore, driven by the singular goal of staying alive. While the lucky few might stumble upon rare treasures, the unlucky ones often pay for their curiosity with their lives, proving that opportunity and danger truly walk hand in hand here. To survive, one must gather supplies and upgrade their carriage, eventually building a personalized train world of their own. However, I entered this game with an advantage no one else possesses, a one-of-a-kind ascension ability. Anything I hold in my hands can be evolved to its utmost potential, turning the mundane into the extraordinary. A crude dagger can be refined into an enchanted sharp blade and eventually become the eternal cutter. Even a simple white forest fruit tree can be elevated into a blessed tree, and finally, into Venus's golden fruit tree. Even a common beehive is not exempt, as I can transform it into a giant wasp hive or even a nano-future hive. While the rest of the world is still desperately fighting over a single piece of bread, I continue to grow stronger through this power, leaving everyone else trailing in the dust. I looked around my surroundings and wondered if even the train itself could be subject to this evolution. It seems my intuition was correct, because even before the first station arrived, I had already secured a massive lead. A notification pulsed in my mind, informing me that the ascension was successful and that I had broken a record, which in turn unlocked the Destiny Divergence module. As the conductor, I was told that I may now choose my next station. I braced myself as the system warned me to sit tight and hold on, for the train was finally about to arrive at its first stop. Before I continue my story, I'd really appreciate it if you could take a moment to like the video and subscribe to the channel. It truly means a lot to me. I hope you're having a wonderful day. Now, let me take you back to what happened a few hours earlier. The haunting message echoed in the void, wishing me eternal life as the train prepared to depart. When I finally opened my eyes, a sharp ache pulsed through my head, and I found myself rubbing my temples while staring at the unfamiliar interior of a train carriage. I couldn't recall a single detail of how I had arrived here. My last memory was simply staying up late to watch anime before a sudden darkness swallowed my vision, leaving a frustrating gap in my mind. For a moment, I wondered if I had actually died from overworking and been sent straight to hell, but the same mysterious voice from before interrupted my grim thoughts. The voice announced that all survivors had awakened and began distributing the basic train regulations. I listened closely as the rules were laid out. I was never to abandon my train, and I learned that every 24 hours after departure, we would arrive at a new station. These docks would last for 3 hours, giving us the choice to disembark or stay on board. The goal was to collect resources to upgrade the train and unlock new modules, but the voice was clear about one thing. I was not to leave the train before reaching a station. The final command was simple and chilling: survive. As the announcement concluded with a strict warning to abide by these rules, I was informed that the first station would arrive in just 1 hour. The length of the message prompted me to reflexively pinch my cheek, and the sharp sting confirmed that this was no dream. As my headache began to fade, I struggled up from the cold floor to survey my surroundings. It was exactly as it appeared, a solitary carriage hurtling through an endless wilderness that streamed past the windows. The only notable feature was an oval-shaped device at the front, topped with a luminous screen that boldly displayed the words Train Control System. Without hesitation, I approached and touched it, prompting the system to offer me options for conductor info, train details, a trading platform, and a chat room. Curious, I opened the chat room and saw that it was at its full capacity of 10,000 people. The messages flooded past in a frantic blur. One person was screaming about their wealth and demanding to be let out. Another was searching desperately for their medication. And a woman named Xiaowen was calling out for her husband. Some wondered if they had been isekai'd, while one cynical soul even cheered about not having to deal with their boss the next day. However, my eyes caught a message from someone who claimed we were all just bad actors in a reality show. He declared that he was getting off immediately to prove it wasn't real, ignoring the warnings from others. Within a minute, his name vanished, and the occupant count dropped to 9,999. I felt a chill as I wondered if he had truly died, but I shook my head and decided to stop dwelling on it. I closed the chat and swiped over to my train details. It was a level 1 train with no extra carriages, moving at a meager 20 kilometers per hour. It possessed a basic workbench for recycling and a level 1 frame, wheels, and base. The requirements for an upgrade were steep: 100 kilograms of wood, 150 kilograms of metal, and 50 mechanical parts. The speed caught my attention. If arrival times were fixed at 24-hour intervals, I questioned why speed would matter at all. Furthermore, if 10,000 people were arriving at once, the scale of the station would have to be enormous. I looked out at the wilderness again, struck by a sudden unsettling thought. Perhaps the speed mattered because if I moved too slowly, something might eventually catch up to me. Continuing my inspection, I opened my personal info screen. My name and ID were listed alongside my sanity and stamina stats, both sitting at a full 100. The sanity meter warned of various stages of mental decline, from fatigue to total madness, while stamina was tied to my physical ability to function. There were no abilities listed, but under the talent section I saw a word that changed everything. Sublimation. When I looked into it, the system explained that I could expend stamina or sanity to evolve or upgrade any existence without any restrictions on category or level. I quickly searched the chat room for any mention of talents, but found nothing at all. If such powers were common, someone would have surely bragged about them by now, which led me to believe that talent holders were exceptionally rare. I pondered why I had been granted this cheat ability, and it dawned on me that I had always been slightly different back home. I remembered how broken computers would suddenly run high-end games after I touched them, or how regular cars seemed to reach impossible speeds. My friends used to joke that I was pleasing machine spirits, but I had always dismissed it as a series of coincidences. Now, this description confirmed that it had been real all along. I wondered how far I could push this power to sublimate anything. I walked over to the workbench where a water bottle, a loaf of bread, and a small knife had been placed as starter gear. I looked at the level 1 shoddy dagger and internally commanded it to sublimate. An invisible force instantly enveloped the crude blade, and I felt my stamina drop from 100 to 90. In an instant, it transformed into a level 2 enchanted sharp dagger. The excitement surged through me as the blade gleamed coldly in my hand. The talent actually worked, and the stamina cost was perfectly manageable. I swung the dagger, listening to it whistle sharply through the air, amazed that such a high-quality weapon had come from such shoddy materials. A new, more ambitious idea took hold of me as I looked around the carriage. The description had said I could sublimate any existence, and that had to include the train itself. Taking a deep breath with my eyes sparkling in anticipation, I approached the control panel and placed my hand firmly on the oval device, silently giving the command to sublimate. The invisible force manifested once more, but this time I felt my stamina draining at a much more alarming rate than when I had upgraded the small knife. A heavy exhaustion settled over me as I watched my stamina plummet from 90 to a mere 30. I collapsed onto the floor, huffing out a weary breath, yet I couldn't suppress a surge of exhilaration as I watched the train transform before my eyes. A notification confirmed that the upgrade was successful, bringing the train to level 2, and revealing the steep material requirements for the next stage: 200 kilograms of wood, 200 mechanical parts, and 400 kilograms of metal blocks. Beyond the physical changes, I had unlocked several upgrade options, and more importantly, a reward for breaking the record for the fastest train upgrade, a special module card. Once I managed to catch my breath, I took a moment to carefully examine the train's current status. Reaching level 2 had automatically improved the chassis, frame, wheels, and workbench, effectively doubling our speed from 20 to 40 kilometers per hour. What truly piqued my interest, however, was the sense that I could still sublimate this train further. Unlike the knife, which felt as though it had nearly exhausted its potential, the train's ceiling seemed much higher. I knew my current reserves wouldn't be enough to push it again immediately unless I tapped into my mental energy. But after remembering the warnings about sanity, I decided to temporarily shelve that dangerous idea. Instead, I turned my attention to the new upgrade options and the special module card. The level 2 upgrade menu offered 4 blueprints: a basic carriage for free, a water tank for 1 coin, a burst acceleration device for 5, and the ability to extend docking time for 2 coins. I frowned slightly, realizing that these train coins must be the local currency. Since I didn't have a single one, I worried that I might be forced into the free option and lose out on the others. Fortunately, the system confirmed that I could reserve these choices for up to 3 station stops. Relieved, I extracted the free basic carriage blueprint, noting its substantial material requirements. I decided against sublimating the blueprint itself for now, fearing that an upgrade might make the construction costs impossible to meet before I had even secured the basic resources. I turned my focus to the special module card, which materialized as a diamond-shaped card wreathed in pale blue particles above my palm. The description was frustratingly vague, stating only that it would grant a special module upon activation. Naturally, I couldn't suppress the thought of sublimating the card itself. Although my stamina was low, I still had my mental energy, and a quick meal of bread and water had miraculously restored my stamina to 50. I murmured to myself that testing it shouldn't be a problem, and silently gave the command to sublimate. The invisible force returned with a vengeance, and the card released a brilliant spray of blue particles that looked like shooting stars. From an outside perspective, the train must have looked like a comet trailing blue flames as it accelerated through the void. When the light finally faded, I felt a heavy lethargy settle into my bones. My stamina had dropped to 20, and my mental energy sat at 60, triggering a mental fatigue status. Despite the high cost of 70 total points, the result was worth it. The special module card had evolved into an exclusive module card. I lay on the floor examining the card, wondering what mental fatigue actually entailed, since I didn't feel particularly different. Perhaps my physical exhaustion was simply masking the mental strain. I offered a quick scattered prayer to every deity I could think of, from the ancients to the God Emperor, before finally activating the card. Azure light enveloped me as the system congratulated me on obtaining a unique conductor module called the Crossroads of Fate. Its effect was simple yet profound. My path would always present a second choice, and different choices would lead to different destinies. Before I could dive deeper into the details, the train's PA system crackled to life, announcing our imminent arrival at the first station. I was shocked to realize an entire hour had already passed without me noticing. With only 1 minute left, a second interface appeared, courtesy of my new module. I was presented with two choices: Platform 1, the swampland, or Platform 2, the armory. Recognizing this as the power of my exclusive module, I didn't hesitate. I chose the armory, reasoning that while others might be looking for food, nothing would provide more security in this world than weapons. As soon as I made my selection, the space ahead of the train distorted violently, resembling the open maw of a great beast. The train whistle shrieked as we plunged through the warped reality, and the surroundings transformed completely. We had arrived. The docking countdown began at 3 hours, and to my immense relief, the system reported that no hazards were detected at the station. The train gradually slowed to a crawl, the rhythmic clatter of the tracks fading into a heavy silence as I arrived at my first stop. Standing before the sealed door, I took a deep breath to steady my nerves, tightening my grip on my sublimated dagger before pressing the release button. Outside, the world was draped in an oppressive pitch-black void. Yet strangely, a massive building the size of a matchbox stood clearly in my line of sight. Looking up, I realized there was no sun in the sky, yet the road beneath me and the structure ahead were perfectly visible. It struck me then that space traversal is truly an incredible power. It certainly explained why all the trains shared the same arrival times despite the distances. I stepped off the train, reaching the entrance in fewer than 10 steps. The massive doors were shut tight, but I managed to pry a gap open with my dagger. As the heavy leaf swung wide, a wave of rotten stench hit me square in the face. I walked inside to find rows of neatly arranged wooden crates, the clear source of the decaying odor. Using my blade, I pried the rusted iron locks off the nearest crate. Inside, 2 bolt-action rifles lay half-buried in wood shavings. The system identified them as low-level marksman rifles, each equipped with 20 low-grade bullets, 2 guns and 40 rounds in just 1 crate. This was good stuff. I spent the next hour opening several crates in a row and hauling the loot back to the train. After several trips, the adrenaline-fueled strength I'd been running on began to hit its limit. My stamina had dropped to 15 points. The repeated use of sublimation had already pushed my physical boundaries, though my excitement had somehow allowed my spirit to recover to 70. With 3 hours of docking time and no energy replenishment, I realized I wouldn't have much strength left to move supplies if I didn't pace myself. After resting, I shifted from heavy lifting to exploration. In a side room, I spotted several sealed iron boxes on a shelf that reminded me of military supply videos I'd seen back home. The markings on the surface were blurred, but I felt a surge of nervous anticipation as I swallowed hard and pried one open. Inside were neatly arranged blocks of compressed biscuits, looking like bars of gold, and emitting a faint milky aroma mixed with a fermented tang. Regardless of expiration dates, I stuffed one into my mouth immediately. It was exactly what I needed, though I quickly realized I'd need water. These things quench hunger but leave you parched. I found 4 barrels of these rations, 80 biscuits in total, enough to sustain a man for half a month. Nearby, I found sealed barrels of water, but the smell was distinctly undrinkable. Still, I moved everything onto the train. Resources were resources. The armory was a cramped, semi-enclosed space filled with collapsed shelves and rotting debris. In 2 hours, I salvaged 42 intact rifles. The rest were rusted beyond use, fit only for the processing station. I also loaded up on iron and wood. Even if I didn't use them for my own upgrades, they would be valuable for trading. With 30 minutes left on the countdown, I decided on one last trip. My carriage was getting crowded, and I knew a second carriage was my top priority. I had the wood in parts, but I was still short on metal. I headed for the innermost area, bypassing the mess to check the final rooms. These looked like foreigner living quarters. The first few were empty, but as I entered the last one, I heard a sickening crunch. I looked down to see I'd stepped on a small leg bone from a skeleton. I muttered a quick apology to the brother on the floor. I wasn't particularly afraid. Even as a kid, horror movies amused me, and I'd never been fazed by the sight of the deceased. As I withdrew my foot, I noticed a dust-covered paper document bag beneath the remains. It was strange. Iron and wood had rotted to nothing in this place, yet this paper bag was perfectly intact. Intrigued, I snatched it up and jogged back to the train to use the system's appraisal function, just in case of traps. To my surprise and delight, the screen identified it as a level 1 treasure chest. I laughed, thanking the old bone brother and promising him a proper burial later. But as I moved to open it, I paused. If I could sublimate the train, surely I could sublimate this too. My stats sat at 30 stamina and 80 spirit. I reasoned that such a small bag wouldn't drain me too much, and I could always eat another biscuit to recover. Once I'd convinced myself, the decision was effectively made. I whispered the command to sublimate. My stats began to drain instantly. A warning flashed that my spirit had fallen below 50, plunging me into a state of self-doubt. I collapsed onto the floor like a fish out of water, staring blankly at the swaying ceiling lamp. After a moment, I sat up, my stamina at 20 and spirit at 50. Honestly, it didn't feel like a big deal. Aside from the heavy physical fatigue, the self-doubt state didn't seem to hinder me. The cost to reach level 2 was 40 points, higher than I expected, but the folder was now a level 2 treasure chest. It seemed it couldn't be pushed further, perhaps lacking the potential or being capped by a rule I didn't yet understand. I rubbed my hands together and opened the folder. The rewards flashed before me. 4 train coins, a Colt M191 pistol, and a level 2 blueprint for an external garbage collector. Reflecting on the 4 coins I had just acquired, I realized that this was the primary way to obtain the local currency. I opened my train details and saw that the options appearing after the level 2 upgrade were still available at the top of the interface. Without much hesitation, I spent 3 of those train coins to purchase the basic water tank blueprint and an additional hour of docking time, leaving me with only a single coin to my name. If I can manage to find another treasure chest at the next station, I might just gather enough to meet the requirements for that acceleration device. I noticed the departure countdown had shifted to an hour and 15 minutes, so I turned my attention toward the physical rewards from the chest. The Colt M1911 felt substantial in my hand. Compared to the mass-produced firearms I had salvaged from the armory, its craftsmanship was so refined it could be considered a work of art. I quickly deduced that the firearms in this world likely shared a universal bullet type, so I loaded a magazine with low-grade ammunition to test it out. Aiming at a wooden box outside the carriage, I pulled the trigger and watched as the crate instantly shattered into splinters. The sheer power of the shot took me by surprise, and I rubbed my slightly sore palm where the recoil had bitten into the webbing of my hand. Although this handgun used the same bullets as the ones from the armory, it was clearly twice as powerful. The thought of what it might become if I sublimated it crossed my mind, but I quickly shook my head to dismiss the dangerous idea. Now was not the time for such gambles, especially since my physical and mental reserves were hovering near their limits. It would be far wiser to wait until I had recovered. After putting the pistol away, I used the control system to examine the 2 blueprints I had acquired. The basic water tank would allow me to store water and prevent it from spoiling for 10 days, requiring only 10 kilograms of metal and 20 mechanical parts. The external garbage collector was even more intriguing, as it would automatically gather and store trash from the platforms before departure. It required 30 kilograms of metal and 100 mechanical parts, with an optional modification for an additional 300 parts that would allow the workbench to automatically recycle the waste into usable materials. Looking at my current inventory of 210 kilograms of wood, 60 kilograms of metal, and 220 mechanical parts, I muttered to myself that I could afford to build both. However, doing so would mean putting my first additional carriage on hold for the time being. I decided not to rush, as the extra docking time I purchased allowed me the luxury of a proper rest. When the countdown entered its final hour, I opened the trading platform to scout the market. The rules were peculiar. While conductors could only list items for sale after leaving a station, those of us still docked were free to purchase anything already available. This seemed like a transparent attempt to prevent station-to-station supply transfers, yet it did nothing to stop private trades or purchases by those currently docked. It felt like a glaring loophole, one that made me wonder if the entity behind train survival was subtly hinting that we could ignore the rules to a certain extent. I focused my efforts on trading for metal, scanning my pile of low-grade rifles and compressed biscuits. In a world like this, security and food were the ultimate commodities. However, as I refreshed the platform, I found that while some had posted metal, the quantities were tiny and the prices were absurdly inflated. It was clear that most people were just testing the waters rather than looking for fair trades. Turning to the chat room, I saw it scrolling wildly with messages from conductors who had already moved on from their first stops. One person complained about finding nothing but scrap tires at a garbage station, while another lamented arriving at a stinking grassland filled with black mud. When a few people pointed out that black soil could be used to grow vegetables, others mocked the idea, pointing out the lack of space on the train. The conversation shifted when someone posted a blueprint for a basic mechanical fishing rod, sparking a mixture of envy and confusion. It became apparent that many passengers hadn't found any blueprints at all. People quickly began haggling, offering their starting bread and water rations for mechanical parts. It was a desperate scene, with some even offering to trade for half a loaf of bread just to survive. The atmosphere turned sour when the topic of treasure chests came up. Those who hadn't found any grew hostile, demanding that others share their information for the sake of collective survival. Eventually, someone buckled under the pressure and posted a screenshot showing they had opened a level 1 treasure chest to find 2 train coins, a healing salve, and a blueprint for an aluminum insulation pad. Based on the progression of the rewards, I calculated that if a level 1 treasure chest contains 2 train coins and level 2 contains 4, then a level 3 chest should logically yield 6. Compared to my level 2 haul, the rewards from the first level seemed considerably meager, though I knew that medicine was a precious commodity in this world, and any amount of coins was a step forward. Suddenly, a message in the public chat caught my eye. A user named Li Xiaosheng was asking if anyone wanted metal, stating he had some available for trade and was giving priority to weapons. The fact that he was prioritizing armaments over food suggested he didn't lack basic survival capabilities. I preferred dealing with capable individuals rather than those who couldn't even fill their own stomachs yet, so I decided to reach out to him. A line of text soon appeared in our private chat as Li Xiaosheng asked if I was looking to trade for metal. I countered by asking how much he had, to which he cautiously asked how much I needed. It was clear he was being guarded, but his response confirmed he possessed a substantial amount. When I asked if he could produce 150 kilograms of metal, the chat went silent. I could imagine him staring at the message in disbelief. That was enough for a full level 1 train upgrade, and he likely wondered how I had already gathered the necessary wood and mechanical parts, or what gave me the confidence to make such a massive purchase. After a moment of hesitation, he replied that he could provide it, but questioned what I had to trade, noting that the starter dagger would only fetch him 10 kilograms. I simply asked how he felt about a rifle. Using the system's photo function, I sent him a picture of one of the average low-grade rifles I had salvaged. I offered him 1 gun and 20 bullets in exchange for his 150 kilograms of metal. His shock was immediate. He accused me of robbery, claiming that even a gun wasn't worth such a steep price. I remained unfazed as I played with a bullet, knowing full well that as the only person selling firearms, I held all the cards. I told him the price wasn't expensive at all, reminding him of the sheer value of a gun and the unknown dangers awaiting us at the next station. Having a firearm would significantly improve his chances of survival, and he knew I was right. He had obtained over 300 kilograms of metal and a treasure chest at his first stop, which likely made him feel like the luckiest person alive. But that pride clearly paled in comparison to the weapon in my hands. When he tried to lower the price to 100 kilograms, I stroked my chin and narrowed my eyes. He had revealed his hand by showing how much he wanted the gun, so I refused to budge. I told him he could take the deal or I would simply find someone else who was more eager. He gritted his teeth and asked for time to think, but I gave him only 10 seconds, claiming I was busy. He had no way of knowing I was still at the first station, or that I was focused on building a carriage rather than a simple engine upgrade. Finally, he hardened his resolve and agreed to the trade. He asked why I needed so much metal and if I had blueprints to mass produce these guns, clarifying that he wasn't trying to steal my secrets but wanted to know if we could trade again in the future. He boasted that he was confident he could reach level 2 within 3 stops, and offered to promote my weapons once he became known as a top-tier conductor. I found his confidence amusing. If he considered reaching level 2 in 3 stops to be strong, I wondered what he would think of me reaching it before even entering the first station. I decided to humor his delusions of grandeur and simply told him to proceed with the trade. I was curious to see how the system handled transactions. Following the prompts, I placed the rifle and bullets on an empty spot, and a virtual glow instantly swapped them for neatly stacked metal ingots. It was an incredibly convenient and interesting process, moderated by the system's impartial arbitration. With my new resources secured, I placed the basic carriage blueprint on the processing station. A translucent screen appeared, confirming the materials were ready. When I selected the option to construct, the wood, metal, and mechanical parts vanished, reassembling through a mysterious force at the rear of the train. The new carriage descended smoothly onto the tracks and connected to the locomotive with a satisfying click. The system notified me that construction was complete and mentioned that I could further modify it with glass and fiber. For now, it was a spacious, empty shell about 10 meters long, roomy, bright, and exactly what I needed. It lacked glass in the window frames and had no external door, requiring entry through the rear of the locomotive, but it felt right. A train shouldn't just be an engine, after all. I nodded in satisfaction and checked my stats. Deciding my stamina and mental energy were too low for further sublimation, I began moving my supplies from the locomotive into the new carriage. I still had 40 minutes left on the countdown, plenty of time to return to the armory and gather whatever remained. My current stats sat at a weary 21 for stamina and 59 for mental energy, leaving me in an official status of exhausted. Inside the train, I lay motionless on the floor like a salted fish that had lost all hope of moving again. During these final moments, I had drained my last reserves of strength, making 2 final round trips to the armory. But I hadn't forgotten my earlier promise. Despite the physical strain of hauling materials, I managed to use a shovel to dig a grave for those skeletal remains, and even erected an unmarked tombstone as a final gesture of respect. That marked the conclusion of my harvest at this station. As the departure countdown finally reached 0, the previously stationary train began to groan and slowly lurch forward. Ahead of the locomotive, those familiar spatial distortions reappeared, and the train steadily accelerated through the boundary, returning once more to the endless expanse of the desolate wasteland. Simultaneously, the train's broadcast system crackled to life. It announced that all conductors had left the platform and offered a hollow congratulations to the 9,892 individuals who had successfully departed from the first novice station. The voice then warned us that we had officially exited the newcomer safety period. Starting from the second station, there would no longer be a guarantee that trains would stop in safe areas. This announcement caused an immediate uproar in the chat. Some questioned the timing, wondering why we had seemingly left the platform an hour later than expected, while others realized with frustration that someone must have stayed an extra hour at the first station. There were even those calling me a cheater, and others lamenting that they hadn't realized the first station was actually safe. Some conductors shared grim stories, like one whose first station was a desert where they nearly perished in quicksand. I remained largely unaware of their bickering, as I was far too busy sitting on the floor organizing my final haul. My inventory was now quite impressive. 49 low-level marksman rifles, 1,100 rounds of low-grade bullets, 150 kilograms of wood, 104 kilograms of metal, and 162 mechanical parts. I had also salvaged a variety of usable tools like crowbars, shovels, and screwdrivers. I tossed the broken ones into the processing station for recycling and kept the rest as backups. My current blueprints for the water tank and garbage collector required 40 kilograms of metal and 110 mechanical parts, which barely made a dent in these newfound reserves. After placing the blueprints and allocating the resources, the control system allowed for their installation. I commanded the system to place the water tank inside the carriage and mount the collector on the left exterior. Once the installation was complete, I walked back to find a fixed metal water tank with wheels occupying a section of my new carriage. It could hold 1,000 kilograms of water and featured non-removable layers to keep clean and contaminated water separate. I poured in the 50 kilograms of polluted water I'd brought from the armory, feeling a slight pang of disappointment that I didn't yet have a purification system. Though I wasn't particularly anxious about it, I decided it was time to test the market, so I posted my first message in the public chat room. I stated that I was buying water, glass, fiber, blueprints, and various resources, offering firearms and food in exchange. As I expected, the mention of guns caused an immediate frenzy. While some shamelessly begged for weapons or asked if I was a big shot upgrading my train, others offered themselves as lackeys or tried to guilt-trip me into equitable distribution, for the sake of humanity. I noticed several non-Chinese names among the flooded private messages, which surprised me momentarily before I realized this world likely pulled people from all over, perhaps even different versions of Earth. I probably blocked anyone attempting moral blackmail or looking for handouts and began filtering for real potential. A woman named Shangguan Yingshui offered 20 kilograms of lake water, though she specified she wouldn't provide a container. I replied to her with a touch of detachment, noting that lake water could be lethal without filtration, and that she needed to show more sincerity if she wanted to trade for a gun. She seemed frustrated but asked me to name my price. I demanded 50 kilograms. In this world, water was arguably more precious than metal, especially since few people had storage containers even if they found a source. My true minimum was 30 kilograms of undrinkable water for one gun, but I knew I had the leverage here. Ultimately, I was only one person. No matter how many guns I held, converting them into bulk resources was the only practical path forward. She eventually agreed to the 50 kilograms, though she reminded me quite sharply that I would have to handle the storage myself. I couldn't help but wonder if I had quoted too low when the other party agreed so instantly. But I wasn't one for second-guessing my decisions. I confirmed the deal and prepared to proceed. But Shangguan Yingshui quickly added that she needed more bullets and food. It made me curious. Where was this woman getting so much water? Having large quantities wasn't necessarily shocking. She had mentioned it was lake water, so her first stop likely bordered a lake. But what truly puzzled me was how she was storing it. Until the 3-hour docking period at the first station ended, both the trading platform and the chat room were supposedly restricted. Had she found containers, or built them from blueprints like I had? I didn't ask. In this world, everyone had their secrets. I set my prices clearly. 5 low-grade bullets per kilogram of water, no container required on her end. For food, I offered military compressed biscuits at a rate of 1 biscuit for 5 kilograms of water. She agreed immediately, requesting 100 bullets and 3 biscuits. Combined with the previous rifle and its ammunition, that brought the total to 85 kilograms of lake water. When she asked if I had enough containers or if I needed to buy some from her, I told her it wasn't necessary and initiated the trade. The trading point materialized directly above my water tank. As the firearms and bullets vanished, 85 kilograms of water manifested out of thin air, cascading into the reservoir. Between this and my previous trades, I now possessed 135 kilograms of water. I stared at the clear liquid, resisting the urge to take a drink. It looked clean enough, but I knew that drinking unfiltered, unboiled lake water was a death sentence. We finished the transaction with a standard professional sign-off, and she silently sent a friend request, which I accepted without hesitation. Compared to the pretentious Li Xiaosheng, I preferred her quiet, no-nonsense style. I spent the next several hours successively selling off numerous rifles and ammunition. In return, I acquired the fiber and glass needed to reinforce my new carriage. Once I applied the upgrades, glass panes appeared in the frames, transforming the drafty compartment into a proper room. It was a bountiful harvest. By the time I finished, I had 21 rifles left. I hadn't stuck to fixed prices, choosing instead to sell whenever an offer seemed reasonable. These low-level items would only depreciate as people unlocked better blueprints, so hoarding them would have been unwise. Finally done for the day, I enjoyed a proper dinner of traded bread and mineral water before curling up in a warm corner of the front cabin. I was too exhausted to worry about survival. My only thought was sleep. As the train rumbled through the wasteland, I watched the high-hanging moon until my eyes finally drifted shut. I woke up shivering from the night's chill, rubbing the sleep from my eyes and stretching my stiff neck. The wasteland outside was as desolate as ever, shrouded in a cold, lonely light from the giant moon. I checked the timestamp, 3:37 a.m. The chat room was still scrolling, proving that few others were able to sleep as soundly as I had. Since I couldn't get back to sleep anyway, I brushed off the dust and stood up. My stamina and mental energy had mostly restored, which meant it was time for more sublimation. I decided to start with the Colt M1911. It was already a work of art, and I was eager to see what it would become, especially since the next stop was guaranteed to be dangerous. I commanded the system to sublimate, feeling the stamina drain away. The pitch-black frame developed faint, elegant patterns and grew slightly larger, now requiring a firm grip to wield. It had become a level 3 blacklight enchanted pistol, capable of consuming my stamina to convert standard bullets into armor-piercing rounds. The cost was 40 stamina points, which felt acceptable. I set up some metal scraps as a makeshift target and pulled the trigger while channeling my energy. A deafening blast and a searing muzzle flash followed as an armor-piercing round tore through the air, punching a perfect hole through the target. I was floored. Aside from the heavy recoil, it hardly felt like a pistol anymore. At a cost of 2 stamina per special round, it was a sustainable edge. The system hinted it could be sublimated further, but I decided against it. The recoil was already at the limit of what I could manage. I still had enough energy for more, so I moved into the new carriage and touched the wall, calling for a sublimation. To my surprise, it only cost 25 stamina and no mental energy. The space transformed into a level 2 cozy train carriage, imbued with enchanted warmth that maintained a constant 22 degrees Celsius interior regardless of the weather outside. No more waking up freezing for me. Satisfied, I retrieved a traded blanket and spread it on the floor. The stamina loss was the perfect cure for insomnia, and I knew I needed to conserve my energy for the second stop tomorrow. That night, while others stayed awake shivering in the biting wind, I slept in total comfort. I woke up at 10:27 a.m. and stretched my stiff limbs. I estimated that since we entered the first station at 1 p.m. yesterday, we would likely arrive at the next one around the same time today, though I wondered if my 1-hour delay would push my arrival back. When I stepped out of the warm carriage and returned to the locomotive, the temperature drop was jarring. My control panel was flooded with messages. As the unsafe second station approached, the value of my firearms was skyrocketing. One message from a user named Lu Zhu caught my eye. He asked if blueprints could be used for trading. Until now, no one had been willing to part with a blueprint, as they were essentially infinite production machines. I asked what he had, and he sent over a screenshot of a level 1 train seat blueprint. It was just a chair, hardly a top-tier item, but it was a permanent asset. I decided to trade, offering a gun and 10 bullets. I reasoned that while guns were precious, their value was temporary, whereas a blueprint provided endless utility. Lu Zhu was incredibly grateful, bordering on desperate. He claimed that without the gun, he would definitely die at the next station. His certainty made me wonder if he had a talent related to foresight or danger sensing. I didn't press him. I simply completed the trade and went to the processing station to manufacture my new black chair. Sitting in it felt like a return to civilization. I spent the final hour before arrival closing out a few more arms deals, selling 15 rifles and 300 bullets. I kept the rest for my own protection. With my stats nearly full at 98 stamina and 100 spirit, I took one of my own rifles and sublimated it. It cost 13 points and turned into a level 2 exquisite marksman rifle. It wasn't as powerful as my enchanted pistol, but it was a significant upgrade. As the countdown dwindled, the chat room grew quiet and oppressive. 30 minutes before arrival, my Crossroads of Fate module triggered, offering me a choice between a level 2 hunting platform, called the Goblin Camp, or a level 3 collection platform, called the White Forest. I noticed the module was providing more detail now, including station levels and types. I wondered if the armory had been level 1, and if my train upgrade had unlocked these higher tier options. I chose the White Forest, assuming a collection platform would be less hazardous than a Goblin Camp. The spatial fluctuations engulfed the train, and 5 minutes later, we were surrounded by a grayish-white light. Outside the window lay a forest of bone-white trunks and leaves. The system reported a 4-hour stay and a low-risk warning. Interestingly, no one in the chat had ever mentioned seeing hazard ratings, so I suspected that was another benefit of my exclusive module. I geared up, holstering my pistol, and slinging the rifle over my shoulder alongside a backpack of supplies. When I pressed the door release and stepped out, the world was tomb silent. The quiet was so absolute I could hear my own pulse. I scanned the deep white woods, wondering what exactly a collection platform had to offer besides wood. Then, through the silent trees, I spotted what looked like a path. I stepped onto the path and ventured deeper into the woods, my senses heightening with every step. I remained hyper-vigilant against potential dangers the entire way, my hand never far from my weapon, but fortunately, the silence remained unbroken. As the path ended deep within the gray-white forest, a cluster of trees bearing pale fruit came into view. I wondered if these were the specific collection items the station had to offer. Approaching one of the trees, I used my dagger to slice a stem and caught a fruit as it fell. When I brought it close to my nose, a sweet yet slightly bitter aroma wafted over, a scent unlike any fruit I'd ever encountered in my previous world. I swallowed hard, staring at it. The fragrance was so intoxicating that an inexplicable primal craving to devour it surged through me. Just as I was about to take a bite, a sudden sharp sense of danger snapped me back to reality. I hurled the fruit away instantly, my heart hammering against my ribs. I stood there panting, wondering what on earth had just happened. A quick glance at my stats showed my stamina at 93, but my spirit had plummeted to 72. Cold sweat drenched my skin. My spirit had been full just moments ago, yet it had dropped drastically in the few seconds I held that fruit. I wasn't lacking food or water, so my desperation to eat a potentially poisonous object was unnatural. The rate of spirit depletion was terrifying, faster even than during a sublimation. These fruits were a trap. I took several steps back, frowning at the pale harvest. It was a nuisance that the train's appraisal function only worked on board, but I suspected the low risk of this station was tied directly to these hallucinogens. Perhaps it was only the scent that caused the lapse in judgment. After some hesitation, I decided I couldn't leave empty-handed. I needed to get them back to the train for a proper analysis. I used my dagger to rip a piece of cloth from my clothing, tying it over my nose and mouth as a makeshift mask. The old saying proved true. Men die for wealth as birds die for food. Even knowing these fruits were lethal, I couldn't bring myself to abandon them. I became a diligent farmer in that eerie, silent forest, harvesting until my backpack was heavy. As I wiped the sweat from my brow, I felt thankful for my dagger. Without it, this task would have been far more difficult. Once back on the train, I immediately ran an appraisal. The system identified them as level 3 white forest fruits. In their unprocessed state, they released a hallucinogenic aroma that drained spirit, and eating them would permanently decrease one's maximum spirit. However, if processed by soaking them in cold water for 5 minutes, they would rapidly restore spirit and slightly increase hallucination resistance. I patted my chest in relief, feeling as though I'd narrowly escaped a disaster. This was a necessary wake-up call. I had thought myself cautious, but clearly I needed to be better. I eagerly dumped the harvest into the water tank. After 5 minutes, they transformed from gray-white to a brilliant pure white. I took a bite, and an explosion of incredibly sweet juice filled my mouth. It was delicious, better than any fruit I'd ever tasted. Compared to this, the biscuits and bread I'd been eating felt like cardboard. Joy sparked in my eyes as I realized the value of this find. I emptied my backpack of other supplies, grabbed my 2 guns and my dagger, and set out again. Each round trip took about 20 minutes, and filling the bag took another 10. With only 4 hours total, I had no time to waste. As I exited, I noticed the trash recycling device I'd installed was actually operating. A small cube-shaped robot, barely calf-high, was shuttling between the forest and the train, bringing back leaves and stones. It seemed pretty useless to me, but since it was already built, I let it be. I spent the next few hours as a whirlwind of activity, my dagger flashing as I stripped tree after tree. By the time the countdown reached its final 30 minutes, I had gathered over 100 pounds of fruit. It was a shame to leave, as I didn't know if I'd ever find something this delicious again, but I refused to let greed make me miss the departure. I leaned back in my seat, munching on a fruit, while I organized my stores. I had my harvest, 79 biscuits, and 21 bottles of purified water. For now, survival wasn't a concern. I opened the chat room to see how the others were faring, and the numbers immediately stopped me cold. 8,721 out of 10,000. Over 1,000 people were gone, and we were only at the second station. The messages were a chorus of misery. People dying from drinking unboiled lake water, others with punctured lungs from wild bull attacks, and many more begging for medicine or food. Modern medical luxuries were gone. Out here, a simple wound could be a death sentence. While I had used my crossroads of fate to find a safe collection zone, others were being chased by boars or trapped in toxic mud. As my own countdown neared its end, I remembered the little recycling robot. I figured if it had found 10 kilograms of wood, it would be a miracle. I walked back to the station with zero expectations, only to freeze in my tracks. Among the literal trash was a pale gray wooden box, a level 3 treasure chest. I couldn't believe my eyes. I hadn't dared venture deep into the woods for fear of getting lost, yet this little machine had wandered off and found exactly what I needed. I patted its square head with newfound appreciation, feeling a bit guilty for looking down on it. It was worth every resource I'd spent. I resisted the urge to open it immediately. A level 3 chest, if sublimated, would become level 4, guaranteeing better coins and rarer items. My stats were at 45 stamina and 92 mental energy. I gave the command to sublimate, feeling the familiar drain pull at my very soul. When it was over, I was physically spent but mentally soaring. With a creak, I opened the level 4 treasure chest. The rewards were staggering. 8 train coins, an external alert tower system, white forest fruit seeds, a gray-white paint scheme, and an advanced ceramic bulletproof vest. I marveled at the loot, knowing how envious the chat would be if they knew, though I kept the success to myself. Bragging only breeds enemies. I noticed that I couldn't sublimate these new items further. The cost was simply beyond my current total capacity. It seemed level 4 was a major threshold. I immediately installed the alert tower atop the locomotive. It was a sophisticated piece of tech that could equip ranged weapons and provide automated defense within 100 meters, even seeing through invisibility. I equipped 5 of my remaining rifles to it, feeling a massive surge in my sense of security. As for the seeds, they required special white forest soil and 30 days to mature, consuming half a kilogram of fresh water daily. It was a steep price, but I was one of the few who could afford it. In the final 3 minutes before departure, I scrambled to fill several crates with the gray soil the seeds required. I also processed the trash the robot had gathered, gaining some wood and white pigments from the leaves and stones. As the train began to move, I watched the white forest recede into the distance. I was back in the wilderness, but I was stronger than before. I stretched leisurely and noticed my private messages blinking. There was only one person on my friend list. It was Shangguan Yingshui, asking if I still needed water. I typed out a message to her, making my position clear from the start. I asked what she needed but warned her up front that I didn't have any firearms left to trade. I waited for a long time without a reply, eventually assuming she decided against the deal. Just as I was about to close the private chat, a message finally blinked onto the screen. She apologized for the delay, explaining that she had just been taking a bath. A bath? I glanced over at my own water storage tank, momentarily stunned. Just how much water did this woman have to be wasting it so lavishly? Even with my current success, I hadn't even considered being that extravagant. I told her it was no problem and asked what she wanted to trade, reminding her of my lack of guns. On the other side of the connection, inside Shangguan Yingshui's train, a black-haired girl with waist-length hair stood up from a large wooden tub that dominated most of her carriage. As she tied up her hair, her light blue eyes remained calm and unreadable. She sent over a list: 32 kilograms of wood, 50 kilograms of metal, and 40 mechanical parts. She added that she was fairly certain I had those items. I raised an eyebrow at the screen. I didn't answer directly, instead questioning why she was so sure I had them. And even if I did, why I wouldn't just use them for my own train upgrades. She replied that she simply hated trouble. She'd gathered some materials herself, but dealing with too many people took more time than she liked. She'd calculated that I was likely the only one capable of providing bulk materials right now. After all, I'd sold over 20 rifles, and aside from food and water, I had to be receiving materials in exchange. She was right, though she didn't know the half of it. I'd actually sold over 40. I had the resources she wanted, but trading them for mere water didn't interest me anymore. My reserves were sufficient for the moment, and I'd even seen people in the chat room discussing how to boil lake water to make it safe. It wasn't a method I wanted to rely on unless I was desperate, but it made raw water less valuable. Shangguan Yingshui remained silent for a while as she dried herself, then sent a screenshot that immediately changed my mind. It was a level 1 water purification device, capable of filtering wastewater at a rate of 1 kilogram per hour. I rubbed my eyes, staring at the image. Something like this actually existed? It explained her lavish bathing. She could simply filter and recycle the water. Given her willingness to trade it, I suspected she might even have the blueprint. When I asked her if she did, she didn't confirm or deny it, simply stating that the device should be enough to cover the resources she needed. I suppressed my surprise. Whatever secrets she held, I was lucky enough to be getting the tech. I agreed to the trade, and once the transaction was complete, I found the device could be perfectly installed between my wastewater and clean water tanks. Once activated, the purified water would flow automatically into storage, saving me an immense amount of trouble. Naturally, I called upon sublimation. Since it was a small level 1 item, the energy drain was minimal. It transformed into a level 2 premium water purification device, tripling the output to 3 kilograms per hour and adding the ability to purify non-freshwater sources, like seawater. Feeling a surge of goodwill, I sent her another message, asking if she could upgrade her train and if she'd be willing to share what the upgrade options looked like. I was curious to see if her choices matched mine. She hesitated but eventually sent a screenshot of her level 2 options. She had the basic carriage and the extended stop time, which were identical to mine, but her random options were a welding tool set and a wooden bed blueprint. It confirmed my theory. The carriage and time extension were fixed, while the others were random and varied in quality. Her options were noticeably inferior to the ones I'd been offered. As I was nodding in understanding, she asked if I had any train coins. I told her I didn't, and when she followed up by asking if I still wanted to buy more water, my mouth twitched. Knowing she was recycling her bath water, the idea of buying more from her felt unappealing. I declined, and the chat ended. I knew she wanted the coins to buy her own options, but I barely had enough for myself. I still had one critical choice left to make: the train burst acceleration device blueprint. It cost 5 train coins, an amount most people would take several stations to accumulate, but I had more than enough. I finalized the purchase, leaving me with 4 coins. The device required 50 kilograms of metal and 200 mechanical parts to build, and it would allow me to produce acceleration bullets that could triple the train's speed for 10 minutes. It was expensive, but undoubtedly worth the cost. The trading platform was becoming more diverse after the second station, but food and water remained the most desperate needs for the majority. Those barrels of compressed biscuits I'd looked down on were suddenly looking like a gold mine. I shook my head, glancing at the resources I'd finally managed to scrape together. It had taken 7 biscuits and a fair amount of effort to pry those mechanical parts from others. Now I understood why Shangguan Yingxue hated trading. Haggling with people and constantly adjusting prices over mere scraps of food was an exhausting waste of time. I fed the materials into the processing station, and the blueprint for the acceleration device began to emit a deep sapphire glow. Before my eyes, metal and machinery fused, coalescing into a complex mechanical heart. The system noted that the train burst acceleration device could only be installed on the main body, near the control system. Once integrated, it would produce acceleration bullets, limited to 3 uses per day. My heart sank slightly when I saw the cost. 1 kilogram of metal, 20 mechanical parts, and 1 train coin per bullet. Even the ammunition required currency. I wondered what a little sublimation would do to it. With my stamina at 55 and spirit at 70 after a few white forest fruits, I figured I had enough for 1 attempt. I poured 30 stamina and 40 spirit into the device, watching it transform into the red triple-speed train acceleration device. The maximum capacity increased to 5 bullets per day, though the potential for further sublimation was now exhausted. Following the system's prompt, I placed it near the control panel. A silvery light swallowed the device, and a sleek black loading port materialized on the console. It was a pricey investment. I spent 2 of my remaining coins to produce 2 silvery shells, each as thick as a baby's arm. I winced at the expense as I tucked my last 2 coins away. I was tempted to test the speed, but I wasn't feeling quite that extravagant yet. It was time to rest. As I drifted off, I couldn't help but wonder if the low spirit side effects were just empty threats. I hadn't felt a thing. When I finally woke, both my stamina and spirit were back to a full 100. I stretched in the warmth of the climate-controlled carriage, washing my face while humming a quiet tune. Walking to the back, I checked on the seed I'd buried in the ashen soil. It was unchanged, so I decided to see if sublimation could jumpstart its growth. It cost me 30 stamina points, but the result was a blessed white forest fruit seed. The growth cycle plummeted from 30 days to just 9 to sprout, 3 to mature. Better yet, it would produce 1 blessed fruit daily once ripe. I buried it back in the dirt and gave it some water, feeling quite satisfied. On my way back to the front, I stopped by the garbage recycling robot. I promised to upgrade the little guy, after all. I crouched down and knocked on its oversized matchbox head, calling for a sublimation. Strangely, the stamina I funneled into it simply vanished with no effect. Frowning at the first failure I'd encountered, I tried again, this time using spirit. At the cost of 40 spirit points, a familiar radiance enveloped the machine. It emerged as the GT-1 automatic treasure hunting robot. Its purpose was clear. It would automatically leave the train at stations to locate treasure chests, mapping out the ones it couldn't carry back. It would cost 1 train coin per use, and would forcibly return before the train departed. Camera-like eyes emerged from the box, rotating a full 360 degrees before locking onto my face to confirm my ID. It asked for a name, and I couldn't help but think of an old-world movie character. I named it Wally. It immediately entered sleep mode, waiting for a coin to wake up at the next station. Between the acceleration bullets and the robot, it felt like I was heading for financial ruin. I realized that most people at this stage probably didn't understand the true value of train coins yet. They were still just trying to find enough bread to see tomorrow. I quickly checked the chat room and saw I was right. People were opening chests and wondering if the coins were just some future station currency. Seizing the opportunity, I listed a trade. 1 compressed biscuit, and 1 water bottle for a single train coin. If someone took the bait, great. If not, no loss. By 12:30 p.m., the familiar Crossroads of Fate prompt appeared. I had to choose between the Level 2 Goblin Village, a hunting station, or Doomsday Town, a Level 2 mission station. To me, a mission station sounded like a new opportunity, far better than the mindless trouble of slaying goblins. I made my choice and felt the train lurch into an acceleration. The world ahead dissolved into white noise, and when the countdown hit 0, the transformation was total. I looked out at Doomsday Town. The docking countdown began its 4-hour crawl, but the system's final warning sat heavy in the air. This station wasn't just low risk anymore. It was labeled as dangerous. The train hissed to a halt, and I peered through the glass to survey my new surroundings. This station was a stark contrast to the oppressive darkness of the previous 2. Instead, a harsh sun hung high in the sky, casting a brilliant but unforgiving light over the landscape. The view was haunting. Deep red stains marred the asphalt of the streets, and rows of rusted abandoned cars choked the thoroughfares. Doomsday Town. The name was fitting. I turned to my small companion. It was time for Wally to get to work. I winced slightly as I dropped a precious train coin into its slot, watching the little bot wobble away through the recycling chute. A part of me wondered if some lurking monster might mistake it for a toy and snatch it up. But I had my own problems to worry about. Specifically, I needed to figure out the task for the station. The answer presented itself soon enough. Through the window, I spotted a corpse slumped nearby, its cold fingers still clutching a backpack. A piece of parchment tucked inside flapped rhythmically in the wind, but it was too far away to read. I did a final equipment check before heading out. I had food, water, my finely crafted rifle slung over my shoulder, and both my black gloss pistol and sharp dagger at my waist. Most importantly, I was wearing the advanced ceramic bulletproof vest I'd scavenged. I had already sublimated the armor, streamlining it from a bulky bucket-like frame into a form-fitting vest that sacrificed none of its protective integrity. Fully armed, I pressed the door release. The doors hissed open, and I stepped out, instinctively closing them behind me with a flick of my wrist. Since only the conductor could operate the doors, I didn't have to worry about unwanted guests sneaking into my home while I was away. Immediately, a wave of scorching heat rolled over me, carrying a nauseating stench, a foul mix of rotten salted fish and long-decayed bread. Approaching the body, I used the barrel of my rifle to nudge the backpack open so I could read the parchment. The note began by claiming the deceased was a great courier for the Run Company. Looking at the remains, there wasn't much greatness left, but the writer seemed to have possessed a dark sense of humor, noting that they were probably about to die, but that the courier's mission must never be broken. The task was simple: deliver the contents of the bag to a silverware shop in the southeast corner of town. The note promised a great reward from the Run Company if I showed his badge. So, this was the mission. Curious, I looked inside the bag and found a cake sealed in a transparent box, remarkably well preserved. Happy birthday was written across it in jam. Judging by the state of the body, that birthday was a long-forgotten event. I decided that while the celebration was over, the cake was still a prize worth keeping. I also found a mechanical badge featuring a gear-driven image of a running courier and a map of the town with a red dot marking my destination. Map in hand, I began my trek. The road was a graveyard of skeletons and dark red stains that whispered of old horrors. Suddenly, I spotted movement. A hyena feeding on a corpse. It was the first living creature I'd seen here, or so I thought until it turned its head. Its skull was rotted through and its heart was exposed. It wasn't a dog, it was a zombie. The creature let out a guttural growl and lunged. I told myself to stay calm, suppressed the rising panic in my chest, and raised my pistol. I pulled the trigger repeatedly. I wasn't exactly a marksman, but at that range, one bullet found its mark and the impact was powerful enough to blow the creature apart. I knew I had to move fast. The gunfire would act like a dinner bell for every monster in the vicinity. Taking a calculated detour, I managed to reach the silverware shop without further incident. To my surprise, the area was eerily quiet. I stood before the tightly closed metal shutter, wondering if there was anyone left to receive the delivery. Just as I considered prying it open, the shutter slid up just a crack. I immediately leveled my rifle at the gap. A hoarse voice from the darkness begged me not to shoot, claiming to be human. I stayed back, identified myself as a Run Company courier taking over the delivery, and showed the badge. In this wasteland, a professional title seemed to command more respect than a wandering stranger. A scruffy, bearded man in his 40s peered out, chuckling that only couriers, lunatics, and monsters were brave enough to be outside these days. He invited me in, but I kept my rifle aimed at his head. I wasn't taking any chances. I handed over the cake and demanded the reward. The man stared at the cake with a pained expression, muttering that it was a pity I hadn't come earlier. He retreated into the shop and returned with a box. Inside were 3 train coins. This confirmed my suspicion. These coins were likely the universal currency across all station worlds. But as I reached for the coins, the man's demeanor shifted instantly. He lunged forward and grabbed the barrel of my rifle with unmistakable murderous intent. I didn't hesitate. I pulled the trigger. A blast echoed, a severed hand flew, and the rolling shutter burst open. The man behind the door was no longer human. He had swollen into a grotesque monster, his face twisted in a mask of grief and rage. He screamed about his daughter just wanting a cake and cursed the useless couriers for taking too long. I took a deep breath, centered myself, and kept firing. 3 rounds hit home, but the creature's hardened hide shrugged off the upgraded rifle's power. He slammed a fist into my chest, sending me flying. I gritted my teeth and forced myself up, my stomach churning. If not for my enhanced vest, that single hit would have ended me. The monster shrieked and charged again. I fired another shot, and he laughed, claiming my bullets didn't scare him. I smirked and told him to look down. He paused, seeing his body riddled with holes he hadn't even felt. I didn't give him a second chance. I drew my blacklight enchanted pistol, which thrummed with an eerie glow. Converting my stamina into armor-piercing rounds, I stepped close and pressed the muzzle to his forehead. One final bang, and it was over. The silence returned. I realized why no other monsters were nearby. This was the big guy's territory. After catching my breath, I retrieved the cake and the 3 train coins, feeling a flicker of regret for the waste of it all. I opened the shutter fully to find a clean silverware shop filled with silver crossbow bolts and spearheads. On a shelf, I found a diary. The entries told a heartbreaking story. A father finding coins in a broken locomotive and trying to buy a birthday cake to cure his sick daughter. By March 11th, she had died without ever tasting something sweet. By March 15th, the man had lost his mind. I walked to the backyard, found the small tombstone he had erected, and placed the cake before it. It felt like the only way to truly finish the mission. But the diary left me with a chilling thought. A broken locomotive outside town? Was it a conductor who had come before us? The idea that we weren't the first survivors in this game weighed heavily on me. I scavenged what I could, a crossbow and several silver items. They were heavy, but they felt important. On my return trip, the town felt more alive with monsters, and I realized how much I needed that extra hour my upgrade provided. I saw zombie animals of all kinds, but curiously, no humanoid ones. Back at the train, I checked the time. I still had 35 minutes. I checked my haul. Mithril bolts, a mithril cross, and a mithril sword, all level 2. I recycled the scraps into 10 kilograms of raw mithril, a fortune in my old world. I decided to sublimate the cross, turning it into a level 3 sanctified mithril cross that emitted holy light. As for the other weapons, I knew my limits. I was no swordsman, and my aim with a crossbow was even worse than with a pistol. I hung the cross at the front of the train and checked the trading platform. Someone had finally accepted my offer for train coins. I sat back, munching on a fruit and admiring my new coins before opening the chat room. The numbers were grim. 7,825 out of 10,000. Another 1,000 people were gone. Most were still struggling for the barest essentials, while I was sitting on a pile of mithril and enchanted weapons. The chat room was a chaotic mess of fear and confusion as people recounted their experiences at the 3rd station. Someone spoke of a cave crawling with spiders that they hadn't dared to enter, while another boasted of using a gun purchased from an expert to fend off wild dogs and secure a meal. My ears perked up at the mention of expert Ye. It seemed my reputation was growing, though some were quick to dismiss me. One voice insisted I was short-sighted and that his big brother Li Shaosheng was the true authority, claiming Li was on the verge of a level 2 upgrade. I remembered Li Shaosheng. He had confidently predicted he'd reach level 2 within 3 stations, and yet here we were at the 3rd, and he was only just announcing his success. He posted a screenshot of his upgrade options, inviting others to join his alliance if they had train coins, promising food and water to early recruits. I ignored his posturing and focused on the data. His options included a carriage blueprint, an automatic fishing rod, a survival rations recipe, and the 1-hour stop extension. As I suspected, the 1st and 4th options were identical to mine. The pattern was clear. While the rations were useless to me, the fishing rod was an interesting prospect for future water-based stations, though I felt no need to rush into buying it. With the Crossroads of Fate module, I'd have a 30-minute head start on information anyway. It was time to consider another train sublimation. I had been holding off to recover my stamina and accumulate more train coins. Between the silverware shop's bounty and my previous holdings, I had 4 coins. If Wally found a chest here, I'd be in an even stronger position. Just as I prepared to begin, the rhythmic clanking of treads outside caught my attention. I looked out to see Wally wobbling back through the recycling chute, clutching a candy box stained with dark red marks. The little robot was covered in deep bite marks, clearly the work of something far more vicious than a normal animal. I followed its trail with my eyes and saw dozens of zombie dogs circling the train, followed by lumbering, mutated humanoids similar to the shop owner I'd killed. I gave Wally's metal head a helpless rap, noting that it had led the monsters straight to my door. Still, it had brought back a level 2 treasure chest, so I couldn't be too angry. I picked up the box, completely unconcerned by the growing horde outside. This was only a level 2 station, and my train was equipped with a level 4 defensive sentry tower. As the monsters crossed the 100-meter perimeter, the red orb atop the tower locked on. Crimson circles painted the ground beneath their feet, and long rifle barrels extended from the shadows. The air filled with the steady crack of gunfire, each shot finding a lethal weak point. In less than 10 seconds, the clearing was littered with corpses. I watched the scene with a detached calm, munching on a white forest fruit as more monsters swarmed in, only to have their skulls shattered by the sentry's superior marksmanship. When the countdown hit 0, the train lurched forward. We slipped into the void, leaving the ruins of Doomsday Town behind for the familiar endless wilderness. The onboard broadcast chimed, announcing that the Newbie Protection period was over. Survival mode was now active, and the voice warned us to be cautious at night. Any train moving slower than 30 kilometers per h would enter a dangerous status. The chat room erupted in a fresh wave of panic, but I was focused on my own notifications. I had achieved an A-grade elimination rating for the station and completed a hidden mission, Town Liberator. My reward was a car exchange ticket. I patted Wally's head, realizing I would have missed this entirely without the little bot's mistake. I decided to sublimate the ticket first, transforming it into a special car exchange prize ticket for a level 2 special car. Upon activation, a basic storage car descended from the sky and locked onto my train. It was exactly what I needed, 48 units that could store unlimited quantities of items, finally clearing the clutter from my living quarters. But I wasn't done. I moved to the end of the new car and initiated another sublimation to push it to level 3. The cost was heavy, 25 stamina and 25 mental energy, plunging me back into exhaustion. However, the result was a storage unit car that not only prevented items from decaying, but offered 3 special units accessible from anywhere. It was essentially a portable inventory. I tested it by placing fruits into a unit and successfully manifesting one in my hand back in the locomotive. It was an incredible gain. Exhaustion tugged at me, but I still had the level 2 chest Wally had found. Pushing through the haze, I spent another 45 mental energy points to sublimate it into a level 3 chest. The warnings for mental collapse flashed red in my vision, but I felt nothing but a heavy, numbing fatigue. I pried the box open to find 6 train coins, a zombie slayer chainsaw sword, 3 virus serums, and a windproof lighter. With 10 train coins now in my possession, I was likely the wealthiest conductor in existence. I had the resources to claim every upgrade option the next time the train leveled up. But for now, my body was screaming for rest. I had pushed myself to the absolute limit, reaching a state of exhaustion I'd never known before. While I slept, the rest of the world scrambled. Conductors were desperately trading for metal and parts to upgrade their wheels just to hit the 30 km/h safety threshold, even if it meant sabotaging their long-term progress. Meanwhile, Li Xiaosheng sat in his carriage with a darkened expression. He had a resource radar ability that let him pinpoint materials, yet somehow, someone was still faster than him. The sharp, rhythmic cracks of gunfire suddenly tore through the silence of the wilderness. So noisy, I forced my leaden eyelids open and instinctively glanced out the window, only to feel my heart skip a beat. Dozens of glowing crimson eyes were cutting through the pitch-black night, relentlessly chasing the train. The sheer terror of the sight snapped me wide awake in an instant. I scrambled to the front of the locomotive, finding that my automated alert system had already hummed to life, its red sensors swiveling. I suddenly recalled the grim announcement that followed the third station. This had to be the nighttime danger they warned us about. The system identified the pursuers as level 1 Blood Moon wolves, noting their chasing speed at 25 km/h. Upon seeing that, I felt the tension in my chest loosen slightly. As long as the train maintained a speed above 30 km/h, I wasn't technically in danger of being overtaken. And since my level 2 train cruised at 40 km/h, these beasts had no real hope of catching me. I splashed some freezing water on my face, letting the biting wind from the vents clear the last of the fog from my brain. It was 1:44 a.m., and any lingering sleepiness was gone. I opened the chat room to check on the others, but as I saw the numbers, my pupils contracted in shock. 4,130 out of 10,000. I vaguely remembered the count being around 7 or 8,000 earlier that day. That meant over 4,000 people had been slaughtered in the wilderness while I slept, and the number was still ticking down. A chill that had nothing to do with the weather ran down my spine. The nighttime was far deadlier than the stations. Anyone who hadn't managed to upgrade their speed was essentially served up as prey. Only those who survived this night of terror could truly call themselves survivors, and it was clear that the days of hiding inside the train were over. To live, we had to explore, harvest, and upgrade, or die. A notification blinked in my private chat. It was Shangguan Yingshui, asking if I was still alive. I told her I'd just woken up and asked if she wanted to trade. She was looking for bullets, but I had to turn her down. Between the third station massacre and the alert tower's active defense, I'd burned through over 70 rounds. I only had about 300 left, and I couldn't risk selling my own security. She asked if I had a bullet blueprint, and when I told her I didn't, she offered a characteristically decisive goodbye. Our exchange was refreshingly simple. I sat back and checked my personal stats, noticing something impossible. My spirit had recovered to 110. I rubbed my eyes and even pinched myself to make sure I wasn't dreaming, but the sting was real. My spirit cap had actually increased. I couldn't recall doing anything special before bed other than total exhaustion, but I pushed the confusion aside for now. An increased cap was a gift, and I wasn't going to question it. It was time. Having cleared 3 stations, the train was ready for its next sublimation. I touched the control panel and felt the floodgates open as my stamina and spirit began to drain rapidly. While the first upgrade was cheap, this one was a massive draw. My stamina dropped to 52 and my spirit to 50, but the notification confirmed the success. The train was now level 3. I glanced at the requirements for level 4 and felt a headache coming on. 300 kilograms of wood, 300 mechanical parts, 450 kilograms of metal, and exotic items like gold mithril, and something called a firestone. I turned my attention to the immediate rewards. My speed had jumped to 60 kilometers per h, and the chassis, wheels, and frame were now level 3. But the real prizes were the upgrade options and the record-breaking module card I'd just earned. I opened the options: a conductor module card for early departure, a level 3 bullet blueprint, and a level 3 power generator blueprint. It was perfect timing. I desperately needed bullets and the generator would be vital later. Even with my 10 coins, I couldn't afford everything, so I had to be strategic. I spent 8 coins on the early departure privilege, the bullet blueprint, and the extra docking time. The bullet blueprint required metal and gunpowder, but since gunpowder was scarce on the trading platform, I decided to wait on manufacturing. Instead, I focused on the early departure module. I immediately sublimated it, turning it into the VIP early departure privilege, which allowed me to leave any station whenever the docking clock hit the final 3 hours. Finally, I looked at the new conductor module card. It was blood red with an abstract eye pattern, looking far more ominous than the previous cards. However, I was running on fumes. The constant cycle of survival and sublimation had left me in a state of perpetual fatigue. I decided to hold on to the card and let sleep take me once more. While I slept, the chat was a graveyard of desperate pleas. People were realizing that 30 kilometers per h was barely enough, and that the monsters were only getting faster. By 6:30 a.m., a new broadcast chilled everyone to the bone. The second night of survival would begin in 3 days, and anyone below 40 kilometers per h would be in danger. This meant a level 2 upgrade was now mandatory for survival. Li Xiaosheng watched the panic with a smug grin. With his resource radar talent, he felt untouchable, and he used the chaos to grow his alliance, promising to help others upgrade. He wondered if I was the one who beat him to the first upgrade and sent me a friend request, arrogantly assuming I'd jump at the chance to join him. I woke up at 8:34 a.m., feeling the ache of a night spent on the floor. I ate a white forest fruit, tended to my sapling, and checked the time. The 40 kilometers per h requirement didn't bother me, but the weather did. The sky was choked with oppressive dark clouds that seemed to weigh down on the world. I took the red conductor module card in my hand. My stamina was at 82 and my mental energy at 110. It was time. I activated my talent and whispered the command to sublimate. The card transformed into an advanced conductor module, Judgment of Gunfire. As the energy settled, a strange new clarity flooded my mind. I drew my pistol and the usual weight and clumsiness were gone. I felt like a master marksman who had spent decades on the range. The module allowed me to consume mental energy to judge a target, dealing damage based on their sins. I knew then that every shot I fired from now on would hit exactly where I wanted it to. Directly receiving the skills of a sharpshooter changed everything. With this newfound mastery, I felt that if I encountered those zombie monsters again, there would be no need for the frantic hiding and dodging of the past. After digesting my rewards, I idly munched on some fruit while opening the private chat interface. Given my growing reputation among the survivors, I expected someone might proactively seek me out for trades. It would be a shame to miss out on potential blueprints or train coins. I spotted a familiar name, Li Xiaosheng, the 3-station guy. He was inviting me to join an alliance, but the idea felt incredibly unreliable to me. After a moment of hesitation, I accepted his friend request anyway. Though we weren't cut from the same cloth, I figured he likely had some train coins, and trading with him was fine as long as I didn't get too involved. On the other side, Li Xiaosheng was busy competing for fishing rod sales when he noticed I had accepted. He seemed to think I had finally decided to reach out to him out of necessity. I cut straight to the point, asking if he was finished making those fishing rods. He dodged the question at first, asking if I'd completed my demand for the price. He offered to give me one for free, provided I joined his alliance. The terms were a contribution of 5 kilos of wood or 1 train coin in exchange for daily rations and a rod. He went on a long-winded tangent about how my supplies would eventually run out and how we should arm his members to become the strongest faction. I calmly finished my fruit while reading his pitch before typing back a simple ultimatum. Was he selling the rods or not? Li Xiaosheng wasn't the only source. Someone else had found a mechanical fishing rod blueprint at the first station, and when Li stopped responding, I didn't waste time waiting. I found the other seller, a man named Zhao Lin, and the transaction was refreshingly quick. For 20 mechanical parts and a single biscuit, I acquired a mechanical fishing rod that was fully automated, miles better than a wooden one. I immediately initiated a sublimation, transforming it into a basic alluring mechanical fishing rod that required no bait and was far more effective at attracting fish. As I set it aside, I noticed Zhao Lin had sent me a friend request, which I accepted. At 12:30 p.m., a thunderous roar split the gloomy sky. From the comfort of my climate-controlled carriage, I watched oppressive black clouds choke the atmosphere. A single raindrop was quickly followed by a torrential downpour. The announcement system crackled to life, declaring a thunderstorm day and warning us that the next station would likely share these conditions. It was strange to think the wasteland's weather could affect the stations. which felt like entirely different worlds. I checked my crossroads of fate for the 4th station. My options were the level 3 Thunderstrike Goblin Tribe, a hunting station, or the level 3 Mistvale Manor, a mission station. The levels were rising, and the recurring presence of goblins made me feel like I had some bizarre connection to them. However, I had no intention of entering a hunting station that reeked of danger. I chose the manor, even though the last mission station, Doomsday Town, had been fraught with peril. The train accelerated and space dissolved as darkness and thunder swallowed the locomotive. When we arrived, the docking countdown began at 5 hours, accompanied by a heavy warning: hazardous. Through the window, I saw we were on a broken mountain highway in a relentless storm. Lightning illuminated a police car billowing smoke nearby, surrounded by uniformed corpses. I hoped I wasn't facing zombies again, but I prepared for the worst. I activated Wally, inserting one of my last 2 train coins, and watched the little machine wobble out into the rain. I made my final preparations, checking my special storage units for fruits, bullets, and my blessed virus serums, which now acted as powerful health potions. Armed with my pistol, rifle, dagger, vest, and the mithril cross, and clad in a traded raincoat, I stepped out into the storm. I searched the wrecked police car and the nearby corpses. They weren't turning, which was a relief. Beside one officer, I found a voice recorder. The recording mentioned a tycoon named Ravi who had died at Rainvale Villa on Davil Mountain. The police seemed reluctant to investigate the remote location, but were motivated by the tycoon's daughter and her potential funding. They even discussed pinning the murder on a maid if they couldn't find the real killer. It seemed like a surface-level mission. I found 2 pistols and some low-grade ammo in the car, which I tossed back into the train, since they were of little use to me. Taking the police chief's identification and badge, I headed up the winding road. In 15 minutes, I reached the iron gates of a massive black estate. A nervous guard rushed over, and my disguised identity was enough to convince him to let me in. He begged me to find the real killer, insisting the maid was responsible for his master's death. The guard explained that Ravi had died 4 nights ago, but they couldn't call for help until 3 days ago due to the storm. It sounded like a classic locked room mystery, but I struggled to believe a level 3 station would be so mundane. As we approached the castle, a shrill scream echoed from above. A female corpse plummeted through the air and crashed into the lawn. In the flash of lightning, I saw a shadow that definitely wasn't human, and the mithril cross on my chest began to emit heat. The guard screamed that the maid was dead. An elderly butler ran out, and the terrified guard fled into the night, accusing the old man of being the killer. The butler sighed, calling me chief and noting how young I looked. He picked up the maid's body and tossed it into one of 5 pre-dug graves on the lawn, 3 of which were already occupied. He invited me inside, and the sensation of being watched made my skin crawl. Inside, I asked for hot water and pressed him for the truth. The butler explained that after the master died 4 days ago, the children had argued. The daughter was found dead the next morning, which drove the guard mad. On the 3rd day, the young master died too. He admitted he expected to die soon as well, which is why he had dug all 5 graves. He warned me that the estate was cursed and that I should leave, but his bloodshot eyes under the candlelight were unsettling. The mystery had clearly turned supernatural. I gripped my cross, knowing I'd have left already if I didn't have it. I asked why he was still there, and he gave a mournful smile explaining that he couldn't leave. The gates wouldn't let him pass. He had told the guard not to let me in, but it was too late now. He apologized, adding that if I found myself unable to leave either, he would dig a grave for me too. What do you mean by this curse you mentioned? The old butler stood momentarily stunned, his gaze fixed on my face. Despite my youth, he clearly saw no trace of the fear he expected. He asked me, almost in disbelief, if I wasn't afraid. I simply stood up, my eyes tracking the solid wood stairs that spiraled into the upper reaches of the castle. I told him that I had forgotten to mention a small detail. Besides being a police chief, I also work part-time as a priest. Since things had reached this point, I explained that I wouldn't be leaving easily. To prove my point, I pulled the mithril sanctuary cross from my chest pocket. A gentle holy light immediately surged forth, dispelling the surrounding gloom and casting me in a glow that made me look like the spokesperson of a deity. The old man's mouth dropped open. He rubbed his eyes hard, staring at me as if I were a miracle. It took him a long moment to regain his senses, even after the light faded and I cleared my throat to get his attention. He finally gasped out a plea to the heavens, declaring that they were saved. With my new identity as a part-time priest firmly established, the old butler wasted no time in spilling the manor's dark history. It turned out the original owner was a bloodthirsty madman. He had once used his own maid as a scapegoat for his crimes, throwing her to a corrupt police chief who tortured and eventually executed her. Following her death, the manor was swallowed by an eternal storm of thunder and rain. When it finally cleared, every soul inside, including the treacherous police chief, had died an unnatural death. Over the next 30 years, the manor changed hands a dozen times, and every owner met a violent end on a rainy night. Ravi, the current owner, had been a miser who didn't believe in ghosts. He saw a tax-free mansion at a bargain price, and couldn't resist. Now the cycle was repeating. The rain, the isolation, and the deaths. The butler noted that the only difference this time was that they'd successfully reached me, hoping I could finally break the curse. I asked him where the first mate had died, and he pointed toward the clock tower at the highest point of the castle. I already knew my path. This curse was likely a restless spirit bound to the stone and soil, and as long as my cross could overpower it, the mission was as good as solved. I didn't dwell on the possibility of failure. That kind of thinking was pointless. I took an oil lamp and followed the butler up the stairs. The castle was a symphony of cold, damp echoes and the rhythmic dripping of leaks, but when we reached the clock tower, the cross in my palm began to pulse with a sudden intense heat. I knew we had arrived. The butler stayed back, paralyzed by fear, so I gritted my teeth and stepped into the tower alone. The moment I crossed the threshold, I felt something lock onto me, rushing through the air at high speed. I didn't panic. I simply told it to get lost as the mithril sanctuary cross unleashed a blinding soft light. A piercing scream shattered the night, followed by the metallic clang of something hitting the floor. I looked down to see a smooth, translucent skull resting at my feet. I blinked, wondering if that was really it. I pinched my thigh to make sure I wasn't dreaming, but the pain was real. I searched the room, finding nothing else. It was over, just like that. Looking at the cross, I realized I'd probably underestimated its power. For anyone else, this station would have been a death trap. But my ability to sublimate the level 2 mithril cross into this sanctuary version had given me a weapon the world hadn't prepared for. I exhaled deeply, picking up the skull. Even if I didn't know its purpose yet, I wasn't about to leave a level 3 drop behind. When I emerged, the butler was nearly white with ghost-pale terror, but I reassured him that the curse was lifted and showed him the skull as proof. He stammered out his gratitude, though the thunderstorm outside continued unabated. I knew the spirit hadn't caused the storm. The storm had likely birthed the spirit. Since the manor seal was gone and I'd only been here for an hour, I decided to make the most of my time. This was a wealthy man's home, and while there weren't trained coins or weapons lying around, it had something far more vital. Real food. I was tired of biscuits and fruit. I wanted a real meal. The butler led me to a safe and presented a pure red gemstone, a priceless treasure Ravi had found in his youth. He insisted I take it as a reward, adding that since the master was gone, I was free to take anything else I liked. That was music to my ears. I weighed the cool, smooth gem in my hand and told him I'd be heading down the mountain soon. But first, I needed to restock my supplies. I raided the kitchen, finding a fridge full of fresh meat, eggs, and vegetables. I began making round trips to the train every 20 minutes, hauling back as much as I could carry. The butler, busy tying up the crazed security guard, looked startled when I reappeared for the third time. He asked if there was a problem with the curse, and I casually told him that the almighty god was just hungry. On my final trip, the butler called out to me at the iron gate. He and the guard bowed deeply, and he handed me a ribbon-tied wooden box. He explained that he didn't care if I emptied the house, but he would have regretted letting me leave without this. Inside were 3 train coins. He mentioned they were currency for the Run Company, a name that sent a jolt through me, so the organization from Doomsday Town wasn't just a one-off. I couldn't solve that mystery yet, so I returned to the train for the last time. I ditched my raincoat and looked at my pile of fresh food and kitchenware with a grin. I stored everything in the storage units to prevent spoilage and immediately fired up a grill for a thick premium steak. As it sizzled, I set out containers to catch rainwater and organize my haul. The skull had become a purified earthbound object, a level 3 item that could ward off evil, and the ruby was a level 1 valuable. I decided to sublimate the skull immediately, feeling my stamina and spirit drain away until I was nearly empty. The skull transformed into a perfectly smooth glowing jade stone, a level 4 pure earthbound stone. This thing was a powerhouse. It nullified all evil spirits below its level and absorbed negative effects meant for me. It still had potential for more, but that was a task for another day. With 42 minutes left on the clock, I was enjoying my steak when I heard a familiar wobble. Wally emerged from the recycling chute with a blood-stained gift box. A level 3 treasure chest. I patted his head and promised him some oil later, before he went back to hibernate. There was no reason to stay any longer. I commanded the train to depart. As we accelerated through the void and back into the wilderness, the station chat room erupted. People were losing their minds over the news that monsters would now attack during the day, and that the Newbie Protection was gone. I ignored the chatter about whether anyone had actually reached level 3 yet. Let them eat their words later. The death toll for Station 4 was lower, with only about 1,000 deaths, but the desperation in the chat was palpable. I focused on the level 3 chest, using my remaining energy to sublimate it into level 4. I speared a piece of steak and wiped my hands, waiting for the lid to open. My last level 4 chest had given me the watchtower. I could only hope this one was just as good. The familiar notification chimed as the level 4 treasure chest yielded its contents. Along with 8 train coins, I found an observer blueprint, a safety bracelet, and a wind-up monkey doll bomb blueprint. All level 4 alongside a mysterious item called a profane card fragment. Seeing 2 level 4 blueprints in a single haul was a stroke of luck that far surpassed my previous openings. I eagerly examined the new acquisitions. The observer blueprint required a mix of metal, wood, mechanical parts, and electronic components. Once installed, it would act as a comprehensive security system, monitoring every inch of the train and sounding an alarm the moment a foreign presence was detected. It was an excellent facility, though I'd need to scour the trading platform for those electronic components. The safety bracelet was even more straightforward, but perhaps more vital. Its brief description promised to block a single fatal attack before shattering. In this world, survival is the only currency that truly matters. And as I slid the bracelet onto my right wrist, an inexplicable sense of security washed over me. The monkey doll bomb, however, presented a logistical hurdle. It required a significant amount of gunpowder, 400 grams per unit. Considering 100 bullets only used 500 grams total, the cost was steep. Shaking my head at the frustration of having blueprints without materials, I realized I'd have to take matters into my own hands and purchase what I needed. My focus then shifted to the black and gold shard. It was only 1/3 of a whole, labeled as a profane card fragment. The system indicated I needed 3 to synthesize the full card, though the ultimate function remained a mystery. It clearly wasn't something ordinary, and obtaining 2 more fragments would likely require finding more level 4 chests. A daunting task even with my luck. Turning to the trading platform, I found the market as chaotic as ever. Small quantities and inconsistent, predatory pricing were the norm, and I had no intention of being taken for a fool just because I was wealthy. Truly capable survivors were no longer just giving away essentials like gunpowder. If I wanted results, I had to speak to the masses directly. I spent a train coin to pin a message in the public chat, offering a choice of a compressed biscuit and water or a fresh tomato for every 200 grams of gunpowder. I posted a similar request for electronic components, offering a bottle of water and a biscuit for every 10. While most people likely had water after the thunderstorm platform, my offer included the comfort of sweetness and the luxury of fresh produce. I had hauled 3 crates of tomatoes from the 4th station's manor. Like ancient sailors, we were essentially on a long voyage where scurvy was a very real threat. The chat exploded immediately. Some were awestruck by the pinned message, others were scandalized that I'd spend a whole train coin just for visibility, and many were salivating over the mention of tomatoes. As I suspected, there were prepared individuals among the survivors. Within a short time, I completed 10 trades, securing 2 kilograms of gunpowder. I immediately went to work manufacturing my first batch of level 3 bullets. They felt heavier and more significant than the low-level rounds I'd started with. To test them, I fired a single shot from my black gloss pistol at a stack of metal scrap. Where my old rounds would have simply pierced the target, this one blew the entire stack apart. I couldn't help but marvel at the sheer intensity of the power increase. I quickly processed the rest of the gunpowder and stored 999 level 3 bullets in my special storage unit, ensuring I could access them even when away from the train. Soon, my private messages began to flicker. All 3 of my contacts had reached out. Li Shaosheng was busy with his usual delusions of grandeur, suggesting we join forces to become the kings of conductors. I ignored him. Zhao Lin, the fishing rod seller, was looking to buy a gun with train coins, a partner worth keeping. Then there was Shangguan Yingshui. She asked about my train level, and I gave her a vague answer, simply stating I had just upgraded. She didn't press for details, but her interest soon shifted to my newly acquired gunpowder. She wanted to buy bullets. Knowing she was one of the few who could actually afford a decent price, I offered her 40 bullets for 1 train coin, a middle ground price that she reluctantly accepted after some haggling. I didn't stop there. I offered to sell her a level 2 exquisite sharpshooter rifle for 2 train coins, throwing in 10 extra bullets to sweeten the deal. She gritted her teeth and agreed, likely feeling as though I knew exactly how many coins she had in her pocket. As a final request, I asked her to use her blueprint to craft me a wooden bed, providing the materials myself. That trade was a massive win. I walked away with 3 more train coins and a proper place to sleep. The rifle was useless to me anyway. With my judgment of gunfire module, my handgun was more than enough for long-range targets. I then turned to Zhao Lin and sold him several sublimated level 2 rifles for 2 coins each, and even traded some bullets for 5 freshwater fish. My wealth had grown to 16 train coins. After acquiring the necessary electronic components, I built the observer device in the 3rd car. I also finally purchased the energy-powered generator blueprint for 6 coins. The materials were manageable, and once built, the generator ran on diesel. However, I wasn't about to hunt for oil, so I patted the machine and initiated a sublimation. It transformed into an enchanted omnivorous power generator, capable of burning wood, metal, or coal to produce electricity. I tossed in a piece of wood, watched the battery level rise, and finally installed some electric bulbs. For the first time since arriving in this world, I lay in a real bed under the glow of electric light. The thunderstorm had passed, leaving the wilderness night lonely but quiet. I counted the darkness until I drifted off. The next morning, dazzling sunlight woke me. I stretched, enjoyed a white forest fruit for breakfast, and headed to the front cabin. The moment I stepped inside, a wall of stifling heat hit me like a physical blow. The morning broadcast confirmed my fears. We had entered a hot wind day. The weather was shifting again, and though it didn't mention a platform change, the temperature was already becoming dangerous. I retreated to the temperature-controlled car to wash my face, dreading the heat. It was a nuisance that the control system was only accessible in the sweltering front cabin, but I had no choice. I logged back into the chat room, finding it already bustling with the voices of survivors who had been forced awake long before I was. In this heat, it seemed I was the only one who had managed to sleep in. The air inside the carriage was stifling, almost like a physical weight pressing down on my chest. I wiped the stinging sweat from my forehead and gulped down an entire bottle of mineral water, trying to ignore the frantic messages scrolling across the chat interface. People were losing their minds, screaming about the 40-degree heat and the way the train had transformed into a literal metal oven. They talked about their mental and physical attributes dropping continuously, driven to the brink of insanity by the sun's relentless beating. I checked my own interface and noted that while my physical stats were indeed dipping to 98, my mental state remained a steady 110. It made me wonder if my constant consumption of white forest fruits had granted me a resilience others lacked. A sudden, sharp report of a gunshot cut through my thoughts. I looked toward the source and realized the warning device had already engaged. Outside, a pack of emaciated hyenas was desperately chasing the train, their rib cages visible under mangy fur. At my current level 3 speed, they posed no real threat, but it troubled me that there had been no system broadcast for this encounter. It wasn't a timed event like the night survival. It was a random, spontaneous pursuit. This, I realized, was likely the new normal of the wilderness. A flicker on my private chat caught my eye. It was Zhao Lin, the maker of the automatic fishing rods. She asked if I had encountered monsters too, and I confirmed I had, watching the hyenas finally fall behind in the distance. She sounded shaken, mentioning that a swarm of birds had nearly shattered her windows and that she'd barely survived by pushing her train to 35 kilometers per h. She was desperate for upgrade materials but had run out of train coins, asking if I would accept fish as payment. I looked at the message and felt a twinge of cold pragmatism. I wasn't short on food, and I had no interest in running a charity. I rejected her offer immediately, but she didn't give up. She pleaded with me, revealing that she possessed a talent called luck conservation, a cycle of alternating good and bad fortune. She had struck it rich at a fish pond station, but she was terrified that her next stop would be a disaster, leaving her unable to upgrade before the next night's survival. Her talent was certainly unique, though I much preferred the reliable power of my sublimation. Still, I saw the potential for a long-term investment. I asked what she needed and she listed 38 kilograms of wood, 22 kilograms of metal, and 14 mechanical parts. I told her I wanted the contents of her last treasure chest plus 10 fish, and specifically warned her not to try and offload that fishing rod blueprint on me. She agreed instantly, and in a flash of light the trade was complete. Among the items she sent was a level 1 plant nutrient solution. While the waterproof boots and fishing line were mediocre, the solution was exactly what I needed. I immediately sublimated it twice, watching it transform from a basic liquid into a blessed plant elixir. I hurried to the rear of the temperature-controlled carriage and poured the glowing elixir into the wooden box of my white forestry. The transformation was breathtaking. A milky white glow erupted, and the sapling shot toward the ceiling in seconds, its branches heavy with fruit. When the light faded, I had a level 4 blessed white forest tree that produced 3 fruits daily. More importantly, the fruits themselves were now level 4, meaning they could be eaten without the tedious 5-minute water soak. I took a bite, savoring the rich sweetness, and realized I now had 55 life-saving fruits stored in my special compartments. As the hours passed, I lounged in my 22°C sanctuary, enjoying a steak and a beer while the rest of the world sweltered. My only complaint was that the beer was warm. A fridge was definitely next on my list. 30 minutes before reaching the 5th stop, the Crossroads of Fate appeared. To my surprise, both options were level 4, the Abyssal Bat Cave, a combat stop, or Mystic Belltown, a mission stop. The combat label gave me pause. At level 4, my equipment advantage might not be enough to carry me through a direct confrontation. I decided to stick with what I knew and chose the mission station. As the train accelerated into the void, the sun vanished, replaced by a quiet, snowy night. We pulled into what looked like an utterly ordinary train station. Following my routine, I activated Wally with a train coin and watched him wobble away. Just as I prepared to step off, the sound of approaching footsteps reached me. I drew my pistol, my judgment of gunfire module already calculating the trajectory based on the sound. Then, a girl's voice called out, clear and innocent. She called me Inspector and sounded relieved that I had finally arrived. I hesitated but opened the door, trusting that my defensive items would react if she were a threat. Standing on the platform was a petite girl of about 11 or 12, bundled in a white winter coat. She peered into the train with azure eyes and waved enthusiastically, claiming that a sister nun had promised a chief inspector would come to save them. I looked at her, searching for the catch. I asked her what her name was, and she answered with a bright childlike smile that her name was Tina. It seemed my 5th mission had begun before I even stepped off the platform. Would you like me to follow Tina and see what she expects an inspector to do for the town? Tina blinked at me, her eyes filled with a plea so tangible it felt like a weight in the air. She asked if I was truly the inspector everyone had been waiting for, and I couldn't help but offer her a kind smile as I nodded. I reasoned that since she claimed the person arriving by train would be the inspector, and I was the only one here, it had to be me. She let out a joyful cheer and urged me to follow her quickly, but I asked her to wait a moment. I reached into my supplies and handed her an ordinary white forest fruit. The little girl took it without a trace of fear, and as she bit into it, she marveled at the sweetness. I just smiled, checking my gear one last time and donning the sanctuary cross before finally stepping onto the platform. After sealing the door and setting my warning tower to maximum sensitivity, I told the girl to lead the way to these people she mentioned. We left the unnaturally sterile station and entered a town dusted with a light, silent snow. There were no streetlights. The only beacon was a single lantern hanging above a church that looked uncannily like an upright train cab. The silence was heavy, and I could feel unseen eyes tracking our movement from the shadows. Whispers skittered through the dark, sending a chill down my spine that had nothing to do with the temperature. I kept one hand on my black gloss pistol and the other near my cross, acutely aware that this station carried a danger rating far more severe than the others. Tina, however, skipped along, the only splash of color in a grayscale world, seemingly untouched by the oppressive atmosphere. When we reached the church, Tina beckoned me inside, announcing that everyone had been waiting forever. I hesitated at the base of the jade-white steps before telling her to go in first. As she pushed the doors open, a flood of light revealed hundreds of townspeople seated in pews, their heads bowed in deep prayer. At the front stood a golden-haired nun dressed in black clutching a dark book. Tina announced my arrival, and the church fell into a sudden vacuum-like silence. Then, as if they were puppets controlled by the same string, every head lifted in unison, and hundreds of eyes locked onto me. I didn't flinch, already having the safety off on my pistol. I knew that the slightest move would result in a bullet for the nun. She smiled warmly, telling the people not to frighten me and sending Tina to prepare something. As the prayers resumed, the nun approached me with a box retrieved from the pulpit. I leveled my gun at her head and told her to stay back, demanding to know what was really happening. This place was wrong on every level, and her apparent normality only made it more unsettling. She stopped, but knelt to place the box on the floor. Inside was a black and gold shard, a fragment of a blasphemy card. The nun prayed before the card, her smile never wavering as she told me that only those who blaspheme against gods can enter this world. She called me the inspector, but then corrected herself, calling me a blasphemer or a conductor. She asked me which stop this town was for me, and though my cross didn't react to her, I knew I had to get out. I gave a cold laugh, told her only a fool wouldn't run, and bolted back toward the station. She shouted for the townspeople to stop me, and the praying residents transformed into sprinting hunters with impossible speed. I realized then that this stop was going to be a nightmare. I fired a headshot at the lead pursuer, but the nun's voice echoed through the town, mocking my efforts. She claimed my bullets were useless against her creations, and that a novice like me couldn't hope to win. Her triumph turned to shock, however, when she felt her connection to the puppet sever. My level 3 armor-piercing rounds were doing what ordinary bullets couldn't. With my judgment of gunfire module, my aim was effortless. I was picking them off, creating distance, and it looked like I might actually make it back to the train. Then, with a soft sigh that chilled me to the bone, the nun appeared directly in my path, less than 100 meters from the station. She had teleported as if she had always been standing there. She admitted her surprise that a level 3 train could defeat her puppets, just as my warning tower hummed to life. Before it could fire, black chains lashed out and bound the barrels. Seeing my defense so easily neutralized, I realized I was outmatched. I tried to play it off, suggesting she just take what she wanted without the hostility, but she assured me she wasn't there to hurt me. I helplessly sat on the ground, acknowledging that I couldn't run from a woman who controlled chains and space itself. She introduced herself as Shea and pulled me to my feet, her slender, elegant figure contrasting with the terrifying power she had just displayed. Back inside the church, she shoved the blasphemy card fragment into my hands. I tried to decline such a precious item, sensing the danger attached to it, but she just laughed it off, asking how a kind-hearted nun could possibly harm anyone. My skepticism grew when she casually crushed the skull of one of her puppets, a head that had required my best ammo to penetrate, with her bare hand. I quickly promised her I wouldn't throw the card away. Shea then asked me what my talent was, and though I remained silent, she claimed she wasn't curious. She was a strange woman, alternating between holy grace and erratic frustration. She grew annoyed when I didn't ask her questions, teleporting in front of me and crushing another puppet's skull, just to make a point. I hurriedly rattled off a string of questions to satisfy her, but she just covered my mouth, telling me to pick one. She eventually sat cross-legged on a bench and revealed that she was a senior of sorts, having arrived in this world 20 years ago. She explained that she had been sealed here by someone who erased the station from the records, making it impossible for high-level trains to find her. Only a low-level train like mine could enter, but it shouldn't have been able to reach this platform. She deduced that my talent was the reason I had found her, and she warned me never to reveal my abilities or the blasphemy card to anyone. She told me that if others found out, they would come for my life, and I'd end up trapped just like her. I stared at the card in my hand, desperately wishing she would take it back. It felt like a death sentence, but looking into Shea's eyes, I knew I was stuck with it. I looked at her and asked directly, Shea, were you among the first batch of survivors to arrive in this world? Since it seemed she didn't actually intend to kill me, the paralyzing fear I felt earlier began to ebb away. I decided I might as well be bold and clarify the things I needed to know. After all, a senior who had been here for over 20 years had to possess knowledge far beyond my own. She shook her head, explaining that there were quite a few batches of survivors before her time, though she noted that we rarely encounter them. When I asked why, she snapped her fingers, and several black chains materialized in the air, assembling themselves into a spectral train track. She reminded me that the world we were in is infinite and that all stations represent different worlds. In her era, there was a powerful man who wanted to measure the vastness of the wilderness. He united the strongest conductors of that age to gather resources and boosted his train's speed to levels even she found hard to imagine. Shea clicked her tongue as if recalling a terrifying number. She mentioned that the man had a module, asking if I knew about them yet, and explained that her chains were a module as well. She described them as magic or sci-fi weapons, the best way for a conductor to enhance their power. However, she looked at me and noted that as a level 3 conductor, obtaining modules wouldn't be easy, as they usually only appear in level 5 plus treasure chests, or after specific upgrades. Then, she gave me a scrutinizing gaze asking if I had already obtained a module from my upgrade options, since I had shot so accurately earlier. I could only chuckle sheepishly in response. I had indeed obtained a module, but it wasn't for marksmanship. It was the early departure privilege. I asked what happened to that man and if he ever successfully measured the world. Shea remained silent for a moment before shaking her head. She told me the man died. He had traveled at that unimaginable speed for a full year without ever encountering another train in the wilderness. One day, his friend's avatar simply grayed out, signaling his death and the destruction of his train. But his death wasn't worthless, she added. Because he traveled for a year without finding others, they concluded that the wilderness we traveled through their own distinct worlds. Unless the population in a sector reaches a certain threshold, they won't encounter each other. Suddenly, she produced a lollipop and popped it into her mouth, casually asking if I wanted one. When I thanked her but said I wasn't hungry, she grinned mischievously, telling me I was welcome because she wasn't planning on giving it to me anyway. It was her last one. She removed her nun's hat and stood up, clearly finished with that topic. She told me she would answer one last question before I'd have to find out the rest myself, warning me that my level was too low and knowing too much would only lead to overthinking. Then, contradicting herself, she produced another lollipop. Without waiting for me to speak, she unwrapped it and stuffed it directly into my mouth. It was sweet with a slightly bitter aftertaste, and the cooling sensation made me feel unexpectedly relaxed, wiping away the exhaustion from my earlier escape. When I pointed out that she'd lied about having only one left, she just remarked that the more beautiful a woman is, the better she lies. I crunched the candy and asked my final question. Did she know about the Run Company? I described what I had seen in Doomsday Town and Rainville Villa. She looked confused, admitting she didn't know the company. However, she noted that if I'd seen them across multiple stations, they were likely just one of many forces established by former conductors who grew tired of risking their lives and chose to settle down and influence certain stations. She told me the time was almost up and offered to show me her train. She clapped her hands, and Tina came running from behind the church. The girl happily took my hand and swung it playfully, thanking me for helping them. Shaya casually mentioned that Tina was her puppet, her finest creation. I rubbed my eyes, staring at the girl. She was completely indistinguishable from a real person. I even poked her cheek, wondering if she had once been human. A dark thought crossed my mind about Shea being some sealed demoness, and I realized I'd better stay on her good side, so I wouldn't end up as a puppet myself. Suddenly, the church began to tremble. Shea led Tina to the prayer platform and commanded the system to prepare for departure. I watched in a daze as light screens flashed everywhere. The church itself was the locomotive of her train. She tossed me a black box, calling it a reward for helping her open this world, and promising it would suit my current level. The church finished its transformation into a massive locomotive, and black tracks appeared beneath its wheels. In an instant, we were at the station outside town. I was stunned by the speed. Compared to her, my train moved like a snail. She revealed she was a level 57 conductor, a rank considered formidable even in her era. She explained that while conductor levels go high, everything else, platforms, items, treasure chests, maxes out at level 12. As she finished configuring the controls, she poked my cheek and gave me a final warning: never let the blasphemy card leave my possession. I sensed no malice in her voice, only a strange kind of teasing. I promised I wouldn't lose the one she gave me, and she urged me to synthesize my own soon for the tremendous benefits it would bring. She told me it was time for her to go. She could have taken my train with her, she said, but staying aboard forever would be dull. She invited me to enjoy the land until the docking countdown ended, and told me I could recycle the houses in town as I pleased. Her final request was for me to burn the place down after she left, as she never intended to return to the place that had imprisoned her for 15 years. Tina took my hand and told me it was time to disembark. She was so cute that I couldn't help but pat her head. Remembering her love for white forest fruit, I retrieved 10 blessed fruits for her. She was thrilled, and the aroma caught Shea's attention. I heard Shea muttering to herself about my blessing aura and how a level 3 train could have such rare carriages. She seemed genuinely fascinated by my talent as I carried my gift box outside. Standing on the platform, I saw the full majesty of her level 57 train, the Night Angel. It was a black and white masterpiece of 18 carriages, each exuding a luxury that made my own 2-car train look like a wreck. I felt a surge of genuine envy, though I tried to psych myself up by telling myself I'd surpass her one day. I found a friend request from her on my display. I really wanted to decline, but a forcibly transmitted message from her, complete with a mischievous emoji, made it clear that wasn't an option. I chose survival and accepted, but I sneakily edited her contact name to Golden Retriever. She caught me immediately, calling me a good boy and warning me that she could now track me anywhere. I quickly added a prefix, Evil Woman, Golden Retriever. The Night Angel's engines roared, shaking the town. Fireworks exploded in the sky as Shea bit into a new lollipop. She announced her departure, and the train vanished into the void, leaving Mystic Belltown in silence. I looked at the box she'd given me. It was a level 9 safety box, a 2x2 cube of absolute security that was impervious to damage or forced entry. I was stunned by the generosity. Even empty, the box was worth more than I could say. I quickly changed her contact name to Beautiful Kind-Hearted Lady and pressed my thumb to the center of the box to bind it and see what was inside. The binding notification flashed before my eyes, confirming the process was complete. I checked the safety box and found it categorizing my haul into neat slots. 1 flame stone, 10 kilograms of gold, another 10 of mithril, and finally, 3 vibrant lollipops. It seemed the box operated on a system of quality over quantity, keeping everything organized by type. I looked at the materials and felt a wave of calm. These were exactly what I needed to upgrade the train to level 4. Without my sublimation talent, finding a flamestone this early would have been a near impossible feat. Shea obviously had no inkling of my true abilities, so her gift was a perfectly calculated strategic boost, but the candy was what truly caught my attention. Upon closer inspection, the system identified them as Shea's healing lollipops, a level 8 masterpiece crafted by the Dark Nun herself. Consuming one would form a protective membrane against external damage, while rapidly mending wounds and restoring stamina. The note attached was clear. As long as I wasn't dead, these would ensure I stayed that way. Suddenly, a chime echoed as a message from Shea arrived. She asked if I liked her little surprise, reminding me that the jump from level 3 to level 4 is a major threshold. She explained that for most newcomers, flamestones are incredibly rare until at least the 10th station, so she was effectively saving me weeks of struggle. She warned me not to snack on the lollipops casually, and urged me to stay alive long enough to complete the blasphemy card. I read her words and felt a complicated surge of gratitude. Though I didn't strictly need the head start, I appreciated the gesture. I muttered a quiet thank you to the empty carriage, knowing that if I ever found another fragment of that card, I would stop at nothing to obtain it. I couldn't help but wonder what power would be unleashed if it were ever made whole. Meanwhile, far away in the infinite wilderness, the Night Angel thundered forward. Shea stood at her prayer platform, munching on a fruit while gazing at a horizon that never seemed to change. She received a message from a mysterious contact who expressed surprise at her return after 15 years. Shea simply replied that fate had chosen a new path, and that she was now focused on retribution. When asked about the Run Company, Shea expressed disdain at their reach, only to be told that the Heavenly Organization's inspectors had already vanished. Back in Mystic Belltown, the clock was ticking. I spent the remaining 20 minutes dismantling the houses Shea had left behind, though the manual labor was grueling. I managed to salvage a decent amount of wood, metal, and mechanical parts, though only about 1/10 of the original materials were recoverable. Shaya had designed the safety box to store entire carriages, which was a massive relief, but time was against me. By the time the countdown hit the final 10 minutes, I had to abandon the rest. I checked my resources. 645 kilograms of wood, 770 kilograms of metal, over 500 mechanical parts, and the precious gold and mithril. It was enough for a conventional upgrade, but I had a different gamble in mind. As Wally wobbled back toward me with a mysterious metal cube, curiosity finally won out. The system appraised it as a level 4 treasure chest. I ran my fingers over the cold surface, wondering if Shea had left it for me, or if it was simply a part of the town's hidden loot. I considered waiting until I could sublimate it to level 5, but I felt a strange, nagging resistance. My stamina and mental energy were high, yet something felt fundamentally blocked. I realized then that beyond level 4, everything, from chests to structures, resisted my talent. I refused to accept a plateau. If the talent itself was the limit, then I would simply have to change the talent. I popped one of the healing lollipops into my mouth, feeling my stamina surge back to full in an instant, and placed my hand on the chest. Instead of focusing on the box, I turned my power inward. I would sublimate my own sublimation talent. The world turned red. Blinding screens of warning text appeared as a massive energy surge shrouded the train. Conductors across the entire sector felt a momentary tremor of primal fear. Amidst the chaos of the red light, my consciousness faded into black. I drifted in a void, vaguely aware of distorted system messages. There was an error in the crossroads of fate. Something was trying to correct a selection, then failing. A countdown started. 5 seconds. 4. 3. By the time the timeout hit, the system randomly selected a destination, Hope Valley, a level 4 slaughter station. The train accelerated through the void. More errors appeared as a mysterious force tried to interfere with my departure, attempting to set the countdown to infinity to trap me forever. However, the train system fought back, eliminating the interference and resetting the clock. The new countdown was 10 hours. The station was marked as extremely dangerous. In the quiet of the train, my consciousness finally began to return. The train had already been stopped for 10 minutes when the sunlight streaming through the window hit my face, finally waking me from my deep slumber. The blinding glare forced me to look around in a daze, and as I peered outside, vast stretches of forest filled my vision. It was clear that this was no longer the wilderness, but a platform station. As I became fully conscious, the memories of what happened before I blacked out surged back like a tide. I looked down to find an ironclad chest lying quietly at my feet. It was a level 5 chest, meaning it worked. I had actually succeeded in that dangerous round of self-sublimation. I quickly pulled up my personal interface to check the talent section, and there it was. The description for sublimation had changed to include 4 crucial words. Ignores resistance. It was enough to let me know I had succeeded. A confident smile appeared on my face as I looked toward the Sentinel Tower device at the top of the train. The frustrating sensation of being unable to sublimate items beyond level 4 had vanished, and I realized that the shackles on my talent were finally broken. Despite my excitement, I began to cautiously inspect my surroundings. I vaguely recalled hearing strange sounds while I was unconscious, and I realized this randomly selected platform was a slaughter platform, the very last place I wanted to enter. I had no clue what the actual difference between slaughter and hunting was, considering I had never even stepped foot on a hunting platform. But the mystery was quickly overshadowed by the train system's records. As I read through the logs, my good mood faded, replaced by a heavy weight in my chest. There had been interference. Someone had tampered with my docking platform and duration, and although the train system had erased the meddling, the remaining countdown was staggering. I rubbed my eyes to ensure I hadn't misread the display, but it was real. 10 hours. I was trapped in a warning-level extremely dangerous platform for 10 hours, despite my train's usual stop time being only 5. There was no doubt that an unknown existence had tried to trap me here forever, and while the train system had proven itself fair and trustworthy by clearing that interference, I was still in a bind. My only saving grace was the VIP early departure privilege module, yet even with that, I was looking at 7 more hours in this hell. I took a deep breath to calm myself. Since I was stuck here, the best course of action was to open the level 5 chest, hoping the loot would be enough to overwhelm a level 4 platform. As the lid opened, the rewards manifested: 10 train coins, 2 modules, and 2 level 5 items. The modules were system bind and in-station launch. I used them immediately, noting that they weren't physical cards, and therefore couldn't be sublimated. The system bind module was particularly useful as it permanently moved the control base station's functions to me personally. No longer would I be inconvenienced by having to run back to the locomotive to identify items or check my info. The in-station launch module was equally vital, allowing me to move the train to specific target locations within a station at the cost of 1 train coin per hour. Next, I turned my attention to the Golden Strike card. It was a level 5 item that could increase the power of my next attack by 5 times, but I decided to push it further. I called upon my talent, feeling the drain on my stamina and spirit, though the cost of self-sublimation was notably less than before. It transformed into a level 6 golden critical card, capable of increasing an attack's power by 50 times. The thought of using such a jump in power on an enemy was enticing, so I slipped the card into my pocket, relieved that I wouldn't be helpless against truly formidable monsters. I then picked up the ever-accurate pocket watch. While a watch seemed like a simple reward for a level 5 item, the piece was beautiful, crafted from pure white materials with ornate golden patterns and gemstone hands. It would provide the most precise time in any space-time, making it a handy tool to keep. Suddenly, a loud bang shattered the quiet. I looked toward the sound and saw crimson blood pooling in a clearing among the trees. The corpse of a dog-like monster clutching a dagger in its mouth bobbed to the surface of the blood. The Sentinel Tower's reveal ability had caught it, but the death of a single creature was just the beginning. The tower flared red as locking rings appeared on the ground. Monsters began charging out of the forest toward the train in a relentless wave. The gunfire became a constant roar as the Sentinel Tower went to full power, precisely targeting and killing every creature that entered the 100-meter forbidden zone. I breathed a little easier seeing the defense hold, but my heart grew heavier with every shot. If I hadn't possessed the Sentinel Tower and its reveal ability, I likely would have been torn apart by monsters sneaking into the train already. I found myself wondering about the true nature of this platform. In this world, the difference between hunting and slaughter was thin. While hunting meant killing the enemy, slaughter could easily mean being the one waiting in despair to be butchered. This encirclement was clearly designed by that unknown interference to ensure I died in this forest. I sat in the quiet of my carriage, staring at the screens with a cold, unwavering resolve, because whoever wanted me dead was going to be sorely disappointed. I had already decided that no matter how dangerous this place claimed to be, it was still just a level 4 platform, and I was far from helpless. As the initial wave of slaughter began to taper off and the monster's desperate siege finally ceased, I climbed onto the roof of the train. I reached out to touch the warning device that was still hot from firing, and decided that a level 5 defense should be more than enough to handle a level 4 station. I initiated a sublimation, watching my spirit drop from 90 to 40, but the results were instantaneous and successful. The device transformed into a sentinel guard, and the jump in power was undeniable. It could now be armed with up to 9 different weapons and was capable of appearing anywhere on the train, extending its surveillance range to a full 150 meters. It would now automatically lock onto any hostile targets and dispel their illusions or stealth, while even possessing the ability to briefly detach and pursue threats. Best of all, I could activate an overlimit mode for a single train coin to double its attack speed if things grew truly dire. However, I wasn't finished with the upgrades. My level 4 installations weren't limited to the roof, so I moved to the third carriage where the surveillance device sat idle. It had seen little use while the sentinel handled everything outside, but I knew I had to be prepared for the worst, because the sentinel's eyes didn't cover the train's interior. If a monster managed to bypass the external detection, the surveillant would be my final line of defense. I poured 40 points of stamina and 10 of spirit into it, successfully sublimating it into an illusion surveillant. It was now capable of monitoring every corner of the train, sounding alarms and releasing disorienting illusions to trap any intruder. After 3 consecutive sublimations, a heavy exhaustion settled over me, yet I forced myself to keep moving. I returned to the lead carriage to gather both the mithril cross and the pure earthbound stone. While the mechanical sensors handled physical threats, these 2 items would be my shield against anything supernatural. I knew the pure earthbound stone still had untapped potential for one last sublimation, but with my energy so depleted, I had to be patient and wait for my recovery. I donned my bulletproof armor and tightened my grip on my black gloss pistol, preparing as thoroughly as possible. I was leaving this station alive, no matter the cost. Before settling in, I remembered one more thing and activated Wally. Since I was already trapped here, it would be a waste not to gather whatever resources I could. With the preparations finally complete, I realized I was absolutely starving. I took meat and vegetables from my storage and set up a grill just outside the train, preparing lunch amidst the occasional sound of distant gunfire. After being unconscious for an entire day, I felt I truly deserved a proper meal. While the food sizzled, I checked the system logs and was surprised to find several updates following the completion of the 5th station. The restrictions on private trading and listing items on the trading platform from within a station had finally been lifted, and I could now list up to 5 items at once. This was excellent news, although I felt a brief pang of regret for missing the trading window while I was out cold. The private chat interface began to flicker with messages from my few contacts. Shangguan Yingshui reached out first, asking if I had felt the tremors, but her abrupt apology afterward left me puzzled about what had happened during my blackout. Zhao Lin also messaged me, thanking me for the help with her upgrade and sharing a photo of the snack shop she had reached for her 6th station. I felt a flicker of envy at her haul of snacks and alcohol, but I remained skeptical of her luck conservation talent. After all, good luck was always shadowed by inevitable misfortune, and for all I knew, she might end up in a place like this next. Finally, I saw a message from Li Xiaosheng, who was still peddling his empty alliance and claiming he would be the first to reach a level 3 train. He offered future help in exchange for my weapons, but the proposal was nothing more than a hollow promise from a man who acted like a shady corporate boss. Remembering the fishing rod incident, I realized he was a waste of time and promptly deleted him from my friend list. As I scrolled through my contacts, I noticed several names had turned gray, signifying destroyed trains and lost lives, which served as a grim reminder of Shea's warnings. I cleared the remaining chats and posted a bulk purchase request for gunpowder in the public channel, noting that only 2,453 survivors remained out of the original 10,000. The responses were slow, likely because many were still exploring without the modules that allowed them to access the system away from their trains. This was fine by me, as it meant my message wouldn't be buried. An hour had passed since I docked. Thanks to the Sentinel's efficiency, the 150-meter radius around the train had become a localized sanctuary. I sat there enjoying my grilled meat, a white forest fruit, and an iced beer I had traded from Zhao Lin. For a moment, it felt almost like a vacation in a scenic wood, and I chose to ignore the faint metallic scent of blood lingering in the air. After eating and drinking my fill, my mind began to clear, and I realized that while this slaughter platform seemed to demand only a passive defense, that didn't mean I was forced to sit idly by. The monster corpses left in the wake of my sentinel guards were more than just eyesores. If I could collect and recycle them at the processing station, they would undoubtedly yield some valuable gains. Without hesitation, I took action. I purchased a large bamboo basket on the trading platform, threaded some ropes through it to sling it over my back, and tied a sharp dagger to the end of a wooden stick to create a simple hooked sickle. During the brief lulls after the sentinel had finished its grim work, I hurried out into the clearing to drag the carcasses back to the train. One by one, the remains of level 2 blackhorn hunting dogs, level 3 swift fierce snakes, and level 3 assassin lizards were fed into the processing station. The harvest was substantial. I obtained 10 portions of hunting dog meat, 5 of snake meat, and 10 of lizard meat. Beyond the food, I recovered specialized materials, like an assassin lizard skin, which promised to slightly reduce my presence when carried, and a corrosive hunting dog dagger. I quickened my pace, moving freely within the 150-meter safety zone, confident that as long as I stayed within the Sentinel's lock-on range, these monsters couldn't touch me. So far, the slaughter platform had provided more of a bounty than a burden, as my level 5 Sentinel guards proved overwhelmingly dominant against any creature level 4 or lower. Even when an occasional beast tide attempted to swarm the perimeter, a quick activation of the overlimit mode was enough to repel them effortlessly. Between the automated defenses and my own prowess as a marksman, aided by the judgment of gunfire module and armor-piercing rounds, the forest had essentially become my personal slaughterhouse. I knew my equipment was powerful enough to pierce even Shea's puppets, so these flesh-and-blood monsters stood no chance. However, after 5 hours of constant engagement, the danger revealed itself in the form of my ammunition count. I had started with nearly 1,000 rounds, but despite our perfect accuracy, fewer than 400 remained. As the sky began to darken, the monsters seemed to grow more wary. The sight of their fallen kin and the heavy scent of blood in the air acted as a warning, keeping them wandering just outside the death zone as if they were waiting for something to change. I checked my gemstone inlaid pocket watch. The time was 1812. With night approaching, I had no intention of pushing my luck further into the woods. I lit a campfire with my lighter and prepared a fresh piece of snake meat, skewering it over the flames. My efforts had netted me 810 kilograms of various meats, now safely stored in my units, where the storage carriage's unique properties would keep them from rotting. As the meat roasted, I pulled up the system light screen to check the chat room. The survivor count had dropped to 2,044. It seemed the 6th station had claimed many more lives while I was occupied. The chat was a frantic mix of panic and desperation, with people realizing the next night's survival event was imminent. Some were terrified, still stuck with level 1 trains and lacking the resources to upgrade to the 40km speed required to outrun the coming darkness. I watched as people begged for metal and parts, willing to trade every scrap of food and water they possessed just to survive the night. Others pointed toward Li Shaoshang's alliance, though the reports were grim. He was charging sky-high prices, demanding a train coin for a mere 15 kilograms of metal. His lackeys were in the chat defending the Brother Li monopoly, claiming only he was brave enough to sell materials now, even as they hiked the price to 10 kilograms per coin. Looking at the 2,000 remaining conductors, I realized about a tenth of them were still trapped behind that level 1 threshold. Whether through poor choices or sheer misfortune, they were now desperate enough to spend anything to bridge the gap. I still had 16 train coins, but I knew the next round of upgrades would be expensive. If there was an opportunity to earn more, I wasn't going to pass it up. I composed a message and sent it into the fray, offering 30 kilograms of metal or wood, or 20 mechanical parts, for a single train coin. My prices were far more reasonable than Li Shaosheng's, and I made it clear that quantities were limited and the terms were non-negotiable. The reaction was instantaneous. While some called me a bloodsucker, the majority of the chat recognized the value. Desperate conductors flooded my private messages, while Li Shaosheng's supporters tried to trash my reputation, only to be shut down by those grateful for a fair alternative. I ignored the petty squabbles entirely. My listings on the trading interface sold out in a heartbeat, and in an instant, my wealth grew by another 10 train coins. The chat room remained a cacophony of noise, filled with voices begging for material listings, while a relentless flood of private messages overwhelmed my inbox. I decided to list another batch of resources, but the return was meager. Only 3 train coins. It wasn't that the demand had vanished, but rather that almost no one actually possessed the coins anymore. Treasure chests were becoming a rare luxury in this world. Reflecting on my own journey, I realized that without Wally's specialized assistance, the only chest I likely would have found was that initial one from the armory. No chests meant no coins, and no coins meant a lack of resources for the upgrades essential to surviving the next night. It was a cycle of certain death for many, but I reminded myself that it had nothing to do with me. I couldn't save everyone. Listing materials was a business move to harvest what few coins remained. In my eyes, if a conductor couldn't manage their first upgrade after 6 stations, they simply weren't cut out for this environment. As I scanned the desperate pleas for trades, I noticed a recurring pattern. Almost none of them offered anything of value to prove they were worth the effort. Then, a message from someone named Pang Wenxuan caught my eye. He claimed to have only 1 blueprint left and was desperate for 30 kilograms of metal to save his train. A blueprint was always worth a look, though I found it strange that even a low-tier one hadn't fetched him resources from someone else. I asked what it was, and he responded with frantic gratitude, sending over the details for a level 1 wooden bow. I had to take back my earlier curiosity. It was no wonder he couldn't sell it. In an age of guns and crossbows, how many people actually knew how to handle a bow? It required skill and strength, unlike the simple aim and pull mechanics of a firearm. And this didn't even include arrows. Still, a blueprint was a blueprint. While it was useless to the masses, it held potential for me. I agreed to the trade. Pang Wen-xuan wept with joy at my acceptance, calling me a good person and promising repayment. I merely scratched my head at the good person label. These days, such a remark felt more like an insult than a compliment. I didn't dwell on his promise of repayment, as I suspected this would be our final interaction. If he was only just reaching level 2 now, the escalating difficulty would likely swallow him whole. Once the transaction was complete, I turned to my true goal, sublimation. A trash tier level 1 blueprint could become something far more formidable in my hands. I poured a small amount of spirit into it, watching the level 1 bow evolve into a level 2 black hardwood bow. I checked the requirements, 10 kilograms of wood and a bit of fiber, and crafted it immediately. Then I pushed it further. With another 10 points of spirit, the weapon transformed into a level 3 floral enchanted wooden bow. It was a peculiar, beautiful thing, adorned with floral patterns and capable of consuming spirit to craft its own energy arrows with a minor auto-aim feature. I drew the string, watching a pale pink arrow materialize and fire, piercing through a distant monster with impressive power. It was comparable to my armor-piercing rounds, but I still preferred my guns. Regardless, this enchanted bow would fetch a handsome price if I chose to sell it. I wiped all the unfamiliar private messages from my screen. Unconcerned with the pleas of strangers, I knew that charging a train coin for 30 kilograms of scrap already proved I was no saint. However, I left my friend's messages untouched, noticing one from Shangguan Yingshui. She was looking for bullets and offered gunpowder in exchange. She was always a pleasant, well-supplied partner, so the timing was perfect. I offered her 10 level 3 bullets for every 500 grams of gunpowder, mentioning that I'd cover the cost of the crafting metal myself. She agreed instantly, asking for 100 rounds. I was genuinely surprised she had managed to stockpile so much gunpowder. It meant she was providing enough raw material for me to craft 1,000 bullets. Trading with her was truly a delight. With the deal closed, I set to work at the processing station. Any concerns I had about my ammunition levels for the station vanished as I loaded fresh rounds into my sentry guns, ensuring maximum security. As I watched the snake meat sizzle over the grill, oil dripping and salt sparkling, I tapped out a message to her. I asked about the tremor she had mentioned earlier, explaining that I had been unconscious yesterday after getting badly hurt at a station. She seemed taken aback, apologizing for thinking I had been ignoring her. She described the tremor, which hit around 5:50 p.m. the previous day, as something terrifying, like a primal fury. I noted the time. It was exactly when I had left Mystic Belltown. I thanked her for the information and asked if she'd found anything good at her last station. She sent over a screenshot of a level 2 froststone, an item capable of freezing liquids in a container. She offered it to me for 60 bullets or 2 train coins, and I found myself considering the luxury of a cold drink in this heat. This was truly a prize of immense value. Without a dedicated water tank, high temperatures in this wasteland would cause any stored water to spoil and rot with alarming speed. But if I could maintain the temperature at the freezing point, that decay could be delayed indefinitely. Beyond mere survival, the luxury of this item during a heat wave was undeniable. After all, who could possibly resist an ice-cold beer while the world outside was scorching? I realized I had almost overlooked a key asset, so I returned to the train compartment and began rummaging through my stored blueprints until I found my target. I had obtained this from the upgrade options after my very first train enhancement. Although I had only constructed it once, its necessity in this world was absolute. I immediately thought of Shangguan Yingshui, that woman who seemed to have an inexplicable, almost elemental connection with water. She would likely love this. I sent over the description of the basic water tank and asked if she would like to buy it. She was interested immediately, asking how many train coins it would cost. I told her 2. She hesitated, protesting that she didn't have that many and asking if she could buy it on credit, especially since she thought 2 coins was expensive for a basic tank. I told her she could trade other items instead, but as for credit, I asked her what she honestly thought of that idea. Shangguan Yingshui clearly knew credit was a fantasy in this world. After a moment of hesitation, she made her move, offering an ice condensation pearl instead. I was internally stunned. She agreed just like that? She didn't even try to bargain. I patted the iron frame of a basic water tank, knowing that, to put it bluntly, this thing was just a lump of iron with a few special functions. The blueprint had only cost me 1 train coin, yet I was effectively about to sell a single unit for a value of 3. Appearances truly could be deceiving. When she asked if I was uninterested, I told her the trade was acceptable and to wait a moment. If she was willing to pay that much, I certainly wasn't going to refuse. I took the blueprint and the necessary materials to the processing station and began crafting. A brand new water tank materialized just as her trade request arrived. I accepted and the exchange was complete. I picked up the ice condensation pearl and weighed it in my hand. This wasn't bad at all. I planned to buy some beer and drinks from Xiaolin later, though I couldn't help but wonder if she would even survive until the next stop. But first, there was the matter of sublimation. I felt my spirit drop from 104 to 84 as the pearl transformed. Level 3 can condense water into ice and manipulate its shape. The description intrigued me. I wondered if this meant I could finally wield some real power. I cleared my throat, struck what I thought was a suitably impressive pose, and pointed the ice vein pearl at the water tank, commanded an ice sword to appear. The fresh water inside slowly hummed and condensed into a long sword of pure ice. I reached out to grab the hilt, but the moment my fingers brushed it, the blade shattered into 1,000 useless shards. It was utter garbage. I had expected to be casting magic, but this was a letdown. Still, I didn't feel it was a complete loss. I had practically gotten the pearl for free, so there was no real harm done. I checked the chat interface again and my gaze fell upon the floral enchanted wooden bow resting beside me. I hesitated for a second before sending a screenshot of the weapon to Shengguan Yingshui, offering it for 4 train coins or something of equal value. She seemed to freeze at the offer, replying that she was broke, and that the price was too high. I countered confidently, telling her it wasn't expensive at all for a level 3 weapon that completely outclassed any monster we had encountered so far. I reminded her again that she could trade items of equal value as she lacked coins. She sounded resentful, asking why I hadn't mentioned the bow earlier. If I had offered it from the start, she wouldn't have wasted her resources on bullets. I shamelessly maintained the deception, telling her I had only just remembered it and pointing out that she was the one who had asked for bullets in the first place. I told her that if she couldn't trade, I would just find another buyer. I was still probing her limits. Compared to Zhao Lin, Shengguan Yingshui seemed far luckier. She was, after all, the first conductor besides myself to upgrade her train. She likely had more hidden away. I asked her if she had found anything else in that treasure chest from the last station besides the pearl, adding a casual note that I wasn't hinting she should trade them. My words must have stung, because I could almost feel her urge to delete me from her contacts through the screen. She probably wondered if I really thought she was that desperate. It was just a level 3 weapon after all. It wasn't as if she absolutely needed it. Then, a screenshot appeared. Level 2. Consumes 2 spirit points to predict the next day's weather at noon. She made it clear that if I wouldn't sell for that, she was done. She had truly offered everything she could. It wasn't out of desperation, but a level 3 weapon was an incredible temptation for someone still navigating with a level 2 train. She had decided that if I refused this time, she wouldn't offer another scrap. I replied immediately, telling her that since we had traded so much already, I would do her a favor and accept the deal. Despite my composed reply, I was beaming with joy. I had struck gold again. I had taken a blueprint obtained for a mere 30 kilograms of scrap and flipped it for what amounted to 3 train coins. I was starting to feel like a business genius. The trade went through smoothly. The fresh water filled my tank, and a white sunny doll appeared in my hand. It was actually quite cute. I didn't wait long before initiating another sublimation. My spirit fell from 84 to 69. Level 3. Consumes 1 spirit point to predict today's and tomorrow's weather at any time. The upgrade was perfect. I could now check the weather whenever I wanted rather than waiting for noon, and the cost was halved. Its appearance remained the same, so I hung it up in my climate-controlled resting compartment. This string of trades had brought me significant gains, not a total transformation perhaps, but a massive accumulation of wealth. I now had 30 train coins in my possession. I briefly considered sublimating the train again, but I decided it was better to wait until I had left the station. It simply wasn't safe here. Having made up my mind, I stepped out of the compartment, only to be hit by a sudden pungent odor. I sniffed the air, and my expression shifted to one of horror. My meat was ruined. The snake meat I had been roasting was completely charred and inedible. I sighed, realizing I would have to start over. As I prepared to relight the grill, I realized that Wally still hadn't returned after all this time. I couldn't help but wonder if the little guy had actually died out there. I could practically feel the waves of fury radiating from Li Xiaosheng as the chat room remained in an uproar. He was clearly beyond incensed, likely wearing an expression of pure disgust after realizing I had actually deleted him from my friends list. To make matters worse for him, I was selling materials at prices that undercut his own, which he undoubtedly saw as a deliberate attempt to oppose his authority. He likely felt like he'd swallowed a fly seeing that glaring notification, muttering threats about making me regret my choices while he sat surrounded by his hoard of basic wood and metal. He let out a triumphant laugh, convinced he was the chosen one because he could upgrade every 3 stations, and immediately initiated his transition to level 3. However, his arrogance likely hit a wall the moment he looked at the new requirements. I could imagine his frown as he stared at the names he didn't recognize: Flamestones, Gold, and Mithril. His talent, as powerful as it seemed, evidently had its limits. It allowed him to pinpoint basic resources like metal and wood, but it couldn't touch the exotic materials required for higher tiers. He was finding out the hard way that his path wouldn't be as smooth as he'd imagined. While he was fuming, I was finally getting the chance to eat. During the 6-hour stopover, I spent my time blowing ashes off a piece of snake meat, the rich aroma making my mouth water despite only having basic salt for seasoning. The monsters outside had been strangely passive during this entire period. Even when I proactively took shots at them with my rifle, they would only scatter and retreat back to their 150-meter perimeter. It felt as though they were practicing a patient siege, simply waiting for me to make a mistake. As I chewed on the meat and rubbed my chin in contemplation, a rustling sound came from the nearby brush. I didn't reach for my gun because the sentinel guard remained silent, recognizing the source. Wally approached from the distance, wobbling on his tracks, and I greeted him by noting that I'd almost thought he'd gotten himself killed out there. The little robot couldn't speak, but he presented me with a tree stump that the system appraised as a level 4 treasure chest. My mood shifted instantly as I patted his metal head and praised his consistent performance. I didn't open the chest right away, instead discarding my meal and boarding the train while jokingly advising him not to lead any monsters back next time. Almost on cue, an earth-shaking howl erupted from the woods. A white wolf the size of a grown man appeared, and the moment it crossed into the sentry's perimeter, a storm of bullets began to hammer its body. The sentinel guard had clearly determined that this wasn't an ordinary target. The creature, identified as a level 4 lightning wolf, yelped in pain as electricity crackled across its fur. Its speed exploded as it activated a lightning armor skill, closing the distance to within 50 meters of the train in a heartbeat. I didn't hesitate to trigger the overdrive mode, dissolving a train coin into golden light to double the sentry's firing rate. The 5 rifles transformed into a makeshift minigun, shredding the wolf in a relentless hail of lead. Within 3 seconds, the threat was neutralized. The sentry didn't stop there, however, as the other monsters that had been waiting outside began to follow the wolf's lead. It seemed they had been waiting for this alpha to breach the line. 30 seconds of overdrive turned hundreds of charging creatures into unidentifiable minced meat. I looked at the carnage and felt a twinge of regret over the ruined fur, though I hoped recycling might salvage something. I dragged the bloodied wolf carcass back to the train for processing, and acquired a lightning wolf fur, 10 bones, and a fang. It was a substantial harvest, even if the meat had been turned into a useless pulp by the firepower. I realized then that the white wolf had been a true gatekeeper. It had endured 100 meters of constant fire before I was forced to use overdrive, and I knew that any ordinary level 3 conductor would have been torn apart by such a beast. I was simply a bit stronger than the rest. I looked through the window at the sky, silently telling whoever had tried to kill me at this station that I was sorry to disappoint them. When the countdown finally reached the 3-hour mark, my early departure privilege turned colorful on the display, allowing me to relax. I didn't leave immediately though. Since the wolf was dead and the other monsters were too terrified to approach the perimeter, I saw an opportunity to gather more resources. A forested valley was a gold mine for timber, and I wasn't going to waste the remaining time. I shouldered my axe and brought out the safety case Shea had given me. Its loose definition of a single item meant I could store entire trees in its grid. I spent the next 2 hours chopping and transporting, successfully hauling back 500 kilograms of wood. With 30 minutes left, the VIP early departure prompt appeared as a massive button on my screen. I cast one last glance at the dark, silent forest before slapping the button. Spatial distortions rippled ahead as the tracks extended and the train accelerated into the void. We passed through the darkness until bright moonlight finally streamed through the windows, marking our arrival at 10:30 p.m. The announcement confirmed that all conductors had officially left the 6th platform. The loud broadcast echoed through the carriages, forcing the remaining 2,000 conductors to pause their frantic activities and turn toward the source of the announcement in collective surprise. The voice was cold and final as it declared that any conductor with a train below level 2 would perish during the upcoming night survival, and that the survivors would proceed to a trading platform at Station 7. There, we would be allowed to purchase a single item matching our train's current level, provided we had the train coins to afford it. Most importantly, the broadcast warned that Sector E3 was about to drop below the 2,000-person threshold, meaning a sector merger would occur after the next station. A friendly reminder followed, noting that night survival would begin at midnight sharp and last for 2 hours and 30 minutes, along with a special warning. Any damage sustained by the train would decrease its speed, necessitating prompt repairs. This lengthy announcement hammered at the hearts of the conductors, and I watched as the chat room overflowed with desperate pleas for resources. Yet, at this critical juncture, no one was extending a helping hand. While the others were terrified that even a level 2 upgrade might not keep them safe if they took damage, these concerns meant nothing to me. As I returned to the endless wasteland, a glowing screen materialized before my eyes, offering congratulations for leaving the level 4 slaughter platform despite the interference I had faced. The train system actually offered an apology for the sabotage I experienced, and as compensation, I received a free processing module. I swiped the screen to accept it, grumbling to myself that it would have been nice to have this earlier. If I had been able to summon the processing station anywhere during the last station, I wouldn't have exhausted myself hauling lumber and monster corpses back and forth. Despite my brief complaint, my focus quickly shifted to the tree stump in my hands, or more accurately, the level 4 treasure chest Wally had recovered. Night survival was an afterthought to me. I had far more important matters to attend to. I initiated a sublimation, and as my stamina dropped to 50 and my spirit to 95, the box transformed into a level 5 treasure chest. 50 points felt like a bargain compared to my previous experiences, and I eagerly opened the lid. The rewards were substantial: 10 train coins, a level 4 lightning assault conductor module, a level 5 weapon conversion card, and a blueprint for lightning wolf leather boots. The lightning assault module was particularly intriguing, as it would allow me to consume stamina to envelop my body in lightning for a burst of super speed, providing an excellent way to dodge or escape. The boot blueprint also held great potential, especially since the memory of that white wolf's ferocity was still fresh in my mind. However, my attention was truly captured by the weapon conversion card. It had the power to transform any weapon into a level 5 version of itself using the original as a template. I drew my black gloss pistol, a weapon that had been my constant companion across multiple stations, and remained effective even in high-level areas. I decided to push the limits once more, sublimating the card itself. The process was grueling, consuming 70 points of my energy and leaving me washed in exhaustion, but the result was the enchanted Heaven's Reaper weapon conversion card. Without hesitation, I pressed the card against my pistol. A brilliant intertwining of black and white radiance erupted, as if angels and demons were manifesting simultaneously within my carriage. The pistol floated mid-air, vibrating with a hum that made the entire train shudder until the light dissipated to reveal a glossy black firearm engraved with celestial and demonic wings. It was now a level 6 masterpiece with the Heaven's Reaper enchantment, capable of absorbing life force from kills to heal me and restore my energy. It could fire black armor-piercing rounds for spirit, or white explosive rounds for stamina, and even combine the two for a devastating dual-colored shot. I decided to name it Black Ebony, honoring a fond memory from a game I once played. To test its power, I opened the window and scanned the frozen landscape until I spotted a mummy monster in the distance. I expended a point of stamina and fired a white bullet. Upon impact, the creature didn't just fall, it detonated in an explosion that far surpassed the destructive power of a grenade. I chose not to sublime the rest of the items for now, wary of what materials the enhanced boost might require, but I used the leftover wolf pelt to craft some incredibly comfortable bedding. With my missions accomplished, I lay back on my bed and hummed a cheerful tune. Midnight had already passed and I could hear the monsters chasing the train outside, but while the rest of the world was desperately fighting to see tomorrow, for me it was just another ordinary evening. My path was clear. Tomorrow I would finally reach level 4. The distant screams of those who had failed to reach the second level echoed across the wilderness as the night claimed them, and I could only listen to their desperate, futile pleas for help. Those who hadn't upgraded became nothing more than prey for the monsters, and even some who had managed to enhance their trains met tragic ends when damage slowed them down enough to be overtaken. It was a cold reminder of the world we now inhabited, but as the morning sun began to stream into my carriage, those horrors felt a world away. I went through my morning routine with a sense of calm, washing my face and preparing a warm breakfast while the soft light filled the train. The sunny doll had been right about the weather, and as I opened the window to let the cool, mild breeze flow in, I had to admit it was the most comfortable day I'd experienced since arriving here. I checked the sentry tower's logs and saw that we had spent 70 bullets during the night survival period. It was fewer than I expected, but some side-on attacks had still managed to scuff the train's flank. I made a mental note to prioritize avoiding damage in the future, as repairs were a drain on my precious materials. My personal stats were fully restored, sitting at a perfect 100 stamina and 120 mental energy. I finished the last bite of my white forest fruit and rubbed my hands together with a surge of anticipation, ready to see what the 4th level of train upgrades had in store for me. I walked to the locomotive and placed my hand on the original control interface, maintaining the ritual even though my new system modules made the physical contact unnecessary. The command for sublimation drained 30 points of stamina and 70 points of mental energy, but the result was worth the cost. I was now the conductor of a level 4 train, a milestone that earned me the title of Upgrade Master and a conductor enhancement card for breaking yet another record. My talent had significantly mitigated the drain of the process. Without that self-enhanced efficiency, an upgrade of this magnitude might have left me completely hollow. I was somewhat surprised to be the first in the sector to reach this level. After all, Shea had given me a flamestone, so I assumed other veterans might have similar influences on new survivors. It seemed I was wrong, and that Shea's intervention had been a true anomaly in a world where the old guard rarely interfered with the new. After the upgrade, my train speed jumped by another 20 kilometers, but the real intrigue lay in the new purchase options. I stared at the screen, my face filling with silent questions, as I looked at the prices. A luxury dream bed for 5 coins, a space enhancement for 8, an anywhere door module for 6, and a smart chip for 10. Buying everything would cost 29 train coins, nearly wiping out my entire savings. I couldn't help but wonder if the system was tailoring these costs specifically to my current wealth. It was ridiculously expensive, and I winced at the thought of spending so much. But I knew these opportunities might never return. I evaluated each one carefully. The luxury dream bed promised optimal rest and a guarantee against nightmares, which was a dream compared to the back-straining metal slab I had been using. I purchased it immediately. The space enhancement was an obvious choice as well, reminding me of the expansive interior of Shea's church carriage, so I added that to my cart along with the anywhere door module, which would allow me to move between any carriage with ease. When I reached the smart chip, I hesitated. The idea of granting Wally basic artificial intelligence was tempting, but I forced myself to be pragmatic. I only had 20 coins left, and with a trading station approaching where I might need currency, I couldn't afford to go broke. I decided to let Wally wait for now, confident that I could replenish my coins over the next few stations. Once the purchases were finalized, the train felt noticeably roomier, the extra meter in every dimension making a world of difference. I moved the new bed into the temperature-controlled carriage that served as my bedroom. Without the space upgrade, it would have been a tight fit, I collapsed onto the mattress, feeling the soft, resilient material dissolve the lingering tension in my muscles. I checked my interface one last time and saw my recovery rates ticking upward, confirming that prioritizing my own rest over Wally's brain was definitely the right call. After resting for a while, I sat up from the bed, feeling the newfound comfort of the luxury dream bed already working its magic. My recent upgrade rewards were not limited to just physical comforts, as a new notification caught my eye. It was a title, Upgrade Master, awarded to me for being the first conductor in the sector to reach level 4. The description noted it as a recognition of my outstanding performance, and more practically, it promised to make it easier to gain the trust of any natives I might encounter. Trust is a rare currency in this world, so I equipped it immediately, though I knew I'd have to wait until the next station to see if it actually smoothed over any introductions. Finally, I turned my attention to the reward for breaking the level 4 record, a conductor enhancement card. It promised to boost my mental and physical stamina by 10 points, which was perfect for someone like me who constantly burns through energy for sublimations. However, unlike some modules that existed only as digital data, this card had a physical form, which meant I could push it further. I funneled 35 points of mental energy into it, watching it transform into an advanced conductor enhancement card. Now, the potential boost had doubled to 20 points. I held the card between 2 fingers and pressed it close to my heart, choosing to enhance my physical stamina first. The card dissolved into tiny red particles of light that merged into my skin, sending an indescribable wave of comfort through my body that lasted for several minutes. When the process finished, my physical stamina limit had jumped from 100 to 120. Clenching my fist, I picked up a stray piece of wood and snapped it with a light squeeze. The strength was staggering. If I were back in my old world, I'd be considered a superhuman. It seemed that stamina in this system acted as a catch-all for physical power and speed, just as mental stamina likely governed more than just focus. I decided not to overthink the mechanics for now, as I needed to recover my condition before the next stop. The clock struck 1 p.m., the scheduled time for station entry, yet the familiar spatial distortion was nowhere to be found. I leaned against the window and flicked my fingers, opening the public chat to see that the survivor count had dwindled to 1,735. Over 200 people had vanished in a single night. The chat was a buzz of confusion and anxiety about the lack of a station, but soon enough, the cold, mechanical female voice of the broadcast broke the silence. She announced that Station 7 would be a public trading station where all conductors would stop. But there was a catch. We had to travel 300 kilometers to reach it, and there were only 20 parking tracks available. It was a first-come, first-served race, and to make matters worse, we were warned to expect monster attacks designed to slow our progress. The chat room exploded instantly. Many complained that level 2 trains, capped at 40 kilometers high, stood no chance against Li Xiaosheng, who had bragged about reaching level 3 in its 60 kilometers top speed. I watched Li Xiaosheng bask in the praise of his alliance members, promising to report back once he arrived first. A smirk curved my lips as I did the math. A level 2 train would take 7.5 hours, while Li's level 3 would take 5. My level 4 train could make it in 3 hours and 45 minutes at its base speed of 80 kilometers, but I had no intention of being that slow. I still had my red triple-speed train acceleration device and a stockpile of bullets I'd never had a reason to use. I retrieved a silver-white acceleration bullet, thick as a baby's arm, and used the anywhere door to step directly into the locomotive. I loaded the shell, felt the device rise, and initiated the boost. A powerful surge of momentum pushed me back into my seat as the wilderness began to blur. When the monsters mentioned in the broadcast appeared to block my path, they didn't even have time to react. At 240 kilometers per hour, the train simply smashed them into unidentifiable meat patties. In 10 minutes, I had already covered 40 kilometers. I loaded a second bullet and kept the pressure on. Thanks to that sustained burst of speed, it took me only 3 hours to see the massive silhouette of the station rising from the wasteland. Just as I approached, the crossroads of fate flickered to life, offering me a choice between the novice trading zone for levels 1-3 or the regular trading zone for levels 4-6. I didn't hesitate to choose the latter. The train began to slow as I passed through a semi-transparent dome, the tracks shifting to divert me toward a much larger, more imposing station. A welcoming message identified me by name and ID, confirming my arrival at the transit station. I looked at the system screen and blinked in surprise. The parking countdown was marked as infinite, and the danger level was non-existent. Infinite parking time in a place with no danger seemed too good to be true. After the train stops at the trading platform, I stand staring at the system light screen, the word infinite written in the docking column refusing to make sense to me. Infinite docking. Does this world really hand out a free choice to stop? Just like that. I do not believe it for a second. While I am still puzzling over the line, a slight knocking sound reaches my ears, and I look up to see a figure of indistinguishable gender standing before the train door, wearing a white smiling face mask and a black military cap, waving at me. The vigilant sentry has not been triggered, so this is a person, not a monster. The smiling man tilts his head. His height of nearly 2 meters makes him look like a small mountain. He claps his white-gloved hands together and bows. He greets me with a soft welcome, addressing me as a respectable train captain and announcing that the guide for transit station platform number 2 is sincerely at my service. I ask what a guide does. He straightens up and points one hand toward the building behind him. He says he is naturally here to lead me into the shopping hall so the station can earn train coins from my hands. Of course, he can also answer some of my doubts. I tell him he certainly is honest, and he thanks me for the compliment. I climb off the train and close the door, the sentry left behind to keep anyone from messing with the carriage. I ask what the price is for the answers, and he replies that there is no price. Answering my doubts is reasonable conduct for a guide, though it would be even better if I were willing to spend more train coins. On the way to the shops, I ask the question I am most concerned about. Why does this station exist in the wilderness, and what does the infinite docking time mean? Does it really mean I can stay here and never continue? The smiling man pauses, and even through the mask I feel a playful gaze landing on me. Then it vanishes in a flash. He tells me that traveling stations have always existed in this world. There is no why about it, and as for the docking time, yes, I can indeed stay here, abandon the train, and remain forever. He asks, with something like naked malice rolling off him, whether I wish to stay. I tell him never mind. He shakes his head and says, "What a pity." We arrive before the shopping hall and he bends down, pulls a card from his chest, and swipes it at the entrance. The doors slide open and the scene of the hall appears before me. He gestures me inside. As I step in, a light screen drops from midair, displaying my information in full view. Serial number E3-1102, name Ye Qian, train level 4. Current station count 7 station, train coin assets 20. I do not care, this kind of information is not precious. I ask what I should do. No response. I look suspiciously at the smiling man and find him standing blankly in place, his eyes behind the mask staring fixedly at me. I ask what's wrong, whether something is off about me. He snaps out of it and in an incredulous tone, sizes me up while saying that this is actually only my 7th station. Truly surprising. He has been at this platform for many years and has never seen anyone reach here so early. The 2nd platform of a traveling station has never been the 7th station for any train captain. And how was I able to reach level 4 already? I tell him I do not see any reason to satisfy his curiosity. My expression stays calm, the leather boots on my feet flickering faint sparks of electricity, in case he forgets that this guest can bite back. He shakes his head and says no, it is not important, and apologizes for being rude. Then he raises a slender palm and, right in front of me, tears off one of his own arms. He calls it his self-punishment and offers to tear off the other if I am still unsatisfied. I tell him no need, I am not that bored. He thanks me, picks up the arm from the ground, and presses it back against the torn wound. Blood-colored sprouts of flesh bond the two together, even the blood on the ground returning to his body. Was this fellow really human? There are 3 paths in the shopping hall. He leads me to the one on the far right, marked above with the numeral VI. He explains that this is the display case for level 6 items, and that, according to the rules, I may purchase 1 item here. He waves his arm and 2 transparent display cases rise on either side of the path. I ask why only 2. He tells me that if I am unsatisfied, I may also choose the level 4 and level 5 areas next door, which have many more items, and failing that, there are low-level trading posts from level 1 to 3. I shrug it off and say let's take a look first. I walk straight between the 2 display cases and call up the light screen. The Great Compassion Heavy Machine Gun, level 6, can use mental power to replace bullets. 10 rounds condensed per point of mental power, deals more damage to evil mental powers demons, and applies an expiation effect to ghosts and anomalies. Price 18 train coins. The Trickster Sword, level 6, consumes 10 points of mental power maximum capacity, can cause a triple reduction effect on mental power identified as life, and doubles the effects of enemy sanity dissipation, self-doubt, and mental madness. Price 18 train coins. So expensive. The smiling man tells me it is worth the price, and he is not wrong about that. But what the hell is this Trickster Sword? Consume my own maximum mental power capacity just to exchange for a reduction in the opponent's. That is a pure case of hurting the enemy a little while crippling oneself. As you wish, I tell him, and the 18 train coins in my hand turn into specks of golden light and merge into the display cabinet. With a soft glow, the dark golden Great Compassion heavy machine gun rises into view. So big, so thick, so cool, and also, so heavy. I try to pick it up and the weight makes me understand exactly why it earns the name. If I hadn't previously increased my stamina by 20 points, which also boosted my strength, lifting it would have been a struggle. The smiling man shows no intention of helping. I have to haul this gun back myself, and luckily I prepared in advance for big-ticket buys, so I take a safety box out of my backpack and slip the heavy machine gun inside. The smiling man stays silent the whole while, his eyes beneath the mask darting around, until he sees me about to leave without rousing him. Only then does he speak, calling me a truly impressive train captain, and asking whether I might do him a favor, although it is not something I can handle right now. If I agree, he will give me another level 6 item for free. I stop in my tracks. What favor, I ask. He shatters the glass of the other display case and lifts the Trickster Sword out. It's very simple, he says. Let me die. The Trickster Sword is handed across to me, a sinister purple aura spreading from its body, faint whispers echoing in my ears. I tell him if he wants to die, he should commit suicide. Why look for me? And besides, I do not think I can kill someone who can repair severed limbs in seconds. He shakes his head. He cannot kill himself. No guide can kill themselves. Hee. Rest assured it does not matter whether I agree or not. As I said, I really cannot kill him right now. Then why, I ask. He says he is gambling. Gambling that I will come back here, and that I will have the ability to grant him release by then. He takes off his mask. A face full of twisted wrinkles and abstract features is exposed. He tells me that he was also a train captain once, but was forced to stay here for some reason, and this is the curse that keeps him here. Terrifying, isn't it? He puts the mask back on. The item has already been taken out, he says, and cannot be returned, so the sword is mine. Even if I forget about all this in the future, just treat it as if he said nothing. He drops the trickster sword at my feet. Should I accept it? Why not? I tell him I cannot guarantee I can do it, nor when I can do it, but if he is willing to try even under those conditions, I agree. He thanks me, that is enough, and bows in a salute, returning to his original posture. He announces that my purchases at the station have concluded, but adds that the station also has some specialty foods from human society that can be bought with train coins, and asks if I would like to try them. I begin to wave it off, saying I am not lacking, when he lists steamed buns, dumplings, hot pot, everything. Only one train coin, an exclusive benefit provided specifically to the first train captain to enter the station. Are you sure you don't need it? A few minutes later, I am sitting in a restaurant looking at the dazzling array of delicacies before me, recalling the messy, too salty or too bland grilled meat I have made over the past few days, swallowing unruly saliva, beginning to feast. 5 hours and 30 minutes after the public platform opens, a dilapidated train enters the transit station from afar. It stops, and Li Shaosheng comes running out in a disheveled state, coughing and cursing the accursed monsters that set his train on fire. Good thing the speed was fast enough. Otherwise he would have been finished. Damn it, his carriages were all destroyed. Now his train only has the engine carriage left. The two carriages that originally stored quite a few resources were ambushed on the way. If it hadn't been for the speed, he would have been blown to pieces along with his cars. He punches the ground, takes a while to calm down, then looks across the empty platform with the corners of his mouth curling up. He declares himself the first. Ha. This time you must buy blueprints that can craft weapons, then trade the blueprints to others for flamestones. Then he can continue to lead. Permanent stop. Who wants to stop? He is the man who is going to become the protagonist. He stands up, sees the building ahead, and strides over. He does not know that everything he does is being watched by someone at this moment. In the ordinary trading zone, there is only one train on the empty platform, and I am sitting leisurely on the roof, enjoying a peaceful sunbath. The smiling man stands silently beside me. I ask him whether he is sure they cannot see this side from over there. Of course, he says. The levels of the trading zones have extremely strict rules. Low-level zones absolutely cannot see anything in higher-level zones. So maybe someone is watching us from a higher trading zone right now, I muse. No, he replies. Transit stations only have two types, novice and ordinary trading zones. Oh, I crack peanuts, watching Li Shaosheng's antics in the novice trading zone with great interest, and ask whether they have a guide too. That guy looks lost. The smiling man shakes his head, then nods. There used to be, but they died later, and he envies the dead. He tells me he is currently moonlighting as guide for both zones, and that he should have appeared in the novice zone, but compared to guiding a group of novices, I am more important to him. Furthermore, he says, the transaction in the novice zone is just a tutorial meant to let new train captains understand the world as much as possible within 10 stations, and the ordinary trading zone was not supposed to open a situation that has only happened once in decades. His look at me is strange. He does not understand how a person upgrades the train to level 4 before 10 stations, nor how I could barge into the ordinary zone. And he has not been mistaken. What he saw earlier was a level 9 safety box, which is even less likely to be something a novice should hold. It is precisely this unreasonableness that makes him hope I might kill him. I take that as something to be a little proud of. By the way, do you want to eat? I ask, holding the last peanut out. He doesn't speak, only silently turns his head away. Sorry, I forgot you can't eat. Tossing the last peanut into my mouth and clapping my hands clean, I summon the light screen, raise my eyes, and stare at him. So, I say, the infinite stop time displayed by the system really is problematic, isn't it? He chooses silence. Understood. I nod and stop asking, because I have already gotten my answer. There is a message notification waiting in the chat background from Zhao Lin. If I remember correctly, this woman's luck is conserved, and right now she should be in a state of bad luck. However, her avatar has not turned gray yet, meaning she is still alive. Though given her good luck at the last station, and her bad luck at this one, I am not sure she can really make it to the station alive. 40 minutes ago. Brother Ye, do you want to meet up when we arrive at the station? How about I bring you snacks and alcohol? 9 minutes ago? Oh no. There are so many mummies blocking the front of my train, but they are so slow like snails. Haha, it seems my bad luck isn't that serious after all. It's just that the alcohol I prepared for you shattered. Sorry about that. Now, alright brother Ye, I've really started to have bad luck. The wheels got caught in a mummy's corpse and the speed has decreased a lot. Can you sell me some repair materials? You know, at the last station for the things I put on the trading platform? I don't know why, but nobody bought them except you. Sure enough, the bad luck has begun. I tell her getting your wheels stuck by a mummy is so like her. Zhao Lin, clutching her gun in a corner and peeking outside from time to check whether monsters are blocking the way ahead, sees the message and grabs hold of it like a lifeline. She tells me she didn't want this either. Brother Ye knows her talent. She was supposed to sell the items she got at the last stop for resources, but no one is buying, and she really doesn't understand why. It seems her bad luck did not just begin at the station. It began the moment her good luck ended. As for why no one bought her snacks, that isn't hard to understand. Among those still alive, except for a very few, who could spare extra resources just to satisfy an appetite. I tell her to just deal with it. She wails that she can't just deal with it. She'll give me all her snacks, please sell her materials for repairs. Behind the dialogue box is a chibi emoji of someone kneeling and crying, which is honestly amusing. Funny or not, I do not intend to be her savior. I tell her she must have opened a treasure chest at the last stop, and I want the train coins from it. Use them to trade for materials. The chat falls silent. I am not in a rush. Less than a minute later, her response comes back. Okay, following that are the materials she needs. Just 42 machine parts. Any other time, Zhao Lin certainly would not have been willing to take out 2 train coins for that trade, but now she has no choice. Profiteer, she cries. Even if she reaches the trading station, she won't be able to buy anything. This is too bullying. After getting the materials, she repairs her train before the monsters can catch up. Then with a mournful face pats her empty wallet, lamenting that she sold me so many snacks for nothing, that I do not know how to cherish a lady at all. Boo-hoo, her money, all gone. A new friend message arrives. I tell her right. I'll tell her something as a friendly gesture. Does she want to hear it? Trying to scam my money again, big profiteer. I won't fall for it. Although she says that, an instant later, I want to hear it. Tell me, brother Ye. The docking time at this trading station is infinite, I write. Huh, really? Doesn't that mean the moment Zhao Lin sees the message, she stands up straight in excitement, head bumping into the wooden cabinet, items spilling onto her head. Ow, that hurts. She doesn't care about that and continues tapping. If I could stay here forever, wouldn't that mean I don't have to continue the adventure? As expected, if I hadn't warned her, she would likely have chosen to stay. Her talent keeps her constantly cycling between danger and happiness. Especially when facing great good luck, she does not feel surprised. She feels even more afraid of the next bad luck. That is terrifying. But this is a trap, right? She eventually writes. Otherwise, I wouldn't have told her in advance. She would have discovered it herself once she arrived. She takes a deep breath. The excitement gradually fades, replaced by helplessness and lingering fear. That's true, she says. How could this world ever let us off the hook? Even if she really stayed there, she would definitely face things even more terrifying than on the train, especially since her current stop is bad luck. How could anything good happen? Thank you, I understand. She is very smart. She got the answer from just one sentence. I do not say anything else. I only reminded her because this little hen occasionally lays golden eggs. Her living a bit longer will not hurt me. As for whether she dies in some future instance of bad luck, that will just be a pity. A second train enters the station with a deep rumbling. A woman with smooth waist-length black hair steps off the vehicle. She looks around and frowns slightly when she sees only one other train in the station besides her own. She takes out a light blue Japanese-style flip phone. She types out a question. Am I not at the station yet? I am already level 3. This train isn't mine, is it? I, who was playing Gomoku with the smiling man, hear the system prompt and look over in confusion, thinking that unlucky girl has gotten into trouble again. But when I pull up the light screen, it is Shangguan Yingshui. So that vehicle is hers. She has arrived quite fast. And how is she talking to me from outside? A mobile phone. I had not expected the woman to be the very one I have been trading with daily. That makes sense though, since besides me and Li Xiaosheng, she is the most outstanding among the remaining train captains. I am not there, I write back. A question mark comes back instantly. She wonders if she hasn't woken up yet. Rubs her eyes, then asks how. Li Xiaosheng said in the public chat that he was the fastest and hadn't seen anyone else, unless I am already level 4. Guess, I tell her. Boring. She closes the chat in annoyance, takes a deep breath, unable to suppress her confusion and shock. How on earth did he do it? Why is he leveling up so fast? She cannot understand it, so she has to accept it. She switches to the system station introduction. Docking time infinite, she reads. A boring trap, she concludes. She has absolutely no intention of staying. Following the sign, she finds the shopping hall. There are 3 paths here as well. Roman numerals I to 3. She chooses the third without hesitation. Just as she is about to enter, she sees Li Xiaosheng walking out. An exquisite marksman rifle appears from her phone, dark muzzle aimed directly at the top of his head. He swallows in fear, raises his hands, and points trembling at the warning sign nearby. No killing. 4 large characters written clearly. He stammers that he is Li Xiaosheng, that killing is not allowed here. Move aside, she says. He says he'll leave right now. Please don't shoot. Bypassing the gun barrel, he runs out 2 steps, still shaken, before suddenly remembering himself. He is Li Xiaosheng, the first to arrive here, the president of the Alliance. Since she was able to arrive after him, she must also be very capable. Can he invite? Bang. The bullet lands at his feet, a hair's breadth from piercing his thigh. The first, she repeats, blowing the smoke from the muzzle, looking at him as if he were an idiot. Heh. Feeling the blatant mockery, his face turns the color of pig liver. If not for the fear of that gun, he would have left long ago, scuttling out of the shopping hall in defeat. Only when he is cleared does Li Xiaosheng dare to bellow that she will regret this. This guy really is flexible. After watching the show, I turn around and jump off the train. I should be going too. I pull a water pipe connected to the shopping mall from the window of the first carriage and toss it back to the smiling man, telling him I'm done. Take this back. The water tank is currently overflowing. The smiling man silently pinches the pipe and answers faintly that having the train captain fetch water at the trading hall is against the rules. It's already good enough that I found this water pipe. I smile. I said that, but in the end, didn't he still agree to it? I board the train and close the carriage door. Outside, the smiling man takes off his mask once again. He asks me to remember, no matter when or where, never to trust the infinite. If I trust it, this is the end result. I will remember it, I tell him. Next time we meet, he says. He hopes I can help him find release. If I cannot, that is fine too. He has been disappointed many times. One more will not make a difference. Looking at his distorted and deformed features, I feel neither disgust nor fear. I shake my head, take out a blessed white forest fruit from my storage unit, and hand it through the window. Don't worry, I tell him. I will remember. Next time we meet, I will definitely help him find release. He takes the fruit, and I press the start button. At this station, the departure time is completely free. The train travels far, passing through the void-like screen ahead. Looking back, the station that had existed behind me has already disappeared. Although it is a station in the wilderness, it is still a bit different, isn't it? There are too many secrets in this world, not something I can figure out right now. Throwing myself onto the bed, I call up the system light screen and begin to tally my gains. First are the 2 level 6 items, the Great Compassion Heavy Machine Gun, and the Trickster Sword. The former, without doubt, has to be installed on the Vigilant Sentry. Its 9 weapon slots currently hold 5 exquisite shooter rifles and 1 mithril crossbow, which can already handle a level 4 slaughter station without breaking a sweat. And adding the heavy machine gun means I could actively drive around a level 4 slaughter station looking for monsters to kill. As for the latter, honestly the Trickster Sword's appeal is near zero. A weapon that consumes my mental power limit is sentenced to death in my book. But since it was obtained for free stuff is always good, and even if I just sell it later it would be a huge fortune. Beyond that, my water tank is now filled with 1,000 kilograms of fresh water. Even after 7 stations, fresh water is still quite precious, since a person can go 7 days without food, but not 3 without water. Phew, still can't rest yet. Leaving the soft bed, I take out the Great Compassion Heavy Machine Gun from its safety box. Looking at the domineering machine gun in front of me, I rub my hands in excitement. Will it become cooler and bigger after sublimation? So I begin. Stamina 120 to 90. Mental power 120 to 100. Only consumed 50 points. Strange, this is a level 6 item. Why is the sublimation cost so low? I open the identification function in confusion. Enchantment. Mental power magazine. Great Compassion Heavy Machine Gun. Level 6. Can consume mental power to additionally load a magazine with a capacity of 500 rounds. The level hasn't increased. Aside from the original description, it has an extra ability. And unfortunately, the heavy machine gun's potential is now completely exhausted. It cannot be improved further. Not bad either. An extra magazine of 500 rounds, plus the original 300. I am relatively satisfied with this sublimation. After configuring it for the Sentry, I consume 50 mental power to fill its mental power magazine and load 300 rounds of level 3 ammunition. This sword, forget it. I do not plan to use it, so there is no point in sublimation, and the Trickster Sword is tossed into the last slot of my storage unit. It is still early. Today is going to be very idle, so I might as well sublimate this thing too. Pure earth-binding stone. When at the level 4 slaughter station, I had thought about sublimating it to ensure the train wouldn't be invaded by evil mental powers. But later the Sentry was so fierce that it almost cleared out the station, and the matter was shelved. Stamina 90 to 40. Pure earth-binding stone to pure purification stone. Level 5. Placed anywhere on the train, it can keep the interior in a pure state, immune to filth, interference from evil mental powers, and invasion by evil. Potential exhausted. In my hand, the already smooth stone has actually become somewhat transparent, the cold and hard touch carrying a strange softness. The stone itself emitting a faint glow that should make a fine nightlight. I buy a wall-mounted ornament on the trading platform and place it in the center, directly facing my bed. Looks good. Phew, finally got it all done. Casually taking out a white forest fruit, I lie comfortably on the bed and open the light screen to check the public chat. By now, others should be arriving at the station soon. So Li Xiaosheng didn't tell them about the infinite stopping time. It should be known to everyone soon. How many people will fall into this trap? The chat. 1574 divided by 1000. Damn. Finally about to arrive at the station. I'm truly exhausted from this trip. Whoa, you're that fast. Did you upgrade your train's wheels? Hey, I got a blueprint in the first few stations that allows using manpower to increase speed. Otherwise, I wouldn't be so tired. Didn't Li Xiaosheng say he would send out the news once he was first? Why hasn't he sent it? Brother Li said he would send it to members of the Alliance. You aren't in the Alliance. Why should he send it to you, idiot? Heh. Why is there always someone willing to be someone else's dog in this world? So disgusting. If he doesn't send it, I will. A train captain who used manpower to increase speed enters the transit station, becoming the 4th person to arrive here. He pants heavily, walks out, and sees 2 trains parked nearby. Whoa, besides Li Xiaosheng, there's someone else who arrived so fast. There are still other big shots out there. After envying them for a moment, the system light screen appears before his eyes too. Forward station. What kind of name is that? Sounds terrible. Stop. Stop time. Infinite. Holy crap. A screenshot is quickly sent to the public chat. Holy crap, holy crap, holy crap. My eyes must be playing tricks on me. I read what was posted backwards. What a pity. +1. What are you guys focusing on? The stopping time is infinite. If we stay at the station, does that mean we never have to go to the next one again? The one above is +1. As expected, after learning about the infinite stopping time, some people start getting ideas. Shangguan Yingshui, walking out of the shopping hall, scoffs at the conversation, takes her gains, boards her train, and leaves. Unlike her, Li Xiaosheng does not leave, although he doesn't intend to stay either. The alliance he established has already agreed to meet here. Furthermore, he has a plan to harvest resources. Since the docking time is infinite, as long as his alliance blocks the 20 tracks, everyone else will have to wait outside. If they don't pay the toll, they can forget about entering. As time passes, more and more people arrive. Among them, thanks to the basic resources he provided, his members arrive faster than the rest and occupy the vast majority of the 20 tracks. Those who arrive later can only stop outside and be attacked by the constantly appearing monsters. They huddle together for warmth and curse him in the chat. Li Xiaosheng, what do you mean blocking the entrance? Hurry up and let me in. Is this station run by your family? Why should you demand resources? Damn it, 1 train coin for passage. Who do you think you are? What an idiot. Wait until I get in, I'll kill him. Heh, who told you to arrive late? If you had been able to enter first, you could have done the same thing. If you're incompetent, you're incompetent. Brother Li is doing the right thing. The members who benefited join in flame wars with the others. With more and more monsters appearing outside, some choose to compromise and pay the toll. Li Xiaosheng experiences the taste of power for the first time. As expected, he came to this world to be the protagonist. He cannot wait to show off, so he pulls up his light screen and enters that deeply memorable ID. Ye Qian, I am the only one he will never let in. Fetching water, watering the tree, I skillfully pluck a fruit and take a bite. This still tastes the best. I'm getting a bit tired of eating big fish and meat. If anyone else heard that, they would probably be furious. The light screen hovers beside me, displaying my private chat interface, when a message appears. Li Xiaosheng, why is he looking for me again? I ponder a moment, and since I have nothing to do right now, I decide to see what he has to say. Yi Qian, this is your last chance. Hand over that rifle blueprint and I will consider letting you enter the platform. Otherwise, you can just wait outside and die. Enter the station. I left the station ages ago. And with that tone, did I do something to offend this guy? Another message arrives. What? Too scared to speak? Haha. To tell you the truth, even if you hand over that blueprint, I will definitely make sure you die outside. Do you really think a low-level rifle blueprint is precious? I will pay you back double for the humiliation you caused me. No wonder I always thought he was weird. So he's just a psycho. Deleting him earlier was definitely the right move. I cannot be bothered to deal with this psycho, so I tap the light screen and reply with a single word. Oh. Then I block and mute him, completely cutting off contact. Inside the station, Li Xiaosheng, who has been waiting for my response, sees the word "oh" and instantly has veins bulging on his forehead, frantically tapping his light screen, sending a long string of messages only to find the send option has turned gray. Blocked, he dares to block me. His face turns bright red, looking as ugly as a big-headed clown about to explode. As time passes, even without paying the toll, the number of people entering the station continues to increase, because his plan has a huge and obvious bug. There are 20 tracks, and the prerequisite for keeping people out is keeping all 20 occupied. When outsiders pay the fee, someone occupying a track must leave first, then notify the next person to follow up. But this way, the occupying members keep leaving, and once outsiders enter, they don't listen to him at all, staying if they want and leaving if they want. If it weren't for some who, upon learning of the infinite docking, decided to try staying, the 20 tracks would have long been impossible to keep occupied. And among those, quite a few are his own alliance members, who have no intention of leaving. The alliance's gains are minimal. This makes Li Xiaosheng, who has already spent a large amount of materials upgrading wheels and speed for his members, look increasingly grim. The so-called alliance was never solid to begin with. Everyone joined just to freeload materials, and when it actually came time to do something, lip service counted as high moral character. Furthermore, he could form an alliance and others could secretly plot to snatch resources from his hands too. He spends his days showing off supplies. Everyone knows how wealthy he is. If this continues, he will become the most conspicuous fat sheep. The members' gazes toward him are gradually changing. With no other choice, he has to slink away from the station, the trash plan having failed even to recoup the capital he spent on the others. Li Xiaosheng's departure does not mean that everyone can enter at will. The 20 tracks are firmly held. Even those still outside who would spend resources to enter find no one paying attention, because those who remain there have no intention of leaving. They feel that regardless of how long they can stay, or whether there are food and supplies, as long as they don't get on the train and don't encounter a new station, they can live a few more days. Zhao Lin, currently suffering bad luck, is one of those unable to enter. With a mournful face, she hugs the gun she bought from me tightly, only this bringing her a sliver of security. Did I not die inside the station? Am I going to die outside? Woo. Why am I so unlucky? Outside the train, the sounds of monsters can be vaguely heard in the dark wilderness. She curls into a corner, covers her ears, buries her head. As long as she does not hear them, she will pretend the monsters do not exist. 24 hours. A strange bell chimed suddenly. All the monsters gathered outside scatter and flee, as if they have sensed some kind of terror. Zhao Lin looks up in confusion and stares out the window. The huge station standing in front of her is being wrapped by a mass of black sludge. Under the moonlight, it seems as if it were alive. Inside the station, the smiling man, having removed his mask, slowly gnaws on the white forest fruit I gifted him. He stands high in the air, coldly watching the 20 people who have gathered and stayed below. Foolish, pathetic, weak people. They don't even have the qualification to be cursed. Stay? Infinite. In this world, there is no option to stop. Whirlpools of black sludge appear beneath the people's feet. They try to flee in terror, but within that sludge, even their trains are constantly being devoured. Help! Help me! Miserable screams echo under the night sky. The smiling man continues to nibble. So delicious. A burst of noisy notifications wakes me up. Hurry, 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 look! My god, I almost got eaten. ? I open my eyes, see Zhao Lin's message and feel speechless. Do you have any idea what time it is? I'm sleeping. Sleeping. I can't sleep at all, okay? Brother Ye, look at this. That station is actually alive. A photo comes through. Seeing the station wrapped in black sludge, I also perk up. Yo, you were hiding a camera. That's not important. Look at the picture, it scared me to death. Luckily, I didn't go in. Don't tell me you never actually entered that station. I pick up the pocket watch beside me and check the time. You know, my luck is terrible right now, so it's normal that I couldn't get in. But I have to thank you for telling me the docking time was a trap. Otherwise, I definitely would have used the last of my things to trade for a qualification to enter before that. So where are you now, I ask. Zhao Lin blinks and looks around. The station that had stood in the wilderness has already vanished. The road ahead smooth and clear. The trains that had originally gathered have also disappeared. Who knew when? It is as if they had suddenly vanished from each other's worlds. The station is gone. The other trains are missing too. Only one track remains on the ground. The train restarted as if this stop had never appeared. Brother Ye, what is going on with this world? Bringing us here, what exactly do they want? Is it really just as Shea said? I think to myself. The world where every train captain is located is independent of each other. Phew, just how many worlds are there? It's truly unimaginably vast. After a small sigh, I turn over to a more comfortable position. Don't think so much, I write back. Instead of having time for that, you'd be better off sleeping more. Don't forget we'll arrive at the next stop tomorrow at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Oh, you're right. Good night. The chat ends immediately. Beneath the wilderness in the middle of the night, only the roar of the passing train echoes. Who knows what will happen next? Early morning, 6:30. A cold broadcast voice wakes everyone still sleeping. We will arrive at the 8th stop today. There are 2 stops left before the end of the novice period. After the 7th stop is completed, the survivor's incentive reward will be distributed. Different amounts will be distributed according to the order of arrival at the 7th stop, the public trading station. The first to arrive at the public trading station will receive 4 train coins. The second place gets 3. The third place gets 2. Other arrivals receive 1 train coin. Those who fail to enter the station get no reward. Today's weather: clear skies. Remaining number of people in the current E3 block, 1204. The block merger will take place in 3 hours. I don't know if it was an illusion, but I always feel this broadcast is more lively than before. Hearing that there are train coins to collect, my morning grumpiness from being woken up vanishes. I happily bring up the train system. The mail icon flickers with a faint light. 4 train coins fall into my palm, and I weigh them a few times. Counting these, I already possess 7, still 3 short of buying the chip. Walking over to the sleeping Wally, I lean over and pat its iron head. Keep it up, Wally. As long as we find another treasure chest at the next stop, it will be enough to install a brain for you. Unlike my good mood, on the other side, Li Xiaosheng's face looks terrible. Why? Why is it 3? I was clearly the first one. System, this is unreasonable. He angrily files a complaint with the train system. All he gets in return is a cold sentence. No errors in sorting. Train Captain Li Xiaosheng. E3 block 4409. Questioning the train system has been detected. One warning issued. If it happens again, you will be sent to the penalty platform. Damn, then who exactly was it? Who could possibly be faster than me? Compared to his reaction, Shangguan Yingshui falls into deep thought after receiving 2 train coins. That guy was telling the truth, she muses. He was indeed the first to arrive at that station. However, why didn't he buy anything? Recalling the 2 level 3 item display cases seen in the shopping hall, one was taken away by Li Xiaosheng and the other bought by her. Then what did Ye Qian buy? She does not believe for a second that he had no train coins. That profiteer is definitely the richest among everyone. It really makes one curious what kind of talent he has, the young girl whispers to herself, casually bringing up the light screen where in her personal information there is an existence called talent. Mirror Moon consume mental power to randomly obtain an item lower than the train's level. She rubs her brow, sighing at the pile of shriveled water balloons she has obtained through her talent, lamenting that she failed again. Of all the useful items in these past few days, besides the water purifier, there was only the mobile phone. And the feeling after consuming mental power is so uncomfortable. The self-doubt after it drops below 50 is already this terrifying, and if it dropped further, can a human really withstand it? I can't use my talent for a while, she mutters, and this recovery speed is just too slow. Sublimation. Mental power 120 to 110. Low-level carriage blueprint to comfortable new carriage blueprint. Requirements: 150 kilograms wood, 200 kilograms metal, 90 machine parts. Can submit additionally 30 kilograms glass, 20 kilograms fiber for carriage modification. Carriage construction successful. Current number of carriages: 3. The low-level carriage blueprint I had obtained at the very beginning is now sublimated. Sure enough, I was right not to sublimate it back then. The materials required for construction have increased a lot, but for me now it isn't much. Construction complete. Entering the interior, compared to the low-level carriage it is cleaner, tidier, and everything is new. Not like the old one, which no matter how thoroughly cleaned could not hide the rust marks everywhere and the teeth-gritting noises. But I am not satisfied with this. Sublimation. Mental power 110 to 95. Comfortable new carriage to planting carriage. Planting carriage. Equipped with temperature regulation functions for different blocks. Plants grown in this carriage will grow at a faster speed. Can be equipped with smart chips for automated modification, after which it can automatically complete planting, harvesting, and watering work. Note: this carriage requires electricity consumption and must be equipped with any power generation device before it can be used. Planting: not bad, just in time to move the white forest tree over. As for the generator, that goes without saying. I have the blueprint, so I directly spend resources to craft it and then perform sublimation, resulting in a device that only requires burning wood and metal to generate electricity. The environment inside the planting carriage is relatively humid, and it has 6 sections that can be freely divided in size. The temperature and humidity in these sections can all be adjusted. Beneath my feet is not the steel floor of the train, but black fertile soil, and I plant the white forest fruit tree right in the center, where the skylight that can be opened freely above the carriage allows sunlight to shine down perfectly. There is still plenty of space left, so I simply plant the tomatoes I obtained from Yoyu Manor as well. The growth acceleration of the planting carriage is quite significant. They have already taken root and sprouted shortly after being planted. The first batch of tomatoes is expected in 3 days. I also buy watermelon seeds on the trading platform. Obviously what someone had left over after eating, tossed onto the platform at a cheap price that nobody else bought. Just my gain. Wiping the sweat from my forehead, I look at my masterpiece with satisfaction. There is still empty space, so in the future I can keep an eye out for seeds and plants at stations. Useful ones can be transplanted in. Nothing else on the trading platform feels urgent right now, and the blocks are about to merge anyway. Train conductors and other blocks will surely bring new trade products. 9:30. Once the 3 hours are up, the broadcast rings out right on time. Starting block merge. D56, D119, E3, E19, E28, E103 totaling 10,000 people. Starting merge. Merge complete. Current number of people, 1000 divided by 1000. Nothing earth-shattering happens. Only the number of people in the chat keeps climbing until it returns to the initial 10,000. On the public screen, lines of scrolling text make people feel as if they have returned to when they first arrived in this world. Holy crap, it really merged. Hey, can the brothers in other blocks see this? We can see, haha. Finally someone to chat with again. We only have over 300 people left on our side. Almost all dead. How about you guys? A little over 1,000. But just how many blocks are in this world? Damn, there are even 3-digit numbers following the letters now. A little over 1,000 is decent, so it seems our D119's 1,900 people count as the most. Right. That's right. With Brother Zhao here at the very least, we won't starve to death. Who is Brother Zhao? Is he that awesome? Of course, Brother Zhao is our D119's most awesome big shot. Started growing vegetables at the first station. A lot of the food we eat now is bought from him. Plus Brother Zhao has a level 3 train. So what if it's level 3? So what if he grows vegetables? It's like we don't have that here. Our brother Lai is definitely the first to upgrade to level 3. Exactly. Our block even has people selling guns. Do you guys have that? Arguing, laughing, showing off. While people from different blocks merge, they attach different labels to themselves. Even if the survivors within the blocks have no actual emotional connection, that line of letters and numbers before their individual numbers still brings a tiny sense of self-identity. Even though it had nothing to do with them, they use the excellence of others to show off, as if the blocks shared in each other's glory and shame. Started growing vegetables at the first station. As expected, there are capable people among the survivors. Tisk tisk. I'm still too weak, it's almost the 8th station and I've only just started growing vegetables. I'm way behind. I shake my head with a sigh, take a bite of a white forest fruit, and open the trading platform I am most concerned about. Since the blocks merged, the platform should have merged as well. Sure enough, inside there is a significant increase in items and supplies. Each block has its own situation. Just like that D119 from just now, they seem more inclined to sell food, but no seeds or anything like that. This is normal. After all, with someone who started farming at the first station, most of D119's seeds would naturally end up in his hands. There's quite a lot of stuff. Let me see. After browsing the trading platform for a long time, I buy a few changes of clothes, a bar of soap, a toothbrush, and toothpaste. The price is neither high nor low, and very few people buy them. Most are still struggling to survive, and few would spend resources to improve quality of life. With these things, I simply splurge a little. I also buy a large wooden barrel, fill it with clean water, strip off my clothes, and jump inside. Hiss, ha. The water is very cold, but it feels very comfortable. I squint my eyes in enjoyment, body constantly relaxing in the water. All my fatigue dissipates at this moment. After taking a bath and changing into a clean set of clothes, I lie on the large soft bed. If not for the roaring sound of the wheels by my ears, at this moment none of the train survival stuff matters anymore. 12:30. 30 minutes before arriving at the 8th station. Fate's crossroads triggered. Please make a choice for docking between the following 2 stations. Station 2. Plains of Nights, Level 4 Escape Station. Station 2. Plains of Nights, Level 4 Mission Platform. It is another new type of station. Escape. Judging by the literal meaning, it isn't a good place, and this station is even named Labyrinth. In contrast, the second option is a mission platform, which I have already experienced many times, and the gains here generally aren't bad. Select Station 2. Station selection complete. Please sit tight and hold on. The 8th station the train is arriving at ahead is Plains of Nights. The train moves forward, slowly accelerating as time passes. A distortion appears in front of the train. When the hour hand on the pocket watch points to 1, the entire train passes through the void. The world outside the window changes in an instant. Current station, Plains of Nights. Available docking countdown, 9 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Good luck. This station, danger. What the hell is this docking time? I rub my eyes, thinking I have misread it, but the countdown displayed on the light screen tells me it is real. System, isn't my docking time only 5 hours? The train system's response soon comes over the broadcast. The train captain's docking time is fixed. Once increased, it will not be changed again. The docking time of train captain Ye Qian, number E31102, has been interfered with by. Furthermore, because train captain Ye Qian's docking time exceeds the limit for new train captains, the option to increase the train's docking time will not appear when upgrading the train before arriving at the 10th station. Is that really how it works? Isn't that just trying to screw me over? I am speechless. The inexplicably added stopover time has both pros and cons. The pro. At certain resource platforms, the longer the time, the more I can collect. Conversely, at certain extremely dangerous platforms, I will have to stay a full 7 hours before I can leave. The interference with the train system is a system issue. The broadcast adds, the system has provided additional compensation. We hope train conductor Ye Qian will continue to work hard. Forget it. I will just be more careful next time. Since things have reached this point, there is no other way. I shake my head, walk straight up to Wally, and insert a coin. Wally initializing. I tap his iron head, a smile appearing on my face. Good luck, Wally. If you find a treasure chest at the station, I'll install a brain for you. Watching Wally roll out, I press the door opening button. Just as I am about to step out, the sound of hoofbeats catches my attention. I see a knight clad in tattered armor, riding a gaunt, rib-protruding old horse, charging toward the train with a rusted spear in hand. Enemies. So fast. But if this is an enemy, this is just too shabby. After a moment of thought, I stop the sentry from firing. This is a mission platform. Based on past experience, the first person encountered is related to the mission. I let the knight approach. I walk out, draw my gun, and fire. A bullet lands precisely at the feet of the old horse. The horse is startled and immediately flips over, throwing him off. Ouch. The knight's helmet rolls aside, revealing a cardboard core inside. So weak. That is my first impression. His face is haggard, his skin dark, his sparse grayish beard covered in mud, his frail body looking as if a gust of wind could blow him away. Yet there are those eyes. Even from a distance, I can see the fanaticism and persistence in them. Sir, are you all right? I do not know what to call this old man, but judging by his look, he seems to be a real human being. He says he is fine. Wait, am I a human? Why did I come out of the belly of a giant dragon? Ah, he understands. Have I already killed that giant dragon? Heavens. I have conquered the dragon. I am a great dragon knight. Giant dragon? Dragon knight. What is all this nonsense? I feel completely baffled. Could he be a madman? Master, are you alright? From the same direction, a short, chubby man riding a gray donkey comes wobbling over. Ha ha, Sancho, it's nothing. He says I offended this great dragon knight. This is fate's arrangement, letting me meet a dragon knight before I battle the giants. Sancho, a familiar name. I feel like I have heard it somewhere before. Master Don Quixote, what giant dragon? The huge black creature in front. Didn't you hear it? The roar emitted by this giant dragon. Didn't you see it descend from high in the sky? Don Quixote. Upon hearing that name, I immediately remember who the person before me is. Don Quixote. A knight lost in ideals and illusions. The archetype of all losers in the world. This is actually the world of Don Quixote. Then the short fat man beside him must be the most important supporting character in the book, his servant Sancho. So the train's platforms can actually be worlds from stories like this. I never expected that the protagonist of a book I read as a child would appear before me in this way. I sigh inwardly. Don Quixote has already climbed up from the ground, patting the mud off his armor, trying to look more like an excellent knight. Master Don Quixote, that is not a giant dragon, Sancho insists. That is just a row of houses connected together with strange wheels attached. No, that is a giant dragon. You are still an amateur when it comes to adventures. It is a conversation almost identical to the one in the book. Only the subject the master and servant are debating has shifted from windmill giants to a train dragon. Could it be I am playing the villain in this mission platform? No, that isn't it. Turning around, I see 34 windmills standing in the rice field ahead. It was my sudden appearance that interrupted Don Quixote's first battle. Apologies, Lord Dragon Knight, he says. There are still long-armed giants ahead, waiting for me to crusade against. Once I have eliminated the giants, I will come back to converse with you. He raises his spear, mounts his old horse, bypasses the train, and heads toward the rice field once more. Master, those really aren't giants. Those are windmills. The long arms are their windmill blades. He completely ignores Sancho's shouting, charging forward while yelling. I stand on top of the train watching the scene unfold. Just as I think Don Quixote will crash and fall like in the story, the world before me suddenly undergoes a subtle change. Windmills? No. In the rice field, giants have appeared. I hurriedly rub my eyes, and when I look again, the giants have turned back into windmills. What the hell? I realize instantly that something is wrong, and quickly return to the train. The power of the pure purification stone calms the discomfort in my heart. But the scene I see inside the train confirms one thing. The things in the rice field are not windmills. The things in the rice field are long-armed giants. Don Quixote was right. Why is this happening? I call up my personal information, and under the mental power column, I see an unexpected line of text. Mental power, 120. Witnessing truth and falsehood. A state of mental power I have never seen before. What exactly is the mission of this mission platform? It seems I cannot underestimate mission platforms from now on. Is it over? In the rice field, Don Quixote has been casually knocked over by a giant. The moment he falls, the giant turns back into a windmill. God bless, Sancho exclaims. Didn't I tell you? Those are windmills. Unless someone has windmills in their brain, how could they not admit those are windmills? Quiet, Sancho. While the two bicker, Sancho helps Don Quixote stand up and remount, and they return along the path they came, preparing to continue toward their goal. As they pass the train, I, who have been acting as an onlooker, suddenly speak up. Don Quixote, do you intend to run away? The giants are still there. Don't you want to become a true knight? True, a true knight. A single sentence makes Don Quixote's eyes widen, while Sancho stands beside him with mouth agape. That's right, a true knight, I press on. Haven't you seen it, Don Quixote? Those giants are ravaging the commoners' wheat fields. As a knight, how can you choose to leave? I point toward the field, my gaze shifting between him and the wheat as I observe. Sure enough, after I speak those words, Don Quixote looks at the field once more, and at that very moment, the windmills, no those giants, begin to run rampant. Giants, giants. That's right, Sancho. Do you see? Those are giants. Great Dragon Knight, thank you for the reminder. Sancho looks back and forth between Don Quixote and me, confused. He even suspects he has gone mad. There are only windmills in the field. Where did the giants come from? Master Don Quixote, they really are just... Enough, Sancho. Are you questioning the Dragon Knight? Don Quixote excitedly puts his cracked helmet back on. Lord Dragon Knight, you are right. How can a knight flee from battle? I must fight them. He turns the horse and charges toward the wheat field once again. From my perspective, the giants in the field grow increasingly solid, raising their arms and reaching toward Don Quixote. Giants, prepare to die. Facing monsters dozens of times larger than himself, he shows no fear, raising his ragged lance to thrust forward. Bang! The moment the tip of the lance touches the giant's arm, the sound of a gunshot rings out simultaneously. The bullet fired by Ebony strikes the giant's palm, and Don Quixote's lance simultaneously pierces into the bullet hole. The giant lets out a painful howl and then collapses to the ground. Don Quixote rubs his eyes and shouts excitedly, looking at the giant's corpse. Haha, Sancho, did you see? I did it. I killed a giant. Sancho does not speak, because he is staring in shock at me. In his eyes, the windmill has been pierced through by a flash of fire shot from something resembling a black flute held by this strange young man. A mage. Every bullet I fire lands exactly where Don Quixote's lance strikes. 34 windmills, 34 giants, 34 charges. He shows no fear. His face is filled with excitement. As one giant after another falls, the space in the field becomes increasingly distorted. Even Sancho rubs his eyes, for he too vaguely sees those windmills turn into long-armed giants. Giants. Are they really giants just like the windmills? That world is undergoing a change, and the one guiding this change is Don Quixote. As the number of giants dwindles, even without my help with gunfire, Don Quixote is able to pierce through the giants' bodies with his ragged lance. Why? Because he has already determined in his heart that he could do it. Just as he had already determined that what was in the wheat field were giants, not windmills. The perception of this world is changing along with him. I watch all of this and understand that this is the task for the station. When the last giant falls, Don Quixote, covered in blood, waves excitedly towards Sancho and me from the field. Haha, Your Excellency Dragon Knight. Friend Sancho, did you see? I did it. I killed all the giants. I am a true knight. He holds his lance high, and his old horse Rocinante inexplicably appears tall and mighty. Friend Sancho, I didn't lie to you, did I? Those were giants, and I am the knight who eliminated the giants. From now on, you must call me the Giant Knight. Oh, and Your Excellency Dragon Knight, the Giant Knight thanks you for your help. It was thanks to you that I did not disgrace the name of a knight. I do not yet know your name. My name is Ye Qian. I tell him, there is no need to thank me. I only did what a knight ought to do. My gaze stays fixed on the field, and I do not pay much attention to his actions. To commemorate the friendship between knights, please accept this. A wooden round shield is offered over, which finally makes me turn my head in some surprise. For me, then what will you use later? Don Quixote pats his chest, saying he will go and forge another shield, that for the sake of our friendship, friend Ye Qian, please accept it, and from this day forward he and I are an alliance of knights. If I ever encounter a problem I cannot solve, he will certainly come to help. I originally do not want to accept it, but after seeing the information about the shield, I changed my mind. Don Quixote's round shield. Use it. When you encounter danger, your ally Don Quixote will come to help you. Please let him believe that he is facing a powerful monster. As a knight, he will not retreat. Witnessing the friendship between the giant knight Don Quixote and the dragon knight Ye Qian, Don Quixote and Sancho leave. They are going to continue their journey. Watching their retreating figures, I think silently. Having experienced a real battle, will Don Quixote still become the loser from the story? Perhaps the flock of sheep will truly turn into an enemy army, and the Knight of the White Moon will truly be a knight. As long as he believes, Don Quixote will charge forward. What a terrifying ability. Believe and it becomes true. I suppose I've changed the plot, haven't I? If Don Quixote truly possesses those powers, perhaps he won't become that loser. Right. Tisks, I guess I've done a good deed. Right. I wonder if he has this kind of ability at other stations. He should. Right. Heh, if he really does, then this is a good thing it wasn't a waste of all my acting. I stroke this unranked wooden shield. If he could really do the same thing in other worlds, then as long as I drag things out and give Don Quixote the confidence that he can win, wouldn't that be invincible? Putting the wooden shield back on the train, I immediately rush toward the wheat field. Because the 34 giant corpses are gradually reverting to the appearance of windmills. The power of belief has a time limit. I had discovered this point after Don Quixote left the field, which is why I had kept my gaze fixed here. Come out, processing table. It would be a real pity to let these monsters that existed only in fantasy disappear like this. Might as well try and see if some things can be salvaged. It just so happens that after equipping the arbitrary processing module, salvaging large-sized things is much more convenient. Salvaging long-armed giant, fantasy, corpse successful. Obtained, giant skeleton X1, dream crystal X1, meat chunk X1. I can understand the skeleton and the meat chunk, but what is this dream crystal? Illusory crystal. After consumption, one can awaken within a dream. What does that mean? A lucid dream. What use does this thing have? I do not think too much about it and continue salvaging. One corpse takes 10 minutes to consume, 34 would take over 5 hours, but factoring in the time it takes for the giants to revert into windmills, the final number I can salvage is likely around 13. Giant skeleton X13, phantom crystal X5, meat chunks X13. The final harvest is just this. If the processing table's recycling speed were faster, I could have collected all the corpses before the giants turned back into windmills. But the processing table is integrated with the train. To upgrade it, the train must be upgraded as well. The remaining corpses had already returned to the shape of windmills, and I do not waste them either, recycling them into wood. The biggest harvest this time is the giant meat, but I do not intend to eat such things. The meat of humanoid monsters is disgusting just thinking about it. However, just because I won't eat it doesn't mean others won't. 13 portions of giant meat translates to 130 caddies in weight. I fill all 5 trading slots, pricing each portion at 1 train coin. For survivors who haven't tasted meat in a long time, this price is extremely cheap. Even though I explicitly label it as giant meat, it cannot stop the desire of some people to purchase. Someone is selling meat on the trading platform. You can buy 10 caddies for just 1 train coin. Damn it, I spent 1 coin for 1 caddy of chicken yesterday. It's so infuriating. Is this for real? Damn, there really is. I haven't eaten meat in a long time. Forget it, I have to buy 10 caddies to roast. Anyway, I managed to get 1 train coin at the last trading station. Heh, don't buy it. Didn't you see it says it's giant meat? Can you really bring yourselves to eat the meat of humanoid monsters? Exactly. Are you guys still human? I despise you. So what? Giants aren't humans. I'm so hungry for meat I'm going crazy. Forget giants, if I were starving enough I'd even eat people. Stop barking or I'll kill you all at the next public trading station. Is the mental power of the person above very low? Still have 33 points. So what? Did I eat your rice? Identification complete. The person above is going crazy. It doesn't take long for the meat on the platform to be snatched up. After all, these 10,000 people are all survivors who passed the 7th station. Not only are all their trains level 2 or above, they also have more or less train coins in hand. Moreover, the price I offered is the absolute lowest in the market, so they don't care whether it is giant meat or not, they buy first. I replenish the listings and they sell out once again. In just this short while I gain 10 train coins. I do not sell the remaining 3 portions, keeping them just in case they might be useful. Furthermore, from the conversations of these people I noticed something. It seems that for others, once mental power drops, it is very difficult to recover, and after falling below a certain percentage, they will gradually fall into madness, which is what they call mental fatigue, self-doubt, sanity dissipation. But what about me? Having used sublimation so many times, even when my mental power was at its lowest below 20 points, I still felt nothing, and my recovery speed was also very fast. It is not hard to see from the conversations that mental power consumption is extremely hard to recover from for ordinary people. But my recovery speed is even faster than my stamina. Could it be that I have some special ability I don't even know about, and the train system cannot even detect it? I scratch my head, unable to figure it out, and stop overthinking. When the cart reaches the mountain, there will be a way. When the boat reaches the bridge, it will naturally go straight. Thinking so much is useless and only adds trouble. After resting for a while, I continue working. Don't forget where Don Quixote fought the giants. This is a wheat field full of ripe wheat everywhere. I transplant a portion of the intact wheat into the planting carriage and load as much of the rest as I can. Departure countdown 3 hours, 41 minutes and 8 seconds. With 41 minutes left until departure, while I am harvesting wheat I find Wally, who hasn't returned yet, under the ruins of a windmill. You weren't pinned under here the whole time, were you? No wonder you haven't come back for so long. Wally shakes its mechanical arm, tracks rolling as it keeps moving in one direction. The treasure chest is there. I follow. At the very center of the wheat field, next to the wreckage of a windmill, I remember this was the spot where the last giant disappeared and the endpoint of Don Quixote's first charge. Under here, moving away the rubble, a dark golden fragment appears before my eyes. This thing, why does it look so familiar? Wait a minute, I cannot believe what I am seeing is real, because buried under this ruin is actually 1/3 of a blasphemy card. No way, it's complete just like that. Am I dreaming? I had originally thought it would take a long time to find the last third. After all, Shea had been sealed for 15 years just for that one piece. No matter how I thought about it, this thing should be an extremely precious and rare item. I never expected to find the final third at the 8th station. Picking up the fragment, I ponder slightly. Should I synthesize it? What would happen after synthesis? Would I encounter danger? The hesitation lasts only an instant. Then I push those thoughts to the back of my mind. Nothing to hesitate about if you have it, and don't synthesize it. Are you even human? I take out the other 2/3 from the safety box. Once the 3 card fragments are combined, they fit together seamlessly, as if they had never been separated. Dark golden radiance flows out from the blasphemy card, turning into infinite streams of light that envelop the entire world. The card floats in midair, and a faint whisper suddenly rings in my ears. I cannot understand it, but the sound grows louder and sharper, as if 100 sopranos were shouting, singing, and proclaiming something. Even covering my ears does not help. The unbearable sound makes me pull out my gun, preparing to just shoot the card. When the sound suddenly stops at that moment, the radiance dissipates, and the dark golden card falls into my palm. Creepy. This thing is definitely not a good item. I'll just check the effects. If it's no good, I'll just throw it away. Despite saying that, my eyes are full of anticipation as I look at this blasphemy card. Blasphemy card 7. Anchorer. Anchor. Consume mental power to set an anchor point. A maximum of 3 can be set. Cooldown 1 day. Voyage. Consume mental power to teleport to the location of the anchor point. Banish. Remove all anchor points and forcibly banish the enemy to the wilderness. Return. Consume all mental power or gulp. On the light screen, the description of this blasphemy card makes me swallow hard. So strong. Indisputably strong. If the description is correct, then as long as I place an anchor at any station, even if I go to other stations, I can teleport back through the anchor. Not only that, it also has the ability to banish enemies, and although that consumes all anchor points and ends the teleportation, if I encounter unavoidable danger, there is no doubt this would be a trump card. And the final one, consume all mental power. What will happen? Although nothing went wrong when my mental power dropped, it had never reached zero before now, and I have no intention of recklessly experimenting until I am certain. The other abilities of the blasphemy card, however, are fair game. An anchor point can be set once per day, and the first one without question goes inside the train, right in front of the operating system in the front car. Setting an anchor consumes 50 points of mental power, which is fine, not too much. After setting it, I run outside, take out the blasphemy card, and silently chant Voyage in my heart. Another 30 points of mental power vanishes, and the dark golden hooded figure on the card, dragging an anchor, begins to move. My body sinks. It is as if I am dropped into a sea of pure abyss, bursts of whispers lingering in my ears, but the sensation lasts only an instant. When I open my eyes, I am already inside the front of the train, the small figure on the card gradually turning gray. A cooldown of 1 hour. That is acceptable, not too long. A ding sounds and the system light screen appears beside me. A private chat with a blonde avatar popping up. Shea, why is she looking for me at this time? Could it be she already knows about the synthesis? With doubts, I open the dialogue. She asks if I have already found the third fragment of the blasphemy card and synthesized it. She really knows. I am a bit speechless. I had originally planned to tell no one, but I underestimated her. Clearly something must have been left on the fragment she gave me. With that thought, I have no intention of hiding it. Just synthesized, I tell her. Sister Shaya, how did you know? She replies with a confused emoji, then says of course she has her own methods. Don't underestimate your senior, just keep learning. Although she says that, at this moment, Shaya's heart is filled with mixed feelings. She had contacted me only because someone told her a new blasphemy card had appeared, but no one knew where it appeared and there was no way to know who had obtained it. She just suddenly thought of me and asked casually. She never expected. It really is him. Sigh. The blasphemy card will only be possessed by the owner it expects, so that is what it means. It took her years to find 1/3 of those fragments, and because of that fragment she was sealed for 15 years. But in the end, a bitter smile crosses her face. She calms her mood and continues on the light screen. Your blasphemy card is, forget it, she will not ask after all. Even if she did, I would not tell her. Right. I chuckle and do not reply. Keep that card safe, she warns. Do not let others discover it easily. Try not to use it in front of others. And definitely do not give it to anyone else. Rest assured, only she and I know I possess it. That is all. She is still busy. The chat box closes with a playful tongue-out emoji. Then she sits down in her church and looks up at the white light above. God, she whispers, why is the person qualified to commit blasphemy against you, not me? The conversation ends, and the heat in my chest gradually cools. Shaya's appearance reminded me, this world is not just populated by our batch of survivors. And ahead of me, I do not even know how many people exist. With power, resources, and talents I cannot match at the moment. I cannot get carried away. I almost want to put the blasphemy card into the safe box, but if I do that I cannot carry it with me, which is no different from not having it. If only the things in the safe box could be taken out at will like in the special storage unit. Then a wonderful idea pops into my head. The safe box is also an item, right? Could it be placed into the storage unit? As soon as the thought arises, I cannot wait to carry the box to the storage carriage to try. Place. Holy crap, it actually works. The safe box is placed into the special storage unit, and after testing I can also take things out of the box at will. In other words, I have gained 4 extra slots of special storage I can access in the outside world. Haha, I really am a genius. Today's harvest was bountiful. I throw the carriage stored in the safe box outside, leaving only 1. In the remaining 3 slots, beside the blasphemy card, I store the blessed virus serum obtained and sublimated in Doomsday Town, and reserve the last slot for the pure purification stone. Now I can pull out 7 items at will outside. Blessed white forest fruit, level 3 bullets, virus serum, 1 carriage, the purification stone, and the blasphemy card and safe box themselves. Undoubtedly, if I encounter danger out there, these items would help me a lot. 3 hours 0 minutes and 0 seconds. 3 hours left until departure. My VIP departure privilege turns from gray to green. Time is up. Time to go. Pressing the option, the familiar spatial passage appears in front of the train. The tracks move, the roar echoes between heaven and earth. The train accelerates through the passage, and the emerald plains turn back into endless wilderness. 20 hours 0 minutes and 0 seconds. The broadcast sounds. All train captains have left the 8th platform. Extreme weather will appear tomorrow. Monsters adapted to that weather will appear in the wilderness to chase the train, and trains with a speed below 50 kilometers per hour will fall into a dangerous state. Please prepare for defense and upgrade as soon as possible. Just that, but enough to make many wail. 9,641 divided by 1000. No way. How long has it been and the speed needs to climb again? 50. That means either upgrade to level 3 or upgrade the wheels separately. Fortunately, I didn't dare to sell materials. Level 3 is short, but a wheel upgrade is more than enough. How is this fast? The frequency hasn't changed for stations. Don't slander sister broadcast. Those without the ability to upgrade should look at themselves. Have you collected resources? Have you exchanged for food? I was planning to save up train coins, now I have to upgrade in advance. From the recent conversations, it is easy for me to see that the quality of the train conductors has improved significantly following the block merger. At the very least, they no longer seem paralyzed by terror when facing the threats mentioned in the broadcasts, as the vast majority of people have long since prepared themselves for the necessity of increasing their train speed once again. I know that increasing speed isn't just a matter of upgrading the wheels or the train itself. Back at the 7th station, a certain train captain who relied on manual labor for acceleration listed a human-powered energy device on the trading platform, which he had manufactured using a blueprint. By pedaling this power-generating bicycle, one could increase their train speed by 10 kilometers per hour. For those who lack the resources to upgrade their trains but still want to survive, spending a single train coin to purchase such a device is their best option, though the consequence is overdrawing their future and making subsequent improvements even more difficult. I certainly do not worry about such things myself. After hearing the broadcast, I consumed a bit of my mental power to check tomorrow's weather through the sunny doll. When I saw the result, I wondered if a blizzard meant that the 9th station would also be dominated by winter elements. A message notification chimed, and I looked up to see that Shangguan Yingshe was asking me for the weather forecast. Since she was the one who had traded the sunny doll to me in the first place, it was only natural for her to seek me out for this information. I told her the price was 1 train coin, and although she likely cursed me as a profiteer in her heart, she still traded the coin over. I completed the deal by telling her that tomorrow would bring a blizzard, and reminded her to keep warm, to which she gave a simple acknowledgement. Once our conversation ended, my thoughts turned to another friend. I recalled that Zhao Lin's last station was supposed to be a lucky one. Given that her life is a strange mix of bad luck and sudden fortune, I wondered what valuable items she might have obtained for me. I sent her a message asking how the last station went, and she responded quickly informing me that she had already managed to upgrade to a level 3 train. I offered my congratulations, feeling a bit surprised because she had only recently reached level 2. It seemed her harvest at the 8th station was truly bountiful, but I also knew that the degree of bad luck at her 9th station would likely be even higher as a result. She laughed it off as mere luck and mentioned she had been planning to find me anyway, asking if I was interested in buying a shaved ice machine. She pitched it by suggesting that on such a hot day, a delicious bowl of shaved ice was exactly what I needed, offering to throw in a large block of ice as a bonus for just 1 train coin. The corners of my mouth curled into a smile at the realization that she was trying to turn the tables and make money off me. I told her that while her harvest was impressive and the machine was nice, I would pass on the purchase. Instead, I offered to sell her a piece of news for 1 train coin. She agreed immediately, asking if she could use the shaved ice machine and the ice block as payment. In her eyes, I am a capable person. She has spent enough time in the public chat to realize that even the seemingly powerful train captains don't quite compare to me. I accepted the trade, and after receiving the machine and an ice block the size of a human head, I informed her about the upcoming blizzard. She thanked me profusely, admitting that she might have frozen to death without the warning, and she hurried off to buy cold weather gear, reminding me to stay warm as well. With the chat finished and the machine in my possession, I made myself a large cup of shaved ice. I crushed some white forest fruit to use as jam, poured it over the top, and took a spoonful. The sweet taste combined with the icy texture was an unbeatable flavor. As I enjoyed it, I remembered a final task I needed to handle. I walked to the temperature-controlled carriage and pulled up the train details on the system light screen. The upgrade options for the level 4 train still showed 1 remaining item, a smart chip for 10 train coins. Although Wally hadn't found a treasure chest at the last station, my sales of giant meat chunks and my trade with Shangguan Yingshe had brought my balance back up to 17 coins. It was enough. I made the purchase, and the 10 train coins dissolved into specks of light. In their place, a chip the size of an infant's palm appeared in my hand, glowing with flowing blue light in a high-tech aesthetic. I now had 2 potential uses for this chip, automating the planting carriage or increasing Wally's intelligence. To me, the choice was obvious. Before installing it, however, I decided to use sublimation. My stamina dropped from 104 to 64 as the smart chip transformed into an emotional smart chip, which would allow a machine to possess genuine emotions. I leaned over and gently tapped Wally's iron head, telling him that I was keeping my promise. As I placed the chip against him, it turned into a stream of blue light and merged into his body. A blue current flickered through his frame, and suddenly, his camera-like eyes blinked with new life. He was now an intelligent, emotional treasure-hunting robot. He could still search for items for the cost of 1 train coin, but he no longer required coins to function in his normal state, relying instead on self-charging. He could follow any instruction I gave him, though the system noted that as a former trash collector, he might still have a preference for useless things. Wally no longer needed to go into a deep sleep mode. I habitually tapped his head and told him to go get me a glass of water. Unlike his previous mechanical self, Wally reacted by aggrievedly clutching his head with his clamps, like a bullied little punching bag. Even as he moved to obey, his tracks rolled across the floor, and he soon returned with a glass of water from the reservoir. I told him he was pretty smart and promised to hit him less in the future, which prompted him to nod rapidly in agreement. I couldn't resist tapping him one more time just to see his even more aggrieved expression, and I laughed out loud. I patted his head, telling him that was truly the last time because, even if it was fun, I wouldn't do it anymore. I finally understood why someone like Shea would create an android like Tina. If a little guy like Wally could bring this much joy to a boring life on the train, a girl like Tina would be on another level entirely. I wondered if I would ever be able to create an android like that myself, and I suspected that, eventually, I might. The next day arrived with a chilling transformation of the world outside. Through the train window, a terrifying blizzard had painted the entire wilderness in a blinding absolute white. What was once an open plain had become a frozen wasteland, teeming with snowfield monsters that emerged from the drifts to chase the train with predatory intent. Snow wolves, snow demons, and snow mental powers swarmed the tracks, their sudden appearance striking a deep sense of crisis into those train captains who were still struggling at level 2. I could see the desperation of others from a distance. Some had simply given up, waiting for death to claim them in the cold, while others exhausted their entire wealth just to reach level 3, or upgraded their wheels to barely maintain a safe distance. Some managed to survive by utilizing various acceleration devices, yet even those who met the minimum speed thresholds found themselves in a desperate struggle as monsters clawed at their hulls, leaving some unlucky trains riddled with holes. The environment was just as unforgiving as the creatures. The violent blizzard caused temperatures to plummet to minus 30 degrees, forcing those without proper clothing to huddle in makeshift shelters and burn wood, just to survive. However, none of this weighed on my mind, as my own circumstances were quite different. Inside my constant temperature carriage, the air was a comfortable 22 degrees Celsius, and I sat leisurely enjoying a bowl of shaved ice. At level 4, my train moved with a grace and speed that the snowy monsters couldn't hope to match. While I rested, Wally was working diligently under my orders. He climbed through the skylight onto the roof to collect ice and snow, shaping them into identical blocks before stacking them neatly in the storage carriage. When he saw that the space was nearly full, he waved his small mechanical arms and ran toward me, shaking them to get my attention. Seeing his success, I told him he had done a good job and rewarded him with the recharge, watching as he happily hurried over to the device to receive the electricity I would have provided anyway. I draped a wolfskin over my shoulders and stepped into the storage carriage, shivering as the sudden drop in temperature hit me. It was incredibly cold, but I quickly worked to load the snow blocks Wally had gathered into the storage unit. I knew that if the weather turned hot later, these blocks would be valuable, if only to be used as a source of water. As the clock struck 12:30, the familiar prompt for the Crossroads of Destiny triggered, presenting me with two distinct choices for my next stop. The first was the Goblin Fortress, a level 4 hunting station, and the second was Screaming Village, a level 5 hunting station. Both were categorized as hunting stations, which piqued my curiosity. I wanted to understand exactly what differentiated a hunting station from a slaughter station, and since neither level posed a significant threat to me, I naturally chose the one offering higher level rewards. I selected Screaming Village. The train surged forward, passing through distorted space as the tracks extended into the void. When we emerged, the blizzard still dominated the sky, covering everything in a shroud of white. However, I noticed a small, conspicuous black dot approaching the train through the drifts. As it drew closer, it became clear that the figure was a human being. The system informed me that we had arrived at Screaming Village for a 10-hour docking period, marking the station with a danger warning. A middle-aged man with blonde hair, blue eyes, and a scruffy beard hurried toward the train, calling out to me as if I were a savior. He shouted for the Master Hunter to stop and save his village, expressing awe at the sight of the train and thanking God for our arrival. Since my sentry hadn't been triggered, I knew he wasn't an enemy. I pressed the button to open the door, allowing the biting wind to howl into the carriage. Dressed in my warm gear, I looked down at the man, who appeared to be around 40. His use of the title hunter suggested the identity I was assigned at this station, and the fact that he recognized the train meant other captains had likely passed through here before. I told him calmly that I was merely passing through and hadn't come specifically to help, then asked him to explain what had happened to his village. The man immediately knelt in the snow, pleading for help. He explained that their village had been invaded and occupied by the Blood Clan, who were using the villagers as blood bags and draining them day and night. He feared that everyone would be dead within days if no one intervened. Identifying the Blood Clan as my potential targets, I asked him how he had managed to escape such a predicament. He revealed that his father had knocked one of the creatures unconscious during a blood drawing session to let him out. His father had instructed him to find a master hunter, claiming that a specific item would ensure my assistance. With trembling hands, he unwrapped a tattered cloth to reveal a single, well-preserved train coin. I looked at the coin and wondered if this was the only reward for a level 5 station, but I quickly realized that this wasn't the actual bounty. It was merely a down payment from the desperate natives. The true harvest would come from the Blood Clan themselves. I accepted the coin and told the man to wait outside for a moment while I prepared. Back inside, I began selecting the right tools for the job. The mithril weapons I had acquired in Doomsday Town were perfect for this hunt. While the temple mithril cross was ready, I took a moment to use my mental power to upgrade the mithril crossbow and mithril ritual sword to level 3. These weapons would help me fit the role of a hunter, though I knew my guns would still be my most reliable assets if the Blood Clan proved to be truly formidable. I also decided to bring out a weapon of true mass destruction, the Enchantment Mental Power Magazine Great Compassion Heavy Machine Gun. I replaced the virus serum with the appropriate ammunition and finished organizing my gear. Wally bumped into my ankle, his large monitor-like eyes blinking up at me. Understanding his silent request, I placed a train coin on his head and activated his treasure hunting mode. He happily crawled out into the snow, leaving a trail of tracks as he disappeared into the white. Opening the door once more, I looked at the blonde man who remained kneeling in prayer and spoke to him. On the way to the village, I learned the sloppy uncle's name, Otani. He has a special identity, the village chief, and managed to escape only because his father bought him a chance, and there was a secret passage in his basement. A passage Otani himself dug for secret meetings with the young widows at the head of the village. The widows are gone now, but the passage has become a life-saving path. After crossing a hillside, I see the village, dark red and snow white shining against each other. Under the low eaves, large groups of bats hang upside down, sleeping quietly, while wails and wild laughter drift faintly from some of the houses. Otani grits his teeth, tears streaming uncontrollably, kneeling once more begging me as hunter to please save them. I do not respond. My goal is to hunt vampires, not to save people. Where is that secret passage you used to leave the village, I tell him. Take me there. Over here, he says. Otani leads me to a hidden cave concealing the passage. Looking at the tunnel wide enough to walk upright, I cast him a suspicious glance and ask if he dug this himself. He smiles sheepishly. His brothers helped him find those widows too. You villagers sure know how to play, I mutter. What did you say, hunter? Nothing. You go in first. Before he can react, I kick him in the butt and Otani enters the passage in fear, leading the way. I follow at a distance, observing carefully. After my stamina was raised to the 120-point cap, my physical fitness and observation improved with it. Even in the pitch black, I can see clearly within 10 meters. Whoosh! A silver crossbow bolt whizzes past Otani's head, and a bat with scarlet eyes is struck, turning to ash on impact. Otani looks back in terror as I walk up silently and pick up the bolt. There are bats, which means this place was discovered long ago. So this really is a trap. A burst of sinister laughter rings out. Countless bats blockade the passage behind us, and from the darkness, over a dozen humanoid monsters with pale skin, ugly faces, and black cloaks slowly walk out. He, a hunter. The lead vampire sneers. The progenitor was right. As long as someone escapes with that coin, a so-called hunter will appear. Didn't expect you to come so soon, hee. Human, you don't really think you escaped on your own, do you? Otani breaks down, stammering that he didn't mean to lead me here. I interrupt. I know it has nothing to do with you. I look around, slightly unsatisfied. Only 13 vampires. I thought there would be more. The lead vampire sneers that those silver weapons cannot kill them, that in this dark vampires are invincible, and orders the rest to suck this hunter's blood dry. Invincible in the dark, I echo. Then let's brighten things up. With a snap of my fingers, a soft glowing stone appears in my palm. The moment it appears, every vampire feels a great crisis and instinctively turns to flee. But it is too late. Close your eyes, I tell Otani. Yes. The pure purification stone erupts in radiance that fills the passage, and bats and vampires alike turn to ash, without even a sound. When the light fades, the cave is empty, as if everything had been a dream. Let's go. Putting the stone away, I continue forward. There is no need to hide anymore. Walking out of the passage, a few silver bolts shoot the vampires waiting at the exit. This was Otani's home, now converted into a vampire blood collection station. Over a dozen drained corpses tossed in a corner, and the few still on the beds breathing but with no chance. I step outside. The commotion below has clearly been noticed, and the moment I appear, dozens of vampires and even more bats rise into the sky. Human, Sue, the leader does not finish. I pull out the stone, light flashes, and wherever it touches turns to dust. I walk through every part of the village like that, light spreading continuously, more and more vampires eliminated, even the ones that try to dodge fall into a crossbow bolt. It takes a full 2 hours to circle back to Otani's house, the village seemingly clean. Hunting complete? A bit too simple. This is a level 5 platform, but most vampires were only around level 2, the occasional level 3 nothing notable. So where are the level 5s? Otani, what is the name of this village? Otani, sitting blankly in front of his brother's corpse, comes back to himself. It's called Tess Village. Hunter, thank you for saving the village. Tess Village, that does not match the platform's name. Feeling the pure purification stone in my pocket still glowing and heating, I look outside. In the sky, a blood-red spiral vortex slowly forms, and an old vampire much uglier than the ordinary ones descends from it, opening his bloody maw. Then, a shriek. I put on the earplugs I bought from the trading platform after choosing this stop, the corner of my mouth curling. That's more like it. Since it's called a hunting platform, how could there not be a boss? The system light screen displays the monster, Screeching Vampire Progenitor, level 5, immune to holy attacks below level 5. After emitting a shriek, resurrects all corpses, continuously lowers the mental power of the living, and applies the madness mental debuff. The pure purification stone flared with light once more, but the reality remained as the light screen had warned. A level 5 stone simply couldn't touch the shrieking blood ancestor. High above, the blood ancestor perched atop a giant bat, peering down at me with a cold, mocking sneer. He spoke of how hunters intrigued him and recounted how his own ancestor had been slain by a train-riding hunter 3 centuries ago. Now, he claimed he would have his vengeance, offering me a chance to kneel and become the first hunter's familiar of his clan, promising me an eternal, undying existence. Eternal and undying? I had to wonder if a level 5 station boss truly believed he had the right to make such grand claims. A dry smile touched my lips as I casually tossed the purification stone back into my storage unit. Beside me, Otali watched my movements with sheer terror, clearly under the impression that I was preparing to surrender to the monster in the sky. I waved a hand to dismiss his fears, telling him not to worry because I had absolutely no interest in bowing to a mere frog in a well. When Otali asked what I meant, I simply told him that the creature was already a dead man. With a sharp snap of my fingers, my golden heavy machine gun materialized on the ground before me. The shrieking blood ancestor laughed in pure disdain, mocking the foolishness of humans and the weapons we take such pride in. He didn't even finish his sentence before I pulled the trigger. A single bullet tore through the air, instantly shattering the rotting flesh of his palm. A shrill, agonizing scream ripped through the silence. The blood ancestor clutched the ruin of his hand, howling as he tumbled from the sky and rolled through the snow. He seemed bewildered, crying out in pain and questioning what kind of weapon could possibly do this to him. I could almost see the realization of death dawning on him. For a creature that had survived hundreds of years, the prospect of an end was terrifying. He turned to flee without a second thought, desperate to escape. He didn't get far. A storm of golden bullets erupted, infused with the ethereal power of Sanskrit chants, and swallowed the arrogant old bat whole. In the blink of an eye, his body was reduced to fly ash that drifted harmlessly into the wind. He was gone, turned to dust. I rubbed my hand, which felt a bit numb from the recoil, and noticed Otali standing nearby with his mouth agape in total shock. I told him to wake up, prompting him to stammer out a question about where the Blood Clan leader had gone. I answered plainly that he was dead, as if there were no other possible outcome. Otali's shock was understandable. The pressure the blood ancestor exerted upon his arrival was intense, and after seeing my purification stone fail, the poor man had given up all hope. To see such a terrifying entity deleted in less than a minute must have felt like a dream, or perhaps a hallucination brought on by blood loss. I didn't pay much mind to his internal crisis and instead walked over to the spot where the bat had disintegrated. In truth, the old guy had suffered a very unjust death. Any other train captain at level 4 or 5 would have likely met their end here, facing a boss immune to level 5 items. He simply had the misfortune of encountering me, an outlier carrying level 6 gear at level 4. Beyond that, every one of his abilities had been perfectly countered. His summoned corpses were either turned to ash by my stone or shredded by his own kin. And as for his mental interference, I felt perfectly fine. I checked my status and saw that while my mental power had dropped, the insanity debuff hadn't touched me. Ever since the Plains of Nights, I had been under the effect of witnessing truth and falsehood. I didn't fully grasp the mechanics of it, but I wasn't about to complain. After searching the ashes, I found a shriveled heart in the snow that had managed to keep its shape. It was the heart of a blood baron. The system informed me that consuming it would transform my race into the Blood Clan, granting modules like night vision and blood feeding, but at the cost of being permanently labeled a racial traitor. I looked at the list of perks and felt it was rather mediocre. I had no desire to stop being human, and after seeing how ugly that old bat was, I definitely wasn't interested in the transformation. Still, just because it was useless to me didn't mean it lacked value. The Blood Clan is a classic fantasy race, and these modules would be enough to let someone dominate low-level stations. If I posted this in the chat room, people would surely fight over it. I tucked the heart into my pocket, thinking I should hold out for a good price. It seemed that the true draw of a hunting station was the ability to obtain unique racial items like this, which offered rewards far richer than a standard mission platform. Since my business here was essentially finished, I began to head back toward the train, but then I spotted a pair of tread marks in the distance. Following the tracks led me to the backyard of Otali's house. There, I found Wally working tirelessly with his mechanical pincers. He was in the middle of dragging a coffin out of a grave, from which he pulled a ragged wooden box buried alongside some old bones. It was the treasure chest for this station. Though the location was incredibly abstract, I couldn't help but feel a bit speechless. Even among the strange stories I'd read in the chat, finding a chest in a grave was a new low. Wally noticed me and waved his pincers happily, scurrying over with the box. I patted his head and told him he'd done a great job, promising him an extra charge once we were back on board. Otali, who had followed me in secret, looked at the scene in a daze. He asked if Wally was my pet and why he was digging up his ancestor's grave, but then his eyes fixed on the wooden box. I asked if he recognized it, and he admitted that while he didn't know it personally, his family had spoken of it. It was apparently an item left behind by the hunter who had saved the village 300 years ago. 300 years ago, the hunter. No, it should be train captain. This box was left behind by that train captain. According to train system detection, it is indeed a level 5 treasure chest. A treasure chest left by a train captain. How could anyone be so kind? And another point I have been thinking about, ever since hearing a train captain came here 300 years ago. 300 years. And according to Sister Shaya, a batch of survivors appears every 3 years. Doesn't that mean at least 100 batches have come to this world? No, that is not it. Shaya said few train captains from earlier batches can still be seen, and unless she is lying, given her over 50 train level, she should at least know more about previous batches than a newbie like me. I cannot figure it out, so I silently push the matter aside. I tell Otani I passed through this village just to find this wooden box, that the things inside aren't very precious, but it was this thing that attracted the vampires. Now that I'm taking it, the village will be safe. I still have the ability to spout nonsense, and Otani believes it without doubt. He bows, thanking the great hunter on behalf of everyone. As I am about to leave, he hesitates a long while, then suddenly shouts, "Hunter, sir." I stop, turn, ask if there's anything else. He wades through the snow, gasping, and asks cautiously whether, with only him left in the village, could he? My train only has one seat. I cut him off without hesitation. I am not the type who likes to live and adventure with others. I will not let anyone board this train. Not now, not ever. At most, like Shea, I will create partners through doll manufacturing or other technologies. I never trust strangers. His words stick in his throat, and he stands stunned in the wind and snow. I shake my head internally, pondering, and continue. Go somewhere else. Do not stay here. Since you are the only one left in the village, you must live on for them. If you encounter danger again, just like this time, use this kind of coin to search outside. Maybe other hunters will come to help. I take out a train coin, wave it in front of him, then put it away. As for how to find them, that depends on your luck. With that, I turn and head toward the train against the increasingly fierce snowstorm. This damn weather makes me miss the constant temperature carriage immensely. Back on the train, after subtracting the departure rights, there are 2.5 hours left. I slip into the carriage, peel off my frozen stiff cotton clothes, and throw myself onto the soft bed. Whew, this damn weather is killing me. Hey Wally, go to the storage room and find a piece of beef to roast. Alright, don't look at me like that. I said I'd let you charge and I won't go back on it. Go get the meat, I'll roast it myself. Wally happily speeds toward the storage carriage. Although it cannot put things in, with my permission it can retrieve. After tossing a piece of beef on the grill, I finally turn my attention to the second gain. Level 5 treasure chest can be opened. This is the first one I have obtained from a platform. As long as I complete sublimation, it becomes level 6. Thinking of the level 6 items I currently possess, I am filled with anticipation. Sublimation. Stamina 85 to 45. Mental power 67 to 37. 70 points. 20 more than 4 to 5. Not much. Level 6 treasure chest can be opened. Without hesitation, I open it. But to my surprise, besides the train coins, there is only one item, or a blueprint. Obtained. 24 train coins. Obtained. Hunting Mecha Dragon Manufacturing Blueprint. No level. Hunting Mecha Dragon Manufacturing Blueprint. Stage 1 Manufacturing Count 1/2. Requires Mind Cube times 1, Metal 1000 kilograms, Machine Parts 800, Emotional Intelligence Chip times 1. Note, this blueprint was created by A before their fall. Note 2. This is an item snatched by a train captain who before dying, broke into a low-level station, and adhering to the principle of if I can't have it nobody else can, threw it onto a low-level platform, where it formed this chest. Note 3. This chest was originally level 5 but was promoted to level 6 due to the influence of some kind of talent. Because the contents could not be changed, the train coin reward was increased to 24. Huh? Seeing the description, I rub my eyes hard, certain I have read it correctly, and open my mouth wide. Something requiring 1,000 kilograms of metal and 800 machine parts to build. And so many notes. Train system. When did you become so diligent? The train system adheres to the philosophy of serving the train captain, above all, it replies. When faced with items that exceed your current level, more annotations will appear to make it easier for newbies to understand. A blueprint made by 3 question marks, then snatched by a high-level captain, that's really interesting. Then I'll have to build it. But where do I get this mind cube? Rubbing my chin, this thing is likely not something train conductors in my sector know about. The best way to find out would still be Shea. However, I temporarily suppress the thought. The next station is the 10th, and once I pass it, the newbie phase ends. I do not know what happens then, so it won't be too late to ask after I see. The gains here aren't numerous. A vampire Baron heart that can convert races would sell for a good price, and the Hunting Mecha Dragon blueprint overflows with mystery. Adding the 24 train coins, my reserves reach 31. Although it seems like a lot, I don't think it's enough for a level 5 train upgrade option, so I keep saving. No rush. I lick my lips at the beef sizzling on the grill. Nothing makes me happier than barbecue in a snowstorm, except hot pot. Departure rights triggered. The hour hand of the pocket watch stops at 8. The train's whistle remains loud even amid the blizzard. The void emerges, the tracks move forward, and we return from one expanse of white to another. The wilderness weather hasn't changed since entering the station. Opening the public chat. 8,683 divided by 1000. When will this hellish weather end? I really can't take it anymore. Doesn't it usually end by midnight? Just bear it. Only 4 more hours, burn some wood. By the way, that Li Xiaosheng put a lot of materials on the trading platform again. Where on earth does he get them? Such enviable luck. Who knows, but Zhao An in our sector isn't bad either. Look at the vegetables. Most posted by him. These two must have a lot of train coins by now. I wonder when the next public station appears. You're thinking of robbing them? Idiot. Li Xiaosheng bought a level 3 assault crossbow blueprint at the public trading station and sold one to every alliance member. If you reach a public platform, stay away or you won't even know how you died. A crossbow, can that be more powerful than a gun? How did the guy above survive? A level 3 weapon, even a crossbow, beats low-level firearms. Haven't you noticed the guy who sold guns? What was his name? Ye Qian. He hasn't appeared for a while. His low-level rifles are long outdated. That guy doesn't want to join the alliance. Brother Li has spoken. Next time we see him, we'll definitely take his life. That's right, Brother Li. Also said no one is allowed to buy his stuff. Otherwise, it means you're against the alliance. Watching the lackeys pop up, I calmly type a line on the light screen. Attach a screenshot, spend 1 train coin, and pin it. Selling Heart of the Vampire Baron, already placed on the trading platform for auction. Only accepting train coins, highest bidder wins. The trading platform has an auction function, just rarely used. When the introduction appears, the scrolling chat pauses for a moment, then scrolls rapidly. What is this? Transform into a vampire. What's this module? Never seen any of this. How many train coins? If I had this, would I still need to fear those monsters chasing the train? I could do whatever I want, even inside the station. The auction price has reached 15 train coins. Where do you guys get so much money? Didn't we agree everyone was living a hard life? A bunch of liars. The heart immediately attracts attention. Among them, those tempted by the modules begin bidding before everyone else. Li Xiaosheng among them. Damn Ye Qian, to have such good luck for this kind of thing. Hey, but truly stupid for taking it out instead of using it himself. Does he not want to abandon his human identity? He curls his lips in disdain. Ignorant. What does it matter if you are human, as long as you become strong? Who cares about race? With this heart becoming a vampire, who can be my rival? He takes out a train coin and pins his own message. My alliance wants this thing. Then another message tops it. Didn't your lackeys say no one is allowed to buy this Ye Qian stuff? What's wrong? As the alliance leader, you're the first to go back on your word. The poster is named Zhao An, that train captain who has been growing vegetables since the first station and holds high prestige in his sector. The two of them, one selling basic resources and the other selling vegetables, should have minded their own business, but Li Xiaosheng's lackeys constantly show off and mock other sectors, so the alliance has a terrible reputation. Li Xiaosheng's face turns livid. He grits his teeth, watches the price climb, and continues bidding. The auction stops at 23. The bidder is Li Xiaosheng. He used the basic resources on hand to scrape the coins from his alliance members to barely manage it. He does have some ability. Zhao An tried collecting from captains in his sector too, but very few were willing to trust him. Without interest as guarantee, who would lend their wealth? As the timer hits 0, Li Xiaosheng obtains the heart and his train coins flow into mine. Didn't expect this thing to sell so high. Fair enough. Level 5 platform after all. However, the buyer is Li Xiaosheng. I wonder if he'll regret coming to cause me trouble. He saw only the module bonuses and surpassing human physique, but selectively ignored the negatives. Maybe he passes the next few stations smoothly, but after that, none of my problem. I count the coins with a smile. 53 total. With these, I can put the next train sublimation on the schedule. Stamina and mental power, still a bit lacking. Tomorrow, just tomorrow I upgrade the train to level 5. Reaching level 4 10 stations ago was a record-breaking feat. Level 5 should be possible too, right? No, it definitely is. A friend Ding reaches me. Zhao Lin, still alive, truly not easy. Big brother Ye, how many train coins did you earn in the end? Not much, just 23, I tell her. Auctions are visible only to bidder and seller. Others don't know the actual price. Zhao Lin rubs her eyes, wondering if she misread. 23 train coins, converted to level 3 chests is almost 4. Who is the one with such good luck? Why can she not get things like this? So amazing. Was this also from a treasure chest? Just killed an old bat. Seeing this, the envy in her vanishes. Good luck and bad luck are conserved, so wealth and danger are the same. The bat must not have been that simple. Perhaps a great price was paid. If it were her, she would only think about hiding. Can this thing really turn someone into a vampire? Looking at the wrinkled heart in front of him, Li Xiaosheng's eyes burn with desire. Ye Qian, I will make you regret selling this thing to me. He tilts his head back, throws it into his mouth, a nauseating fishy stench exploding inside. Fights back the urge to vomit, swallows it down. Then excruciating pain. Ah, his skin festers, two fangs pierce through his mouth, and his originally passable face becomes that of an extremely ugly monster within seconds. Trembling, he climbs up, startled by the version of himself in the mirror. Is this me? He throws a punch, shattering the mirror. My strength has increased. Vampire, I succeeded. From this moment on, Li Xiaosheng is no longer human. The next day, 6 hours 30 minutes and 0 seconds, the broadcast rings out as I am cooking. 2 eggs into the frying pan, a few slices of thinly cut beast meat on the side, fresh tomatoes and a white forest fruit. A hearty breakfast. Congratulations to the remaining 8,679 train captains after the block merge. You have successfully arrived at the 10th station of the newcomer survival period. The 10th station will be the final destination for novice train captains. Good luck to you all. The final destination, huh? Munching, I sit by the window. Yesterday's silver-clad world has disappeared overnight. The earthy wasteland stretches on as usual. Before the 10th, I managed to upgrade to level 5. Pretty well done. I walk to the front of the train, touch the oval-shaped train system, speak softly. Sublimation. Stamina and mental power surge like a tide. A deep blue stream pours continuously from the front car until it envelops the whole train. Stamina 120 to 70, mental power 120 to 60. Train upgrade complete. Current level 5. A brand new train reappears in the wilderness. Opening the details, the familiar trio, wheels, frame, chassis, all at level 5 strength, speed up to 100 kilometers per hour. Then upgrade options. 1. Intelligent chip, 10 train coins. 3. CVO Roadhog, 10 train coins. 3. CVO Roadhog, 10 train coins. 3. CVO Roadhog. 4. Infinite storage game console, 8 train coins. Well, I overestimated my reserves. The 4 total 48 train coins. If I buy them all, my balance drops back to single digits. I was a rich man for one day, now I'm going to be a pauper again. Shaking my head helplessly, I check the rewards. The intelligent chip goes without saying. Wally got a brain. The planting carriage also needs full automation. Must buy. The focus is the last 3, especially the carriage. Heavy turret carriage, equipped with 2 fixed heavy artillery guns, 1 fixed top machine gun, can be remotely controlled and fired via the train operating system. Artillery, hiss, feels good. Buying it. A pure black carriage much larger than normal appears out of thin air on the track. Connecting to my train, teleporting in and looking at the huge gun barrels aimed at both sides, I can't help but touch them a couple of times. This is a man's romance. If not for only 6 shells coming with the carriage, I would really fire one right now. Next, the CVO Roadhog, a silver gray motorcycle, and with it I won't have to walk on my own legs at the station. Buy. Last, infinite storage game console, a console with infinite internal storage. Spend 1 train coin to purchase various constantly updating games. No need to hesitate. Must buy. My coin count returns to pre-liberation levels overnight, but adhering to since I bought it I have to use it, I still spend 1 train coin to buy Devil May Cry 5, which I hadn't fully cleared before coming here. Just consider it nostalgia. Definitely not because my gaming addiction flared. There is one more thing, the reward for breaking the level 5 record. Congratulations on breaking the fastest level 5 train record. Received 1 piece of train armament. Train armament? What kind of thing is this? Choosing to claim, a deep blue stream merges directly into my body. Train armament. Doomsday drill. Consumes 1 train coin to summon a drill in front of the train, with power increasing as the train speed increases. 12. I, still being abused by the boss in the game, put down the controller. The light screen pops up before me, my laziness disappearing. Is it finally starting? Crossroads of Destiny triggered. Please choose a path from the following 2 stations. Station 1, deep in the gloomy jungle, level 5 hunting station. Station 2, Darville Village, Goblin Tribe, level 5 hunting station. Goblins again, I really have a connection with goblins, and both hunting stations, this is hard to choose. The deep forest of option 1 has basically no information. Option 2, decided since goblins have appeared so many times it wouldn't make sense not to go see. I choose Station 2, Darville Village, Goblin Tribe. Station selection complete. Please sit tight. The 10th station the train is arriving at is Darville Village, Goblin Tribe. The train moves forward, half an hour later passes through the void. The whistle sounds, and outside the window, to my surprise, there are a dozen men and women dressed in various costumes, looking very much like adventurers from another world. Looking over. Current station, Darville Village, Goblin Tribe. Docking countdown 9 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Good luck. This station, high risk. A bearded uncle in clerical attire, the leader, walks over and knocks on the train door. Hello, are you the new adventurer? Adventurer, like the hunter from the previous station, must be the train captain identity here. The sentry was not triggered, no hostility. I open the door and smile. Hello, my name is Ye Qian. What happened here? I am an adventurer just passing by, I don't know the situation. The cleric smiles kindly. I see. I thought you were sent by the royal capital. Since you aren't, you should leave quickly. This village is about to be invaded by the Goblin Kingdom. We must guard here for 5 hours to ensure all civilians are evacuated. However, it seems a bit late. Those goblins have already arrived. Following the cleric's gaze, above the distant hills, hundreds of green-skinned goblins are charging over, waving wooden sticks and iron bars while screaming. "Stop them," the cleric shouts. "We cannot let these monsters break through. Watch out for stealth." He pulls a giant cross the size of a door from his back and plants it before him, the rest on high alert. Just then he hears the young man beside him speak. "Sentry, fire." The order is given. Its red optical eyes open and rotate continuously. Hundreds of light wheels appear out of thin air under the feet of the goblins, entering the 150-meter alert range. Even the goblin slayer in stealth is instantly revealed. Weapons materialize. Then, fire. Bullets pour out, each accurately hitting a vital point. The barrage prevents any goblins from entering the alert range. Instincts of fear cause the lowest level goblins to turn and flee, and some escape beyond 150 meters. But could they really escape? Pursue. Command updated. The sentry detaches from the train, even carrying the heavy machine gun, pursuing at extremely high speed. The moment these goblins charged toward me, they were destined to die here. When the gunfire ceases, hundreds of goblins have all been hunted down. The sentry returns to the top of the train to continue its vigil. I pat the shoulder of the stunned cleric. "Mister, are you hurt?" That. You. Who exactly are you? That thing just now." The cleric regains his senses, swallows, looking at my harmless appearance. "I just said, I'm just passing through. But coincidentally, my target should be the strongest individual among these goblins. Tell me, where is it?" "This is a hunting station. There must be a target. Like the old bat. The strongest goblin? Do you mean the goblin general?" From this cleric I learned the situation. The village is surrounded by a legion of 5,000 goblins. There are over 200 civilians. As adventurers, they were hired by the human royal family to defend so the people inside could evacuate. The cleric smiles and shakes his head. Of course. How could the kingdom spend such a sum to hire a high-level adventurer squad just for civilians of a border village? The real reason, a princess of the human royal family is staying somewhere in the village, searching for something. The squad must prevent any goblin invasion for at least 5 hours, until she finds what she is looking for and leaves safely. The commander outside is a goblin general, presumably my hunting target. 5,000. Can you really hold out for 5 hours? I am skeptical. They don't look like they could withstand it. The cleric laughs. We are a famous adventurer squad in the kingdom. Defeating the Goblin Legion is unlikely, but we can manage to block them. He points to the sky. We have set up a barrier. Once activated, when the Goblin army arrives, they cannot rush in. Watching his inexplicably confident expression, I silently look at the translucent light film not yet descended in the sky. I just feel it isn't as reliable as he claims. Will the Goblin General come too? Of course. By the way, I haven't introduced myself. My name is Donald. I am a cleric. If your target is the Goblin General, you can stay. It is dangerous outside, and the tracks further ahead were long destroyed by the goblins. Donald's gaze glances at the sentry a few times with a hint of fervor. Target confirmed. I accept Donald's invitation to stay temporarily. The squad people aren't bad. I exchange a few bottles of ice-cold beer to gain their trust. Compared to the Goblin General I am hunting, I am actually more curious about what is in the village worth a princess searching for personally. Donald's alcohol tolerance is average, and having drunk a little too much, he spills everything he knows. We don't know specifically what it is, but we heard an ancient ruin was discovered under this village. Maybe there's some treasure inside, haha. But it's strange, we've circled the village a few times, why haven't we noticed any entrance? Who knows where that princess and the people she brought went in? An ancient ruin with no entrance? What kind of treasure could be hidden? Could it be the treasure chest for this stop, or something else? My interest piqued. I take the chance to fetch more drinks and return to the train, looking at Wally spinning in circles entertaining itself. I pat its iron head. It's your turn to shine. Go and bring back the most precious thing at this stop. Don't let me down. A train coin turns into dark golden light and merges into Wally's body. He pats his square chassis with a mechanical claw, looking every bit like he's saying, "Leave it to me. Be careful. Don't get caught. If you can't handle it, come back to me. No need to take risks." Watching his retreating figure, his camera eye actually makes a touched expression. He nods, rubs against my lower leg a few times, rolls treads, and enters the village without being noticed. Near a mud house, he finds the entrance to the underground. "Brother Ye Qian, why so slow? I thought you drank too much and fell asleep." Haha, he is a top-tier adventurer who owns his own train. How could he get drunk easily? I'm so envious you have a train. How much did you pay R&D Corporation for it? We've been saving for over 10 years and only saved 18 coins. Still 3 short. Will we get a coin after completing the kingdom's mission this time, boss? We will soon own a train too. Then we won't have to ride those butt-bruising carriages. Haha, right. We will have one soon. Run? Corporation? I had walked out of the train, and that slightly familiar name in their conversation makes my steps falter. I have heard the name again. Where last time? Doomsday Town. The monster in that silver shop used 3 train coins to buy a cake from Run Corporation thinking it could cure his daughter. but the company's courier died on the edge of the town. This is the second time. Was it a train they wanted to buy? I narrow my eyes slightly, sit beside Donald, open a beer, and hand it to him with a curious smile. What is this Run Corporation you're talking about? Donald and the others cast puzzled looks. He scratches his head. Brother Ye-Chian, you've got me confused. You're a person who owns a train. How could you not know Run Corporation? I didn't buy this train. I see, Donald says with a bitter smile. I knew it. You're so young. How could you have scraped together enough coins to buy a train? Plus, you don't look like an adventurer. Sigh, it's good to be a noble. You can get what we want without having to fight outside. By the way, you mentioned your target was the Goblin General. Are you hoping to kill that monster and make a name for yourself? Donald has already imagined a story where I am the heir of some noble family, driving a family-provided train to the frontier for an adventure. I give a fake awkward smile, which only convinces him more, and he continues. So what is Run Corporation, and what are the coins? What do they have to do with the train? Donald takes a sip, leans against his massive cross, pulls a cloth bag from his bosom, and extracts something I am quite familiar with. Train coins. Run Corporation appeared on the continent suddenly over 200 years ago. Those people called couriers brought many magical gadgets. The countries on the continent wanted to buy them, but were told only this kind of mysterious coin was accepted. These coins are very hard to find and impossible to counterfeit. They can only be obtained in some dangerous places or from chests in mysterious ruins. An empire at the time wanted to seize those magical items by force, but overnight that empire's capital was instantly erased, as if it had never existed. A high-level adventurer squad like ours has only managed to find a dozen or so after collecting for over 10 years. We are still 3 coins short of a train. He looks at my train with envy again, lamenting fate's unfairness. I rub my chin slightly. Run Corporation appeared over 200 years ago, but Shea said 15 years ago there was no mention of Run Corporation's existence, so time in the station and time in the wilderness are not synchronized. And the chests where one can get train coins are those treasure chests. But why only coins? Are there only coins in the chests? Nothing else? Donald looks confused. Of course, what else could there be? I do not press further. Then how do I contact Run Corporation once I have the coins? You kid, you've got so many questions. Fine, considering the drinks. Having gotten the answer, I make an excuse about being drunk and return to the train. Sitting in my chair, I fall into thought. Can only a train captain open treasure chests to get things other than train coins? Or is all of this just the setting for Donald in this station? I am becoming increasingly confused about these stations. Often the background of a station presents a complete world. Other times a station consists only of a fixed space with nothing but endless darkness outside. Are the worlds inside real or not? Who? Why am I thinking about this? What does it have to do with me? Just focus on myself. I shake my head, casting wild thoughts away. Taking out my few remaining train coins, following Donald's method, I recite in my heart, summon Run Corporation Courier, perform purchase transaction. No response. Within expectations, Run Corporation's customers are not train captains like me, but the natives in the stations. So they collect train coins through natives but refuse to trade with train captains. Run Corporation seems to be hiding itself. Sometime later, the Goblin Vanguard arrives. These green-skinned monsters wear standard-issue leather armor and wooden spears, clearly more elite than the low-level goblins. I don't make a move. I even turn off the sentries, creating the appearance of having exhausted ammunition during the first wave. When Donald and his team hear this, their gazes toward me grow more disdainful. They completely regard me as a pampered young master out on an adventure, with no ability except the train and sentries. So this is magic? It's indeed cool. Pity, if only I could learn it. Inside the train, looking through the window, I eat melon seeds bought from Zhao Lin while watching them fight. No wonder they need such a huge cross. It's actually used to swing at people. A violent cleric. Ugh, did they just smash him into meat paste? The battle lasts a long time, and finally, with everyone injured, they eliminate the vanguard of over 100 elite goblins. No deaths, but everyone hurt, relying on Donald's healing. Slow. The goblins won't give them that time. Another batch of elite goblins crest the hill. Scouts at the front bring bad news. The main force is only 10 minutes away. The squad's combat effectiveness is hard to agree with. The mage was kidney stabbed by an elite goblin slayer and almost died. Donald, panting heavily, grits his teeth at the pale-faced mage. We can't wait any longer. Hurry up and open the barrier. Otherwise, before the main force arrives, we'll be ambushed by these slayers. He calculates time. Open the barrier. Drive those lowly goblins out. A semi-transparent light membrane covers the village like an inverted bowl. Outside, the goblins are blocked, pounding desperately, unable to shake it. Donald is right. It can block ordinary goblins. But what if it's not an ordinary goblin? Lightning flashes. In the sky, a spear wrapped in thunder strikes the barrier at extreme speed. Cracks spread from the tip. Crack, crack. The barrier shatters. How can this be? Why could this goblin break our barrier? Donald stares in disbelief. How could a goblin possess such a powerful weapon? Captain, we should run. We definitely can't hold them. Damn goblins. They're charging. Ah, don't come any closer. 5,000 goblins surge toward the village like a green tide. Among them, a tall goblin general clad in black armor sits at center. He reaches forward, the yellow bracelet on his wrist glimmering, the lightning spear returning to his hand. He grins at the squad, but suddenly notices the train not far away. A flash of fear crosses his eyes. He instinctively steps back 2 paces, then something occurs to him, and a fierce, malevolent glare appears on his already ugly face. He points the spear at the train. Gili-gulu gwala. Nearly half the army adjusts direction and charges straight toward the train. Looks like I've been targeted. I stroke my chin, a faint smile curving my lips at the lightning spear. Is that my hunting reward? It looks quite nice. 150 meters. The moment the army reaches this distance, the deactivated sentry restarts. Exterminate. Command issued. Red targeting reticles spread continuously. 1, 2, thousands appearing under the goblins' feet. Whether invisible or camouflaged, even with speed boosts, they cannot escape the sentry's lock. Bullets? Enough. The mental power magazine fully replenished. Then a train coin turns into dark golden light at my fingertips and merges into the sentry. Activate overlimit mode. The sentry's red eye erupts with blinding light, initiating 30 seconds of double firing rate. The double-speed Great Compassion heavy machine gun turns the area within 150 meters into a meat grinder. Not a single goblin lasts a second after entering. The goblin general watches in disbelief. Not just him, the adventurers behind the train are the same. Is this war? No, this is a completely one-sided massacre. The goblins want to flee, but the goblin general roars and the fleeing goblins are affected. Their eyes turn blood red and they continue to charge, howling. Are these goblins crazy? How is it possible to charge through this? An adventurer mutters, voicing everyone's confusion. Oh, they're quite smart, knowing to consume my bullets. If it were someone else, they might really worry about supply. But well, crunch. The sweet aroma of white forest fruit masks the scent of blood on the breeze. When the 2 magazines empty, gunfire fades. The goblin general looks pleased and waves his spear to continue commanding the charge. No bullets. Captain, let's go. He's out. That's right, Captain. We should have left earlier. Damn it. Why did I believe a young noble could take out 5,000 goblins? Donald grits his teeth, hesitating. Yi Qian helped us. Go call him back so we leave together. Captain, it's too late. That kid has a train. Just let him figure out his own escape. What does it have to do with us? Idiot. The trains sold by Run Corporation require a 30-minute warm-up every start. How long has it been since the battle started? Ignoring dissuasion, Donald runs quickly toward the train. He wants to take me away before the goblins arrive. I hear the conversation and smile slightly, opening the window and leaning out, leisurely waving at sweating Donald. Brother Donald, you're not a bad guy. Get off the car quickly. No matter how precious the train, it's not as important as your life. Don't stay on it. Your weapon is out of bullets. The ammunition for that kind of weapon can only be bought from Run Corporation. Even if your family is wealthy, they can't give you more. Run. There's still time. Chew. Chew. I look at him with a smile, swallowing the fruit. Don't worry, there are still plenty of bullets. 80 meters. Snap. The empty mental power magazine fills instantly. 50 meters. Another train coin turns into golden light. Overlimit mode reactivate. Fire. On the battlefield, goblin after goblin is hit by bullets and explodes into blood mists. The level 6 heavy machine gun paired with special mental power bullets even achieves multi-kills, where monsters are dense. Facing an unbeatable opponent, the forcibly berserk goblins are forced awake. They abandon armor and weapons, ignoring the general's orders, turning to flee. Pursue them. A comical scene appears. The sentry floats in midair, mounting the heavy machine gun, single-handedly surrounding and annihilating the remaining less than 2,000. Only when both magazines are exhausted does it stop and return. Sitting on the window frame, I continue eating, ignoring Donald, who is dumbfounded for the umpteenth time, and walks straight out. Within 300 meters in front, the emerald grass is soaked scarlet. The army has completely collapsed. Only the goblin general remains, furious. No matter how he roars, he cannot salvage the shattered mental power. He himself feels fear under the sentry. Just as he prepares to flee with the army, he notices an unarmed human who looks quite delicious walking out. Gili-gulu, Gili-gulu. He immediately shows joy. Even with his underdeveloped brain, he can tell this delicious human must be the train's owner. Kill him and the train belongs to the great goblin general Tululu. Greed makes him abandon fear. At this distance, he can pierce through this delicious human's heart, then shatter into pieces just like the barrier. Gili-gulu gwala. He raises the spear high, bright yellow lightning attaching. But before he can throw, bang, a single bullet pierces through his brow. Trial by gunfire. Triggered. Sin judgment. Guilty. 1 shot. And the world goes quiet. Phew. Blowing the wisps of smoke from Ebony's muzzle, I hum a cheerful tune as I walk straight to the corpse, kicking him aside. This is my first time using the active ability of trial by gunfire. As expected, very strong. I pick up the spear and bring up the light screen. Lightning spear. Level 5. Consumes stamina to throw a powerful lightning attack. Supporting equipment. Spear retriever. The retriever must be the thing the goblin general was using. Removing it from his wrist and examining this distinctly high-tech item, I fall into thought. Can a goblin really get their hands on this, or did he open a treasure chest somewhere else? No, Donald has no reason to lie. Natives in these station worlds should only be able to obtain train coins from chests, not other rewards. Then is it Run Corporation? Whether the retriever or the spear itself, I feel they were all bought from Run Corporation. Easy to tell by how the general targeted my train. This monster had clearly scavenged other trains, not the kind natives buy, but ones truly owned by a captain. Run Corporation is also an organization founded by train captains. Right, they sell to natives. Then what these natives do becomes new station worlds. Without seeing them, all my speculations cannot be confirmed. However, it should be soon. After completing the 10th platform, our batch passes the novice period, and there will surely be opportunity to meet earlier batches. They will know more about Run Corporation than I do, and perhaps I will run into someone from Run Corporation at some station. Putting the spear away, I hesitate, then strip the iron armor off the general. He doesn't know how many years since he last bathed. The stench is unbearable, but it's a waste to toss and recycling won't yield much, so I list it on the trading platform. Surely someone will mind nothing and pay. Too much trouble to carry, so I list the iron armor for 8 train coins. Where else can you find a conscientious merchant like me? 8 train coins for level 3 iron armor. This doesn't seem to have anything to do with conscience. Returning with my spoils, the adventurers look at me with awe and fear. The sentry's attack could be excused as a powerful weapon, but that single shot to the general's head erased all doubt. Lord Ye, thank you for your help. We will spread the story of how you repelled the 5,000-strong goblin army single-handedly. In the name of the Holy Lord, I, Donald, will absolutely not conceal these achievements. That doesn't really matter, but your mission can be considered complete. Right, I still need to stay here for a while. What about you? We'll leave right away. Sensing the dismissal, Donald leads them away without hesitation. Just as they leave, he remembers something, pulls a silver-white statue of a hooded prayer giver from his backpack, and offers it. Lord Ye, you helped us and saved all our lives. We don't have anything precious. Please take this. With it, the Holy Lord will bless you. The squad fades into the distance. I look at the statue, pondering. Does this world really have gods? No, what am I thinking? It would actually be strange if there were no gods. Statue of the saint, pray and be filled with hope. Perhaps the Holy Lord will cast their gaze upon you. Not necessarily useful. Aside from God, who else could force countless people to constantly enter this train survival world? Or rather, whoever can do this must, and can only be called God. I suddenly think of Shea. Wasn't that woman dressed like a nun? What kind of god did she believe in? I'll ask her when I get the chance. Putting down the statue, my gaze falls on the hunting reward. Sublimation, standing on 117 to 73. Sublimation successful. Lightning Spear to Rampage. Lightning Spear level 6. Wild Thunder Throw consumes stamina down to 0 to throw a strike of immense power. Can be equipped with Spear Retriever. Immense power, how immense? I don't try lightly. The negative effect is too severe. After stamina is consumed to 0, one enters a state of extreme sloth, and I already feel uncomfortable with 20 or 30 left. Hard to imagine 0. However, I don't want to consume my own. But what about the sentry? It has no stamina. With this thought, I climb onto the roof and equip the spear and retriever to the vigilant sentry. Switch weapon, Rampage Lightning Spear. Activate, Wild Thunder Throw. Order issued, sentry activates. On the spear shaft, golden lightning condenses, forming a spiral, constantly rotating thunder spearhead. After reaching a critical value, it shoots out violently, turning into a golden meteor falling from sky to earth. Then, boom. A huge explosion, strong shockwaves spreading outward. Oh no. Feeling the impact, I quickly duck into the train to avoid being blown away. When the lightning dissipates, I look at the huge spiral crater that has appeared. Not bad. I am very satisfied. After the sentry uses the ability, the spear doesn't consume stamina as the description states. It only needs 1 minute to recharge. By constantly recalling through the retriever, it is another powerful weapon no less than the Great Compassion Heavy Machine Gun. Not only that, the sentry can use this spear for melee, compensating for its weakness in melee. If an enemy closes, they get shot in vital spots while harassed by the spear, even fleeing far, pursued by violent thunder. Before reaching a higher level, the sentry cannot possibly have any opponents. The 150-meter range is destined to become a nightmare for enemies. Daver Village, 2,000 meters underground. Soldiers in exquisite armor surround a woman in her early 30s waiting in this underground world. Before them, within a semi-transparent barrier, a reverse cross building stands. The woman holds a semi-cylindrical key and forcefully inserts it into the stone platform before the barrier, her steps unsteady, looking like she has been standing for a long time. Your Highness, why don't you rest and let us take over? It's been almost a day. If this continues your body, a soldier steps forward, trying to curry favor. Get lost. She viciously kicks the soldier away. The things here are mine. None of you commoners can lay a hand on them. The others exchange looks, help up the bleeding soldier, and hide aside without further word. Feeling the oppressive atmosphere, she snorts disdainfully, gaze fixed with fervent intensity on the altar. Almost there, Almost there. In the darkness, no one notices a square robot with its head tucked in, secretly observing. Wally circles around and stops on the other side of the barrier, poking it with his arm, feeling it soft. So Wally directly crashes into it. Bang! Clutching his iron head, he reveals a hurt expression. He is certain he cannot get in here. He has to go back and tell his master. The most precious thing on this platform must be retrieved by his master personally. Wally, you're back so fast. Didn't get the item, huh? It's okay, I'm not Ye Qian. Wait, that's me. It doesn't matter if you don't get it. You'll still get your charge. Oh, you drew a map. Does that mean there's treasure down here? Led by Wally to the underground entrance, I take out a pure purification stone for a light source and follow him in. So the location is over here. After about half an hour through a deep secluded path, the scene opens up. Emerald crystals are embedded everywhere, soft light bringing illumination to this vast underground world. Continue forward. I hear voices not far away. Are you okay? That kick from Her Highness wasn't light. My ribs are probably broken. Why did you have to go and seek death? She despises soldiers from common backgrounds the most. I just want to get promoted. I don't want to just be a guard. Not now, though. Wait till the princess gets the item from that ruin, then we'll figure out a way to. Are we really going to do it? Otherwise, after that woman gets the item from the ruins, how could she tolerate us knowing? She'll definitely silence us. The conversation fades. Walking another 10 minutes, I see the ruins. After observing the princess in her 30s who looks like an old woman, my fantasy of fairy tale princesses is completely shattered. So ugly. I do not go out directly, but circle around like Wally, coming to the other side of the barrier. Touching it with my hand, the soft sensation makes it hard to believe this is hard to break. How do I get in? I fall into thought. What if after she opens it, I just shoot and rob her? That's one way. If there's no better option, I might as well try. Wait, I have an idea. I suddenly think of a good idea. Anchorer. The dark gold blasphemy card appears between my fingers. Anchor. Mental energy consumed. An anchor mark appears inside the barrier. Then, sail. A drowning sensation. Voices in my ears come and go. When I open my eyes again, I am inside the ruins. It worked. It actually worked. I play with the card, smiling. With Anchor and Teleport, I can completely cross any barrier. The Blasphemy card's abilities truly grow stronger the more I look. If the Blasphemy card underwent another sublimation, I gaze a moment, then shake my head. No, it's the same feeling as when I couldn't sublimate above level 4. My current ability isn't strong enough. Forget it, let's first see what's actually in the ruins. I walk toward the base of the massive reverse cross altar, so tall, almost 10 stories. I climb the steps, continuously, until I reach the spacious pure white platform at the very top. Only another reverse cross platform a little over a person's height exists there. Walking closer, this vast altar exists solely for one item. What is this? A light purple card floats. On the card, the image of a hooded demon holding a scythe is lifelike. It feels a bit like the Blasphemy card. No way. I swallow, reaching out. The moment I grasp the card, I feel countless seductive whispers in my ears, but it disappears in an instant. I shake my head, patting my forehead. What was that just now? An illusion? I pull up my personal information. Aside from the mental power consumed for the anchor and teleport, my mental power has dropped by about half again. This card, appraise. Devil card, seduction. Seduction consumes mental energy, your lies will be believed. Demon, consumes stamina. Your actions will inspire fear. Such powerful abilities and no level. This thing couldn't be the same kind as the Blasphemy card, could it? No, this one shouldn't be as powerful. Good luck, there's even an extra reward at the stop. I am in a rather good mood. I glance at the ugly princess below, still trying to open the barrier. She's trying so hard, wouldn't it be pitiful if she came in and found nothing? With a casual toss, I take out a level 3 bullet and place it on the altar. A level 3 bullet, not bad I guess. I do not leave immediately. In fact, I cannot. The anchor's teleport requires an hour to cool down. During this time, I go back down and have Wally return first. Time passes quickly. Anchorer, sail, another drowning, another whisper. Only this time when I open my eyes, I am back on my train. Finally, it's open. Underground world. The princess looks at the dog-hole-like gap that has appeared, immediately bends down and crawls through. The guards behind her want to follow, but she glares them back. You commoners, you aren't worthy of entering. Wait there obediently. Once this princess obtains the item, this world will be mine. She lifts her heavy skirt, takes 3 steps in 2, and climbs the inverted cross altar above. After climbing for a long time, she reaches the top, sees the smaller inverted cross altar, rushes over with fervent eyes. This is a bullet, a single bullet. This is what Run Corporation told me to get. Picking it up, she looks puzzled. Who cares, as long as I got it. She takes a hairpin from her head and throws it on the ground. A small crystal is revealed within, emitting faint blue light. A woman wearing a Run Corporation medal sits in an executive chair, sporting massive dark circles, speaks in an extremely languid tone. Who are you? Oh, I remember. The princess from that big world with a maximum level 5 platform. So, have you obtained the item? Give it to me now. I got it. Here. A platform-like object appears above the crystal. The princess obediently places the bullet on it. Before long, the woman on the other end has the bullet in her hand. She looks at this utterly ordinary level 3 bullet and falls silent. After a long while, she raises her head, stares coldly at the princess. "You're playing games with me." The old princess's expression changes to surprise. She quickly shakes her head and waves her hands. "How could that be? How would I dare to deceive an adult from Run Corporation? Didn't you say take that key and find an underground ruin in the border region? I searched a whole year before I found this ruin the key fit, and there was only one bullet on the altar. There really was nothing else." The woman continues to stare with icy dead fish eyes that make the old princess collapse to the ground. "Enough. There should have been a card there, not a bullet. Where is the item exactly? I'm giving you one last chance. Tell the truth." I really don't know. There really was only this one bullet, I didn't lie." Sizzle. The blue crystal explodes. A sharp fragment grazes the princess's neck. Bleeding profusely, she desperately reaches out, but darkness like a tide engulfs her. The dead fish-eyed woman looks at the bullet, lost in thought. That native wasn't lying, but the barrier containing the devil card can only be opened with a key. Why was there a bullet inside? Could it be someone swapped the card beforehand? No, impossible. If the ruin had been opened, it wouldn't need a key again. So what exactly is this? She places the bullet aside and speaks to something living in the darkness. "Go investigate which train captain above level 30 has recently visited that platform." "Yes." Docking countdown 1 hour 33 minutes and 45 seconds. Wally, come back. On the roof of the train, I lie basking in the sunlight. Wally, meanwhile, is continuously pulling weapons and leather armor from the dead goblins, then recycling them through the processing station I placed outside, ultimately forming resource blocks for the storage carriage. Ha! Almost time to go. Yawning, I call him back. The last batch of resources stored. The gains from this stop are now complete. Back inside, Wally eagerly circles between me and the charger, the large eyes of the monitor blinking. Surprisingly adorable in a clumsy way. "Go on. Seeing how hard you've worked, I'll reward you with a full charge today." Although it's fully charged every day, receiving my praise makes Wally incredibly happy. Back in the constant temperature carriage, I have gradually transformed it into a proper room. Even bought a dining table on the trading platform and set up a bookshelf with comic books in the game console. This carriage is entirely a paradise for a homebody. Okay, time to depart. The privilege has long since changed color. I raise my hand and slap it down. Privilege triggered. Departure. The track moves forward. The void appears. Passing through. Returning. Outside the window, the familiar endless wasteland. At the same moment I return, all captains in this sector look up at the broadcast, because it has emitted a sound. Congratulations, all train captains have left the 10th platform. Starting tomorrow, you will no longer be protected by Newbie Protection privileges. In the wasteland, weather will change daily and will no longer be the same. Cross-sector friend adding enabled. Multiplayer platforms enabled. Guilds enabled. Team mode enabled. The trading platform will no longer be restricted to this sector. Train speed requirement increased to a minimum of 60 kilometers per hour. Trains below this enter a dangerous state. We wish you good luck. We wish you to survive. Remember, do not abandon your train. A long string of rapid-fire announcements leaves everyone bewildered. 6,831 10,000s. What the heck? Why is this broadcast more and more off schedule? We already left and it's only saying this now. I'm almost falling asleep. That's weird. I heard people from Sector E3 say before that broadcast times occasionally don't match ours. Didn't expect after merging the broadcast is now off schedule too. Hey, is there something wrong with you guys in E3? What, are you trying to say someone can stay on a platform for almost 9 hours? That would require level 4? Oh, no, level 5, right. Isn't your focus on this? The main point is all that stuff the broadcast said. What do they mean by multiplayer platforms, guilds, fully open trading platform? Weren't there multiplayer platforms before? Those were public trading platforms. You clearly didn't listen. As for guilds, haven't you played games? Huh, look at the mail section. Who is this mass sending a message inviting us to City of 1,000 Stars? There are other mails too. Holy cow, why are there more and more? The chat room is bustling. I also received the emails they are talking about. City of 1,000 Stars. Nation on a ship. Sky Garden. Are these the cities built by those seniors Sister Shaya mentioned? An invitation directly through the system for the new batch who have passed level 10? If I accept an invitation, I can go there for the next stop, no longer making a random platform selection. What will the cities be like? I fall into thought, looking at dozens of mass-sent emails. Their names alone don't reveal strength or quality, and a rash choice might lead to trouble. Or should I not accept any? I shake my head, dismissing it. I have done nothing wrong. A clear conscience fears no false accusation. Aside from the blasphemy card, I have no conflicts with anyone. No need to give up an opportunity to learn more about the world, but I truly cannot decide which to choose. However, I can ask. Sister Shaya, do you know which faction is better for a stop after level 10? On a certain platform world, Shaya is silently praying with her eyes closed. She opens them at the special system notification. Level 10. Why is it only level 10 now? I remember this kid came to my place many days ago, didn't he? At that time, he was all ready. She tilts her head in confusion and replies, "Oh, I thought you had forgotten your elder sister. Level 10. Are you kidding me, kid? It's been 5 or 6 days since we parted. How could you only be at level 10? How could that be, if you don't believe me? Look, I sent a screenshot of the email. It has the date on it. No, you. Seeing I'm not lying, she's clearly stunned a moment. So he really leveled up to a level 3 train at 5th station. And he also got modules, alert devices, storage units. What kind of luck is this, Sister Shea? Seeing she hasn't replied for a long time, I send another. Ahem. It's nothing, haha. I was just dealing with a small problem. Congratulations. After passing level 10, you're a true train captain. As for the choice, I recommend City of 1,000 Stars, the largest city-state in the train world. You can buy many unimaginable things there. Of course, besides that, there's one more thing. I'll also be going to City of 1,000 Stars soon, and I'll give you something then. What is it? I'll tell you when we meet. Oh, by the way, since you're going to City of 1,000 Stars, here's this for you. Ding ding. A new email. A medal engraved with the Weeping Saint's emblem appears in my hand. When you arrive at City of 1,000 Stars, take it to 44 Nikelio Street. It can get your train a free advanced maintenance. Thank you. No need to be polite. I'm helping you only because you are the owner of the blasphemy card. I know, but thank you anyway. Shea sits cross-legged, looking at my message, a slight smile on her lips. Ahem, I'm still busy. Anything else? I hesitate. Yes, I got an item. An item, send a screenshot, see if there's anything special. I send a screenshot of the devil card. Question mark, question mark. Where did you get this thing? I picked it up by chance. Is this card related to the blasphemy card? Shea's eye twitches a few times. She unsteadily crushes a doll and after a long while regains her composure, sighs deeply and replies, no relation. This is another set. Alas, I hadn't intended to tell you so early, but never mind, you've already passed level 10. Organizing her words, she continues. Taking the blasphemy card in your hand as an example, its individual existence is unique, but that doesn't mean there's only one. As far as I know, including yours, there are 7 blasphemy cards. These 7 are collectively classified as the profane card sequence. As for the devil card you picked up, it's one of the devil card sequence. The difference is there are only 13 devil cards in total, a fixed number. After the holder dies, the card randomly falls into a platform world, forming a ruin. You kid must have gotten it in some ruin, right? Still saying you picked it up, go fool a ghost. Heh, I really did pick it up. I saw no one wanted it, so I just took it. She rubs her forehead in exasperation. Blasphemy card, devil card, angel card, ace card. There are some other similar card sequences. Each one is a unique existence, and except for the blasphemy card, the number of other sequences is fixed. According to rumors that appeared out of nowhere, if one can collect all the cards of the sequence, something special will happen. For example, after collecting the devil card, one can summon a world-destroying demon or something. As of now, I don't know anyone who has managed to collect an entire sequence. However, I did hear that the Run Corporation you mentioned seems to be collecting a certain card sequence. Strangely, even I can't find their headquarters. If you run into them, be careful. Card sequences. I take out both the Blasphemy and Devil card and hold them. What about the Blasphemy card? What happens if they are all collected? Literally, profaning gods. Question mark. She feels she has said too much and sighs. Alright, this isn't something you should worry about. Moreover, no one even knows how many cards are in the Blasphemy sequence. So how could anyone collect them all? Don't overthink it. Go and rest well in City of 1,000 Stars. There you can stop for at least 3 days without continuing to adventure. Never mind, you'll know when the time comes. That's it, I have things to do. She closes the chat. She leans back on the church pew, slightly lost in thought. Sister Nun, it's ready. Tina's voice comes from not far away. The cute girl doll hops over, tilting her head at the other dolls shattered on the floor. Sister Nun is bullying everyone again. Hurry up and fix them, or I won't talk to you. Shea rubs her head and casually takes out a card engraved with a dark gold angel, swiping it through the air. Heal. The dolls are restored. The next morning, 6 hours, 30 minutes, and 0 seconds. Unlike usual, the crossroads of fate is triggered at this time. I just woken, rub my eyes, and look at the screen, feeling a bit confused. It's this early, even the entry time has changed, but what's the point of the crossroads being triggered when entering City of 1,000 Stars? The crossroads of fate triggered. Please choose from the following paths. Path 1, City of 1,000 Stars main gate. Path 2, City of 1,000 Stars lower district. Lower district. After a slight hesitation, I still choose the main gate. This time, no need to wait half an hour. Immediately an entry prompt appears. Enter. Acceleration void. Passing through. The scenery outside the window suddenly changes. The train comes from the endless wasteland onto a massive railway bridge, where strange creatures leap in the sparkling ocean. And many more bridges like this, each with hundreds of tracks, trains of various shapes traveling on them, all members of some block. Directly ahead, a colossal starvation city stretching as far as the eye can see, floats in midair, with countless tracks spiraling around it, like the rings of a planet. Ding ding. Zhao Lin. Brother Ye, did you accept the invitation? Which place did you choose? City of 1,000 Stars. You haven't chosen yet. Choose now. I'll choose City of 1,000 Stars too. I'll treat you to a meal. Heh. I got a lot of train coins at the last station. Okay. Ding ding. Another. Shangguan Yingshui. Where did you choose? Do you women all like to talk to people at the same time? Question mark. Just kidding, I chose City of 1,000 Stars. How about you? I'm not there. That's a bit of a shame. Ellipsis. The chat ends, and about half an hour later the train begins to slow. A majestic gate appears. New mail. Welcome to City of 1,000 Stars. The whistle blows, the train stops at a Gothic-style platform, enters an independent tunnel, and finally halts. A man in uniform walks over and stands before the door, observes the train, clears his throat, and knocks. The door opens, and as I step out, he nods slightly with a kind smile. Hello, esteemed train captain. Welcome. I am your guide and will introduce you to relevant matters. For the next 3 days you may stay here, or you may choose to join a guild to obtain longer docking times and resources. Through the guild's capabilities. The word guide reminds me of the smiling man at the public trading station. I wonder how that guy is doing now. I came by invitation. What should I do next? Nothing at all. Once you choose to come, you have a special coordinate. After leaving, every 3 stations you can spend 2 train coins to change the destination of the next station to City of 1,000 Stars. Here all train captains will spend at least 3 days of rest, whether for dining, entertainment, or any desire. As long as you spend train coins, it can all be achieved. So that's how it is. I finally understand why these factions send invitations immediately after newbies completed 10 stations. By bringing more newbies into their sphere, captains who are tired or afraid will inevitably choose to come every 3 stations. As for whose pockets those 2 train coins end up in, no need to say more. So my train will just be left here? He shakes his head as if anticipating, takes out a key and hands it to me. City of 1,000 Stars has specialized train storage capsules right here. For just 1 train coin, your train can be absolutely safely stored for 3 days. The key remains in your hands. Only you can open it. Even the highest level administrators absolutely cannot. He finally understands. In short, it costs money. What if I didn't buy? I can easily imagine that if I went out and came back, my train would be nothing but an empty shell. So would you like to purchase the storage service? Yes, your choice is correct. 1 train coin to the guide, I take the key and follow him out. A massive mechanical arm descends from the sky and grabs the tunnel where my train was. It is placed in a corner of the large gate I had just seen and enveloped by a light blue screen. There are countless similar compartments capable of storing trains on that gate. Train captain, please feel free to explore on your own. I hope you have the most wonderful experience here. He is about to leave when I remember something. Wait, what if I want to maintain my train? He gives me a strange look, completely surprised that a captain who just entered would know about maintenance. Please rest assured, you can find specialized maintenance technicians in the city. They all have devices that can directly teleport trains. You only need to use your key, and the train will automatically go there after maintenance return here. And how do I get to 44 Nakello Street? You can go there by city's self-service transportation vehicles. Thank you. Having the info I want, I am not in a hurry. Stepping out of the hall, what meets my eyes is a colossal multi-layered city with a futuristic feel. The place I'm in is the first layer, the base area, the lowest level of the entire City of 1,000 Stars. But this is the lower, then what was the point of that option? I don't think much. After getting a free general map, I walk straight in one direction. Although there are many places to explore, everything requires train coins. Unfortunately, I don't have much money left. Welcome to the Chong Trading Station. Following the map, I enter a shop that connects directly to the trading platform. Only then do I understand what the broadcast meant by the lifting of the trade ban. Resources, all fixed prices now. 1 train coin can be exchanged for 100 kilograms of wood, metal, or 100 mechanical parts. Each person can sell a maximum of 20 times per day for these basic resources. Why is this? Not far away, a sales assistant comes over upon hearing me. She first gives a respectful smile, then explains, "Respected train captain, you must be visiting City of 1,000 Stars for the first time. Basic resources are not scarce here. Many train captains within the city possess the resource radar talent and can provide a large amount of basic resources daily. Therefore, the prices you see now were set by the city lord, specifically prepared for new captains." Talent? What is that? I asked nonchalantly. From her words, it seems that in this city, talent is not something worth mentioning. Her smile does not diminish as she explains. Talent is something only a very small number of captains possess. But even so, as far as I know, there are differences between talents. The resource radar talent is the most common among all talent holders. As for the rest, I do not know. This sales assistant knows quite a lot. I size her up. "You are also a train captain." She shakes her head, seemingly afraid I might misunderstand. Quickly explains, "No, of course not. I was born in City of 1,000 Stars and have always lived here. My goal since childhood has been to become a train assistant serving captains. I only know these things from books. With a few taps on the light screen, I sell basic resources totaling 10 train coins. The self-service transactions only allows basic resources. More complex transactions require appraisal here. However, 10 train coins are clearly not enough for my current needs. What else can I sell? I still have quite a few valuable items. If I were to take out just that one devil card, it would probably fetch an unimaginable price. However, I do not intend to sell. After a moment of thought, I take out 2 test tubes from my backpack. How much can this sell for? Blessed virus serum. This was the product of the virus serum from the Doomsday Town treasure chest after sublimation. Although I always kept it in storage, I never had a chance to use it. And with the candy Shea gave me, the value is becoming smaller and smaller. Keeping one tube and exchanging the rest for train coins is just right. Please wait a moment. A mysterious-looking machine emits light, scanning the 2 test tubes. The light forms a screen, displaying its quoted price. Virus serum can provide immunity to low-level zombie viruses. Due to unknown reasons, it has been specially blessed, gaining low-level healing abilities. Estimated value, 5 train coins per tube. Higher than I imagined. Train captain, here are your train coins. Is there anything else? Not for now. Alright, would you like to exchange your train coins for 1,000 stars coins? What are those? They are the common currency of City of 1,000 stars. Train coins are too precious. Each train coin can be exchanged for 1,000 stars coins, usable in any consumption venue within the city. I exchange 5, obtaining 5,000 stars coins, and have no intention of staying. Just as I turn to leave, the assistant runs over and slips a business card into my hand. Train captain, if you need a train assistant, you can contact me. I will definitely fulfill all your requests. Assistant. From the name, it isn't hard to guess, but I don't need one. Meeting her eager gaze, I merely smile without replying. After getting the train coins, I do not leave immediately. Standing on the street, the diverse architecture, vehicles, and people make me feel a little unreal. Ding ding. Zhao Lin, Brother Ye, I've arrived at the place you mentioned. Which one is you? Ah, no need to say. I should recognize you. Looking at the message, before I can reply, I feel a light tap on my shoulder. I turn. No one. I reach out to grab the other side. Oh dear. My gaze shifts with the sound. I see a young girl with high ponytail and healthy tanned skin, looking full of vitality, seemingly just adult, sitting on the ground. You are Zhao Lin. Hey, it's me, Brother Ye. It really is you. I knew I recognized you correctly. I reach out and pull her up. Zhao Lin, a head shorter, lifts her face and puts on a serious expression. Nice to meet you for the first time, Brother Ye. Just call me Ye Qian. I'm not that old. No need to call me Dage. Being called Dage through a chat box is one thing. In person, I am only a few years older. Then how about Brother Qian? Are we that familiar? She doesn't feel awkward at all. Her overly familiar demeanor is hard to dislike. Of course we are familiar. If Brother Qian hadn't helped me in the first 10 stations, I would have died long ago for being unable to complete the upgrades. So you are my savior. That's true. So how do you plan to repay me? She had not expected that. Her carefully prepared words shatter, and for a moment she doesn't know how to respond. Grumble. A small stomach growl breaks the silence. I shrug and point to the restaurants on the street. Treat me to a meal. Would that be sufficient repayment? Of course it would. It was just a meal. She didn't think she would spend much. But she clearly underestimated the consumption level of this city. When the two of us leave the restaurant and see the bill of a full 3,000 stars coins, her mood completely turns from sunny to cloudy. So expensive, we didn't even eat much. How did it cost so much? 3,000 stars coins. That's 3 train coins. Oh my goodness. Opening a level 3 chest only earns enough for 2 meals. That's too expensive. She casts a lingering glance at the fully loaded package behind me. Lobster, shark fin, packing so many portions, that's really too much. I hear her grumbling and glance at her equally loaded backpack. I want to laugh. Having no other business, I plan to check out the train maintenance place Shea introduced. I had only walked a few steps preparing to hail a vehicle when I turned to look at Zhao Lin, who has been following. Don't you have your own things to do? Are you just going to keep following me? She blinks and nods. I have nowhere to go. Zhao Lin is at a loss. She has no idea what she is supposed to do in this city. Enjoy herself, as the introduction suggested, but alone she doesn't dare, nor know how. Don't forget her last stop was the Lucky Station, so this time she was bound to encounter some bad luck. Even if City of 1,000 Stars seems safe, that is only relative. Therefore, staying by my side, the only person she is somewhat familiar with, is the only sense of security she can find. Brother Ye, you know my talent. If you stay by my side, won't all your bad luck transfer to me? My undisguised disgust makes her silently lower her head. She mumbles softly, I'm sorry, I'll just. You can follow me. I hold out my hand and gesture in front of her. Give me money, 5 train coins, as compensation for the mental distress of you infecting me with bad luck. Scoundrel. She curses inwardly but obediently takes out 5 train coins and places them in my hand. Thank you, Brother Qian. Should I say she was stupid or something else? I weigh the coins. I actually really wanted her to stay far away. I hadn't expected this girl to actually be willing to give me money. I should have asked for more. However, never mind. Since she has already given it, I won't break my word. Hailing a suspended autonomous taxi, I take her to 44 Nakeloo Street. A church? After getting out, looking at the huge church intertwined with black and white, I strongly suspect I have gone to the wrong place. What did a church have to do with train maintenance? Shea wouldn't be trying to trick me into becoming a believer of some inexplicable deity, would she? Brother Chian, so you believe in gods. I believe in ghosts. Although I feel the place is unreliable, upholding the principle of since I'm here it would be a waste of taxi money not to go in, I still walk into the church. The interior is not much different from churches I've seen online. The only difference is the entire space is filled with low murmurs of praise from all directions. Hearing someone arrive, a middle-aged man dressed in bishop's robes puts down the white book in his hand and walks over with a smile, sizing me up. Under the monocle on his right eye, his gaze flickers slightly as if thinking about something. Are you the guest Shea recommended? Alright, I haven't gone to the wrong place. I pull out the medal Shea had given me. I can use this medal for one train maintenance, right? The bishop nods kindly. Please follow me. Following behind, the three of us pass through the interior of the church and arrive at a station platform with 3 tracks behind it. Please insert the key here and we can begin the maintenance. He points to a groove just right for the key that represents the sealed train. Without hesitation, although I don't know his background, I can vaguely sense an indescribable aura on this seemingly kind middle-aged priest, as if he had rolled out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Undoubtedly, this is a train captain, and his level definitely not low, perhaps comparable to Shea. As for why such a person would be doing maintenance, that is not something I can know. I insert the key and twist it slightly. The familiar train appears out of thin air. Zhao Lin rubs her eyes hard, unable to believe what is happening. The train appeared here. Oh my goodness. Brother Qian, where did you learn all this? You haven't been taken in by a rich woman, have you? Many times the truth is inadvertently revealed in jokes. I silently ignore her exclamations, looking at the priest who seems to be pondering. Is that all? The priest nods. Of course. If I may ask, this person next to you. Hee, never mind, I seem to be talking too much. The priest's smile deepens a bit. Come pick up the train tomorrow. For the remaining time, I suggest you go to the guild gathering place. All newbies who arrive here can choose to join a guild. When there are no missions, you can stay here to avoid danger. For many people, they even give up their identity as a train captain and completely stay here, becoming an assistant who can only serve captains. If you want to stay, you can try. Stay? Give up the identity of a train captain. I have no interest whatsoever. However, my gaze falls on Zhao Lin. At this moment, the girl is staring blankly, deep in thought. Feeling my gaze, she snaps out of it and suddenly smiles. It's like Brother Qian, just like that public trading station back then. When my bad luck was at its peak, there was an option to stay and not have to participate in the subsequent survival, as long as I gave up my identity as a train captain. Her mood is slightly downcast. If this stop hadn't been bad luck for her, she would have had a very high probability of choosing to stay. Not everyone is as adept at train adventures as me, nor does everyone crave adventure. A stable life is what many long for. Let's go check out the guild. There might be something good there. We hail another car. This time Zhao Lin pays. On the way, I browse the trading platform connected to City of 1,000 Stars. With my level 5 captain identity, I can see some extra items. But still no flamestone. It is not in the trading options. That item seems non-sellable, at least not buyable here. And for some reason, no items above level 3 are found on the platform. Not a single one. Very strange. As a gathering place for captains, there are countless people from earlier batches. How could no one be selling higher level items? The taxi drives about half an hour on the street, bringing us to a huge white jade plaza. The plaza is bustling. Many teams that look quite professional are seated in their respective spots, all there to recruit newbies. Roughly estimated, there must be tens of thousands of people in the center, not counting those who have left or not yet arrived. Truly magnificent. Everything in this city gives me a sense of large and diverse déjà vu. I have no interest in joining any guild, just want to see what a so-called guild actually is. However, this place is not only for recruiting. Many people have set up stalls here, displaying items for sale, and not a few are train captains from earlier batches. Brother Qian, I just wanted to ask, you just left your train in that church. Aren't you afraid it will be stolen? We walk among the vendors. Hearing her question, I, observing a silver-white desert eagle, reply without looking back. It's fine, I've been watching it. Watching? She is puzzled. She cannot see my system light screen, so she doesn't know that the surveillance footage running inside my train is always under my control. This gun is only level 2. Do you have any higher levels? The rogue stares with dead fish eyes and replies in a lazy voice that makes one wonder if he would fall asleep standing up. You, a newbie, right. So what if I am? Oh, no wonder. You still don't know the rules of City of 1,000 Stars. He yawns, scratches himself a few times from inside his clothes. The highest level of items sold externally in City of 1,000 Stars is level 3. If you want higher level items, you have to join a large guild to buy them. Other than those guilds, selling items above level 3 elsewhere is illegal. Why are there such rules? Level 3 items aren't that hard to obtain, are they? The rogue stops scratching and looks at me strangely. Kid, Your luck must be pretty good to think level 3 items are easy to get. Forget it, are you buying or not? If you buy this gun, I'll impart some senior experience. How much? 4 train coins, very cheap. Money and goods exchanged. A smile finally appears on the lazy face. Finally sold. 4 train coins, I can go find technician number 8 and have a good time again. He turns to leave, but is stopped by a hand on his shoulder. Senior, did you forget something? He knows he can't escape, sighs helplessly. Points to a teppanyaki stall. Let's talk over there and grab something to eat. Following him, we sit at the stall, the boss winking at the rogue. All right. I didn't bring them here for you to slaughter. 3 cups of, oh, do you two drink? Zhao Lin politely shakes her head. Let's talk about serious matters. Shh, boring. Then just 1 cup, remember to make it warm. While waiting, he spits out the straw and swipes a finger through the air. A friend invitation appears in my sight. I've added both of you. When you go back, you'll be able to, you have a system-bound module. Looking at the accepted request, he is stunned. That's incredible. Are you really a newbie? No, must be true, otherwise you wouldn't be unaware of the rules. Tusk, this is my first time seeing a newbie with a module, and a rare system-bound one at that. Back then I was. Mu Shang Yuran Sr., you should get to the point. Mu Shang Yuran, that was the name. Just call me Mu Shang. Sigh, so troublesome. If it weren't for the gun I sold you, a cup of warm wine arrives. He drinks it in 1 gulp. He, originally extremely decadent, suddenly becomes much more energetic. Cough, you're also a train captain. Don't you know how abstract those treasure chests hidden in the stations are? It's fine when the level is low, but as the train level increases, the stations become more dangerous. Relatively, the possibility of finding chests will also be lower. Moreover, train levels are not easy to raise. For newbies like you, some should have reached level 3. Right. Have you seen the upgrade requirements for the next level? Flamestone? Zhao Lin answers quickly. Right, Flamestone. That stuff can only be obtained at stations above level 4. And newbie captains can only go up to level 3 at most. So where do you get Flamestone? He points upwards. Heh, so newbies have to obediently join a guild, then follow their arrangements, exchange resources and contributions exceeding Flamestone for a Flamestone. Only then can you upgrade. And then the next level will have other rigid requirements, round and round. In the end, you'll become cattle and horses working for those old masters above. Hehehe. Where there are people, there are Zhonghu. Where there is Zhonghu, there are unscrupulous businesses. What he says is really true. But this way, wouldn't it be a bit unreasonable? Then how did the first batch of captains reach level 4? They didn't exchange for Flamestone from others. How would I know that? But Flamestone isn't entirely only obtainable from them. That's just the simplest way. If a train reaches level 3, there's a very small chance of entering a higher level station. If you can find a chest there, there's still a chance to get Flamestone. He gives a self-deprecating smile. But then again, a level 3 captain struggles to even survive in a higher level station, let alone find a chest. That's completely wishful thinking. Drinking the wine, he lays on the table and snores loudly. I don't care if he is feigning. I pay and leave. Not long after we leave, the teppanyaki stall owner pats Muxiang Yoren's head. Wake up. They're gone. Stop pretending. Muxiang sits up, completely losing his drunken demeanor, looking even more decadent. Another batch of newbie captains. Speaking of which, how many years have we been here? The boss hands a plate of stir-fried liver and replies calmly. 9 years in total, since the day we abandoned our trains and bought permanent residency. What, seeing newbies makes you want to continue adventuring? Don't forget why we chose to run away in the first place. Do you have the guts to keep entering that wasteland? Give up, we're all afraid of death. Chit. Throwing down a handful of train coins, he turns and leaves. Only his figure seems a bit more hunched. Brother Qian, then are we really unable to reach level 4? Or should we find a guild to join? We have left the stall. Just as Mushang said, no items above level 3 here. Didn't he say even if we don't join a guild, there's a chance to find Flamestone in a chest? With your luck, you might find it at the next station. Heh, you're right. Thinking her luck would return, she immediately isn't so sad. Don't worry, Brother Qian. If I find 2 Flamestones, I'll sell you one at a friendly price. Then should I thank you? That works too. In the plaza, Zhao Lin and I, with no intention of joining a guild, prepare to leave and explore other places. But our choice doesn't mean others would choose the same. Li Xiaosheng. This man, who self-proclaims himself the protagonist, stands before a man in a white suit, his face flushed with red and green. A resource radar talent, not bad. You're the 3rd resource radar today. Lucky you. Join our guild and become part of the resource team. You'll have a good life. Are there many resource radars? Under envious gazes from others, Li Xiaosheng struggles to ask. It's all right. One of the most common talents. You're really lucky, kid. Most people wish they had a talent but don't have the ability. The man in the white suit doesn't notice that Li Xiaosheng's expression is as painful as an otaku whose fantasy has been shattered. He clenches his fists, a mix of unwillingness and confusion. Why shouldn't this talent be unique to me? Why do others have it too? This isn't fair. I'm supposed to be the most special. He screams internally. The man in the white suit looks at him suspiciously and casually pats his head. There's no need to be so excited about joining a guild. Work hard, I have high hopes for you. B brother, in the guild can I also buy flamestone? Right. I heard from others that only in a guild can one. I was wondering if I could get it in advance. Yes, you can, but you don't need to be in such a hurry. The man waves his hand. A trained captain with resource radar talent, after joining the guild, cannot upgrade for at least 10 stations. This is to protect you from dying before you can fully utilize your talent at higher level stations. Of course, the guild will also provide some advanced items to protect you. It's not too late to upgrade to level 4 when your strength is mature and your foundation solid. Also, for your upcoming stations, a train assisted will accompany you to collect resources. The guild will also provide tools. Li Xiaosheng can no longer hear the rest. He only feels a chill. What did it mean, not being able to upgrade within 10 stations? He had to stay at level 3 for a full 10 stations. Why? Clearly an attempt to squeeze out the value of his resource radar and gather enough materials before he died. And he had to bring an assistant. Assistant? Their monitor's right. He angrily slams his hand on the table. Sorry, it seems I'm not suitable for your guild. I want to speed up my leveling and don't plan to stay at level 3. Before he finishes, the man in the white suit chuckles. Oh, so you're ambitious. Too bad, useless my friend. Even if you go to another guild, it'll be the same. For resource radar talent users, leaving the newbie area and joining a guild, the 10-station collection period is a consensus among all guilds. Even if you go to another guild, it will be the same. Then you'll just not join a guild. The commotion attracts attention. Members of other guilds knowing the backstory look at him with mocking gazes. If you don't join a guild, you'll never be able to reach level 4 in this lifetime. Flamestone is only in our hands. A resource radar talent, once past the newbie area, is entirely a negative talent. With such a trash talent, you won't be able to enter many excellent stations. Do you think you're very powerful? He stops, his back trembling. The truth he least wanted to know has still appeared. After passing the newbie area, resource radar truly becomes a negative talent in every sense. He has to go to stations with large amounts of wood, metal, and parts, and these stations often won't have many other rewards. One step slow, every step slow. He feels as if he had fallen into a cage woven by others. A goat walking into a tiger's mouth. That person, isn't that Li Xiaosheng? Zhao Lin points to him as he sheepishly returns to the man in the white suit and silently chooses to join. You know him. This guy posted his photos in the chat room before, many times. He's extremely narcissistic. Some of the girls I've traded with said they even received friend requests from him, asking them to be his girlfriend without even meeting. Looking at him in the crowd, I hear more conversation. Resource radar. Li Xiaosheng indeed has his talent, but it is not such a rare one. From beginning to end, I could feel that he had an extremely strong sense of self-identity, believing himself the most special. Now, discovering that he isn't so special, and that this specialness even prevents him from upgrading, his heart is probably quite broken. Boring. Let's go. Wait for me, Brother Qian. Where are we going? Did you forget what I said when we arrived in this city? What? Enjoy. I snap my fingers and a stack of 1,000 stars coins appears neatly in my hand. Since we're here and there's nothing else to do, don't you want to reminisce about your past modern life? She blinks. Can we do karaoke then? Throughout the day, I truly experience how much this city embraces entertainment. Eating, drinking, playing. Shops everywhere. The natives incredibly respectful and enthusiastic toward captains. Even in the past world, it would be difficult to find all kinds of entertainment in one place. Even at night, the lives of captains not only don't stop, but become more intense. For pleasure, some would even disregard their own lives. In a hot spring of a certain inn, my entire body is immersed in it. A faint milky white glow drips from the spring, and soaking feels as comfortable as being in a mother's womb. My mind is empty, I don't need to think about anything. Unfortunately, this hot spring is not for me alone. Splash! A black-haired middle-aged man with a weathered look and scars sits down. I don't pay attention at first, but the uncle suddenly speaks. Young man, do you want to join our organization? Question mark. Organization, not a guild. The inexplicable invitation immediately wakes me from my empty state. Subconsciously, ebony appears in my hand, dark muzzle pointed at the scarred uncle. We don't seem to know each other, uncle. You must have invited the wrong person. He takes a deep puff from his cigar. No mistake. That smiling tiger from the church sent me. Oh right, it's Shia. He told me to tell you that we and Shia are from the same organization. The atmosphere is silent. Clearly this explanation is not enough to make me lower my guard. Interesting. A storage device hidden on his body. Is it that bracelet on your hand? That doesn't seem to concern you, senior. Ha, indeed. Holding the cigar in his mouth, the man snaps his fingers and a friend request notification is sent. My name is Fan Huo. Everyone calls me Old Fan. You can call me that too. Don't be so nervous. I don't mean you any harm. I just happened to come to City of 1,000 Stars to do something. That smiling tiger in the church, said Shea. That crazy woman seemed to be on very good terms with a newbie and even gave away the organization's annual train maintenance slot. I was a bit curious, came to check you out, and by the way, to invite you to join our organization. Taking a deep breath, the thick cigar is instantly reduced to ash. Sister Shea never told me about any organization. That's normal. After all, it's an organization, not a place with strict rules. Just everyone with similar goals came together. Over time, it gained a tiny bit of influence. Clack, a dark green flame burns at his fingertips. He pulls out another cigar from who knows where and lights it. His gaze sweeps over my ebony brows slightly raised. Your gun is good. Thank you for the compliment. I return to the hot spring. I can feel this man named Fan Huo has no ill intentions. Moreover, his train captain level is definitely not low. If he really wanted to do something, why waste so much breath? How did you find me? Did that person in the church plant a tracker? It's not that much trouble. There's nothing in City of 1,000 Stars that can't be bought with train coins. There are surveillance cameras everywhere on the road, and they're not just for finding vehicles. Is that so? But I heard the city doesn't allow the sale of items above level 4. You can't necessarily buy everything even with money. Looking at the cigar in his mouth that has been smoked dry again, I strongly suspect his lungs are entirely made of smoke. Was he not afraid of choking to death? That's just because the things you've come into contact with are too low level. You'll understand when your train level is higher. Fan Huo rises from the hot spring and casually throws over a card engraved with a faceless saint. Here, take this. If you want to join the organization, open it. If not, forget it. The reason I invited you is only because of that crazy woman Shea. Speaking of which, you're the one who released her, right? Heh, you're really capable. Can you tell me how you did it? Senior Fan, everyone has their own secrets. Don't you agree? He shrugs and lights another cigar. You're right. For some reason, I always feel there is a hint of playfulness in his eyes. Crazy woman. What does that mean? Literal meaning. You'll understand later. For some reason, I suddenly recall the scene in Mystery Bell Town's church, where Shea crushed a doll's head with her bare hands. Crazy woman. It seems the title is quite fitting. I have things to do. Goodbye. Fan Hu leaves the hot spring. His arrival and departure are like a puff of smoke, so fast it is suffocating. I toy with the card, pulling up the screen to appraise. Emperor Sequence Organization Invitation Card. After use, one can become a member of the Emperor Sequence Organization and enter its exclusive chat room. D-Shu. Card Sequence. I think of what Shia told me about the card sequence not long ago, and how Shia was sealed because of 1/3 of the blasphemy card. Could it be the purpose of this organization is to collect those cards? Should I join? I fall into thought. From what Fan Huo said, he didn't know I possessed the blasphemy card, which means Shea hadn't told anyone I was the new owner. So if they really wanted to collect the sequence, weighing the pros and cons, I feel, it would be more reliable to ask a professional. Ye Qian. Sister Shea, do you know Fan Huo? A moment later, Shea, making lollipops in the church, hears the notification and frowns slightly. Is he a smoker? He's a smoker. Oh, then he probably invited you to join the organization, right? Did that guy give you an invitation card? Tisk. ? She crosses her legs, annoyed by Fan Huo's meddling. I was originally going to City of 1,000 Stars this time to give you an invitation card, but that guy beat me to it. That's strange, that smoker rarely sends out invitation cards, doesn't he? Haven't seen him in over 10 years, has he changed? Well, that's fine, it seems I'll have to give you something else. So the thing she said she would give me was this invitation card. Then can I use it? Before you use it, let me tell you something. There aren't many people in the Emperor Sequence Organization. I just glanced at the chat box. Excluding the dead ones and including you, there are only 18 in total. You don't have to talk in the chat room. Besides me, your sister, there isn't a single normal person in there, especially one named Zhu Xing too. She's even more of a charlatan. Listening to her talk will make you lose your sanity. I silently recall the smoker just now and the things Shea had done. It seems it wouldn't be a problem to remove the phrase besides her. Are you thinking something very impolite? How could I? I was thinking about where we should meet after Sister Shea arrives. This city is quite big. I'll find you then. That city should be the same as before. As long as you have money, you can buy everything there. It was that same line again. The chat ends, and I raise my eyes to look at the artificially created virtual galaxy above. Still a bit too weak, but never mind, now is time to enjoy. Submerging into the water, the outside sounds completely cut off. The world before my eyes is pitch black, and the comfort that spreads throughout my body allows my mind to empty. But, pound in at signs and %. ? Whoosh. Suddenly sitting up, the inexplicable sound that had echoed in my ears vanishes as if it had been an illusion. But it was definitely not an illusion. It was real. Swish. The blasphemy card is taken out from the storage unit. Looking at the anchor on it, for some reason I always feel this guy is speaking. But this is clearly an inanimate object. Phew, it's been so long since I had a bath. Wah, I was almost dirty to death. Zhao Lin in a bathrobe walks out humming, sees me sitting not far away drinking iced cola with a table full of fried chicken in front. Quickly runs over. Brother Qian, when did you come out? A fair hand stealthily reaches for the chicken. I catch her red-handed and slap it away. Buy your own if you want to eat. No, I won't eat. I'm on a diet. Despite her words, she swallows, looking at the freshly made chicken. I'm telling you, is it necessary to be so stingy? You had pretty good luck at the last stop. No harvest. I did, but all the train coins were taken by that screw GA. She speaks the latter part softly, but I still hear clearly. I only took 5 coins in total. You should have at least 1 left. Do you think I haven't opened a level 3 chest? She stubbornly says she isn't hungry but is still hoping I'd leave some. Unfortunately, she is overthinking. I bought food entirely according to my appetite, never intending to share. I rent 2 rooms in the inn. Lying on the bed, I find it hard to sleep. Taking out the blasphemy card, I recall the voice in the spring. What exactly was that thing? Speaking of which, every time I use the Anchor's Voyage, I seem to hear similar sounds. Should I ask? No, forget it. Putting away the card, I take out another. The Emperor Sequence Organization's invitation card. There shouldn't be any problem. The card swipes through the air. A chain-like stream of light forms a milky white chat screen in midair. Update personal information. Has joined faction Emperor Sequence Organization. No one speaks. My joining is as silent as a small pebble in a rushing river. But soon a friend request arrives. Zhuxing 2 has sent you a friend request. Isn't this the charlatan Shea mentioned? Accept. Zhuxing 2. Hello, newbie. Welcome to the Emperor Sequence Organization. Fate has brought us together. Although it might be a bit presumptuous, can you tell me if you have found the 3rd fragment of the blasphemy card? Not yet. In a carriage resembling an astrological palace, the black-haired woman with eyes like a galaxy looks at the reply on the light screen and slightly turns the extremely complex compass before her. Strange. Why can't I see if what he said is true? Turning it again, the galaxy in her eyes gradually returns to black pupils, and her demeanor changes from charlatan to much more normal. This is fate. Fate prevents me from seeing his fate. Ah, how truly magical, don't you agree? In front of her, 13 cards with various patterns float in midair. One flies into her hand. Oh, so proactive. Could it be he has? Heh. Speaking of which, sending Fan Huo to invite him should make Shea quite unhappy. After all, he's her benefactor. Fate tells me she'll have to prepare a new gift for her benefactor. Heh. I hope she doesn't kill me. With a smirk, she hums a cheerful tune and types. Another message comes through. Yo, little brother who saved Shia, when a newbie joins the organization, there's always a newbie gift. Besides that, as the founder of the organization, I should also tell you what our Emperor Sequence organization is all about. This person, why do they feel different from just now? From full of charlatan vibes, constantly mentioning fate, to now calling me little brother with an inexplicably playful tone. I once again recall what Shea said. There are no normal people in this organization. Shea gave you a fragment of the blasphemy card. But did she tell you about card sequences? I know about card sequences. That's great, no need to explain too much. The goal of our Emperor Sequence organization is to collect all the cards of a certain type of card sequence. Just like Shea, her card sequence is the angel card. Like the smoker who invited you, his card sequence is the war card. And you, although you will eventually possess a blasphemy card, however, Shea should have also told you about the special nature of profane cards. They cannot be collected. So as a member of the organization, your newbie reward is a card from a card sequence. If I'm not mistaken, you should have a devil card. Right. Would you believe me if I said no? No. Alright, how did you know? Hee. That's because I'm very amazing. She plays with the card engraved with a raven pattern in her hand and throws it into the light screen. Here, newbie benefit. New email. Opening it, the raven patterned card immediately appears. Evil devil card. Harbinger. Harbinger consumes spirit. Demon raven comes to announce death. Demon consumes stamina. Raven demon makes the enemy announce death. Similar format to Allure. The moment I receive this card, the caw of a raven enters my ears from somewhere unknown. The sound coming and going like Allure that day. Another devil card. Am I some kind of bad person? How did I get involved with demons? I am a bit helpless but quite satisfied with the benefit. How is it? Do you like it? Thank you. What do you need me to do? I will do what I can. No need. Ellipsis. Ah, don't overthink. We don't have that kind of free things are the most expensive here. The D-shoe is just to make it easier for you to become one of us. It's a fair exchange. Despite her words, I know very well this is no mere exchange. Once joined, I would inevitably be influenced by it at some point. Alright, you do your thing. I'll do mine. The Emperor Sequence organization has no rules, only one goal. Collect the card sequence you possess. Besides that, keep up the good work. I look forward to the day you succeed, and so does fate. The chat ends. I put the newly acquired devil card into my pocket. Although I have joined, I still know very little. Card sequences, no matter how one looks at them, are top-tier rare items in this world. An organization that collects them wouldn't be obscure. There should be some news in City of 1,000 Stars. Time to sleep. Bang. Just as I am about to rest, next door in Zhao Lin's room there is a loud bang. Had her bad luck finally begun? The room next door. Zhao Lin watches in terror as a massive iron block in the shape of a gear smashes through the entire room. Accompanied by clanking, the gear is dragged back. What happened? Arriving in the room, I cannot help but frown. Through the gap, one can see a man clad in a machine construct, manipulating chains, causing 7 gears to spin around him. Fan Huo, surrender obediently. Fan Huo, if I'm not mistaken, this is a rather uncommon name. From a different angle, in front of that man, another with a cigar in his mouth and black sunglasses stands atop a fighter jet. You lackey of sloth, do you think you can catch me? The man controlling the gears has a gloomy expression. He swings the chains, several gears spin again, smashing toward Fan Huo. You are not allowed to insult the Lord. The gears fly, but before they hit, they're blocked by a hexagonal protective shield and deflected. One happens to fly towards Zhao Lin again. Her face turns pale, watching, feet bound, unable to move. Tisk, bang, the room is completely destroyed. Trembling, she looks in fear at me, who has pulled her out. Be Brother Qian. Can you walk? Yes. Walking out of the inn, a crowd is gathered, the innkeeper standing aside on the verge of tears. Damn it, can't you go fight in the wilderness? Boss, do you know what happened up there? I walk up, help him pick up a few train coins fallen on the ground, and ask. Sigh, thanks. Those two up there, the one smoking is likely a member of a terrorist organization, and the one behind him is a senior judge from City of a Thousand Stars. The one smoking stole a rare item from the person behind. It seems like something happens if you collect a certain amount, but I don't know the specifics. I don't get what these terrorist organizations are thinking. Isn't a peaceful and comfortable life good? Why must they always be fighting and killing? The lords above went to such trouble to build so many cities that allow us to live the peaceful lives we used to have. Why do they insist on trying to change things? The innkeeper looks at Fan Huo with confusion and a hint of hidden envy. Terrorist organization. I blink, looking at Fan Huo fleeing in the air, and silently glance at the Emperor Sequence Organization chat room beside me. Yeah, you don't know. Oh, I get it. You must be from the new batch, right? Calculating the time, it's about when your batch arrived. I was wondering why business was so good today. Time flies. I've been here 12 years now. The innkeeper understands and doesn't hide anything. I don't know specifics. I only know some lords in the upper echelons built many cities in some large station worlds. The goal was to allow everyone who comes to this world to have a stable life so they don't have to drive trains and take risks. But many people from terrorist organizations, in order to collect something, annoyed the people above and became known as terrorist organizations. Come to think of it, providing their information seems to reward you with quite a few train coins. Heh, I wonder when I'll run into one. I take a step back with a smile. You will run into one. Perhaps you already have. Haha, how could that be? That kind of struggle isn't something a loser like me, who hasn't even had a level 4 train and has just stayed here, could ever see. He laughs heartily, scratches his bald head, turns to leave. For some reason, his back looks a bit desolate. I rub my chin. The innkeeper doesn't seem to know much. In fact, he is completely unaware of the existence of the card sequence. If one really collected a full set, what exactly would happen? Brother Qian. Zhao Lin behind me tugs gently on my wrist. Turning, her face is filled with hesitation. Should I stay here? Just like that, boss. That's your own business. Why ask me? I'm sorry, I've caused you trouble, if it weren't for my bad luck. I interrupt. You gave me train coins. Before you decide to stay or move forward, you are staying by my side. It's a fair trade. Even if I'm affected by your bad luck, it's my own choice and has nothing to do with you. If you want to stay, find a guild and go ask that innkeeper uncle just now. He has experience. That's it. I have things to do tomorrow. Although the inn has a huge hole, there are still many rooms unaffected. The boss gives me a new room. Nothing else happens that night. The next day, when I wake, it is already 9 in the morning. The longest I have slept since arriving in this world. Although the bed on the train was good, there was always tension knowing danger was nearby. But now in City of a Thousand Stars, a world rich with the atmosphere of human civilization, wrapped in stability, no wonder so many people choose to stay. After washing and eating breakfast, as soon as I walk out, I see Zhao Lin crouching by the door, looking up at me with huge dark circles. Brother Qian, what are you doing? She forces a smile. I couldn't sleep. Then go count sheep. I won't stay here. She stands up suddenly, eyes firm. I've thought it over. Even if I stay, the talent I have might take my life at any moment. Better to continue riding the train. Maybe I can find something out there that will let me survive. I stop, surprised. I didn't expect her to choose to continue, but that is fine too. As a qualified trading partner, the things she obtains in the lucky platform often end up in my hands. Why ask me? If you want to continue, then continue. Here, take this to boost your mental power. A white forest fruit appears in my hand and bounces twice off her chest. I'm going to retrieve my train. Are you coming? I'm going. After all, I gave you train coins, Brother Qian, so of course I have to follow you to the end. Last night's battle between Fan Huo and that high-level inquisitor who played with gears had a much greater impact than imagined. Sitting on a rented flying carpet, several nearby streets are damaged to varying degrees. Some bodies covered in white sheets are being carried out of the ruins. Judging from the gaps, most seem to have been created by the Inquisitor's gears. On the other hand, Fan Huo did not cause too many casualties. 44 Nikeluo Street. Pushing open the door, the priest uncle is sweeping the floor. Seeing us, he shows a kind smile. You're here. Your train has been serviced. Let's go. Come with me. Smiling man. That was Fan Huo's address for the priest. Recalling Shea saying there are no normal people in the Emperor Sequence organization, I am even more cautious than last time. Behind the church there are 2 trains in the station, and one that is somewhat familiar yet somewhat strange catches my eye. Is this my train? What, don't you recognize it? The priest says with a smile. Clean, brand new, tidy, balanced. This is my first impression. The carriages and locomotive, originally not the same size, now have unified specifications. The outer layer, originally rusty metal, has turned the color of brand new steel. I walk forward and reach out to touch. The train's details appear. Train captain, Yi Qian. Train, brand new from factory. All carriages will have unified specifications. Train durability restored to full value. Durability? The priest watches with a smile. Hee hee, you can think of it as your train's health. Nothing big, basically useless. Oh, by the way, I wonder if you have anything that can be used to make train coatings. I can change the color of your train's exterior at the same time. Coating? It seems I really do. I suddenly think of something and walk inside. Although the size has become regular, internal space hasn't changed. I take out a box. Do you think these will work? Soft ruby level 1. White leaf level 1. White stone level 1. The former a reward from Quiet Rain Manor, the latter collected by Wally in the White Forest. Red and white, hee hee, yes. Which color do you want as the main? White then. The leaves and stones are put into a machine. Soon white paint fills a wooden barrel. The priest reaches out and splashes it forward. The train's exterior gradually turns white, completing the transformation in a short while. It seems my craftsmanship is not bad. He nods, adjusts his monocle, turns to me. Speaking of which, I haven't introduced myself, have I? Holmes Ryan. Everyone calls me Ryan. If there's nothing else you can leave with your train. Ryan. I remember that name in the chat room. Sure enough, also a member of the Emperor Sequence organization. Thank you, I'll leave now. I use the key to re-teleport the train back to the main gate. We leave without hesitation. This person named Ryan makes me uncomfortable, but if I had to say where exactly I cannot pinpoint. After we leave, Ryan's smile remains, and his gaze rests on the other train. The man with a cigar in his mouth opens the window, expression cold. Put away that smile. It's disgusting. Brother Fan Huo, I don't like it when you say that. There's a saying, don't hit a smiling man. If I keep smiling, won't no one be able to hit me? Haha. Speaking of which, how was your harvest yesterday? The running dogs of the slothful ones mistakenly killed over 500 people and destroyed 5 streets while chasing you. Quite a grand gesture. Fan Hewitt finishes his cigar and lights another. Among those 500, over 300 were homeless people in the city who refused to be driven into the lower district. Among the 5 destroyed streets, many buildings were to be bought at a low price and resold. Who do you think profited? Hee hee, I wouldn't know. I only know you were chased and smashed through 5 streets. Seeing Fan Huo ignore his teasing, Ryan gradually reins in his smile and asks flatly, what do you think of that kid just now? His train is level 5. Can you imagine? A train that just left the novice period is level 5. Although Shea will most likely give him Flamestone, what about level 5 materials? Where did he get them? Fan Huo silently smokes. After a long time he finally utters a sentence. What was that saying again? What? An infinite world has infinite possibilities. If he can free Shea from that abstract and absurd seal, what kind of talent do you think he possesses? Who knows? Talents apart from the most common ones are all different. Compared to that, I'm more curious about the blasphemy card fragments in that crazy woman's hands. Should we try to snatch them from her? After 15 years, I don't think I'm weaker than that woman. Fan Huo takes off his sunglasses and looks at Ryan strangely. Why are you looking at me like that? I'm looking at an idiot. Have you forgotten that woman's angel card sequence? That thing can't be killed at all, otherwise she wouldn't have been sealed back then. That's truly a pity. Although items above level 4 couldn't be bought in City of 1,000 Stars, conversely, items below level 4 are readily available. I am shopping in the mall. An oven, a level 3 large water purification device, plus a whole 500 ml bottle of plant nutrient solution. I spend my coins until only 5 remain. The purchased items are sent directly to the train's tunnel capsule via mail and can be equipped after boarding. In this city, if you have money, you can live a pretty good life, but if you don't, it's completely different. Other captains in the same block are complaining in chat. Damn, why does everything cost money in this city? Even going to the toilet costs money. What the hell? Where am I supposed to get train coins? Fortunately, I saved some before. Materials here are much cheaper than those profiteers. Hey, I've directly upgraded to level 3. But where do I get the level 4 Flamestone? That stuff can only be obtained by joining a guild. I've already joined one. I also joined a guild. Those people want me to hand over all the resources in my train. Now I can't even quit. You guys must be careful. Don't say any more. Be careful not to get caught. Damn it, who can lend me some train coins? I'll pay you back double later. Don't believe the person above. He gambled in the casino, La Cavey, until he only had a locomotive left. Lending to him is throwing money away. Gamblers must die. Sigh. I really want to buy some fried chicken, but it's so expensive. Can anyone really afford it? Is anyone in City of 1,000 Stars? I took a taxi and ran out of money halfway. The driver dropped me off halfway and now I can't find my way back. I heard from others that if you don't leave within 3 days of the departure time, you'll be judged as a vagrant and arrested. Wanderers? My gaze sweeps around as I look at the chat content. I hadn't noticed it before, but in this city there seemed to be some people lingering in dark corners, forming a stark contrast with the bright streets. They at some point were also train captains. However, they abandoned their identity and their own trains, only wanting to barely survive in this city, but without enough ability and capital eventually became despised wanderers. Ding ding, a private message. Are you still in City of 1,000 Stars? It's Shea. I remember her saying she would also come. Was it today? Yes, I am. I originally wanted to meet you, but it seems I can't now. Inside the church, Shea stands before a group of puppets, gaze calmly sweeping over the judges of City of 1,000 Stars above. What happened? Is there anything I can help? A faint smile touches her lips. Sister, I haven't reached the point where I need help from a kid who just got out of the newbie phase. It's just that we can't meet. No big deal. I'm just giving you a gift anyway. Take it. I have things to do. The chat ends. The envelope icon flickers. Brother Qian, what happened? I shift my attention from the screen, glance at Zhao Lin's puzzled look, shake my head. Nothing. We're almost there. Right. It seems we're almost at the gate. That's right. I am leaving this city early. This is a good place, but not that good. Taking a break for a day or two is fine, but staying too long makes one selectively forget that they are in a trained survival world, where their life could be lost at any moment. And Zhao Lin doesn't hesitate after learning my decision. She is still in bad luck this stop. Not being crushed to death by that gear yesterday was already a blessing. Who knew what else she would encounter? Moreover, with me gone, she would be completely unfamiliar here. What to do? She has no idea. She was originally a person who went with the flow. Under the majestic gate, I once again see the guide. The guide is somewhat surprised by the early arrival, looks behind me, shows a hint of confusion. You plan to leave early, and you haven't hired any assistants. Is that not allowed? Train assistants are like employees. By spending some train coins, one could hire them to work for the captain on the train for the next 3 stops. For others, they would most likely choose to hire 1 or 2, but I have no such intention. Firstly, I don't want to expose the secret of having the sublimation talent. Secondly, I don't like several strangers being on the same train when secrets might be exposed. Of course not. It just makes one curious. Perhaps your guild didn't inform you. Newbie captains can stop for free for 3 days. Are you sure you want to leave early? I smile, say nothing, walk straight to where the key is inserted. The tunnel capsule slowly descends, opening its outer shell to reveal the train. Can the things I bought be equipped? Of course. The oven and water purification device are quickly brought over and equipped through the system without manual handling. As for the 500L bottle, contained in a large iron can, I spend some train coins and hire workers to place it above the planting carriage for connection. Stepping onto the train, the familiar aura envelops me. In the city, that strange sense of ease instantly vanishes. As expected, there's a problem. Is there something in that city that makes people want to stay? What secret City of 1,000 Stars holds is not something I can find now. I take one last look at the massive gate. I press start. The whistle sounds. The train slowly starts. Ahead, the familiar distortion appears. Passing through, the familiar endless wasteland reappears. Am I crazy? Why do I feel more comfortable in the wasteland than in that city? I scratch my head, a little speechless. I open the chat box and send to Zhao Lin. Are you out yet? Him. The chat ends. I don't bother to see what she says next. Our transaction temporarily ends at that moment. Wally, go make a smoothie. Wally, who had been left for a day or two, happily spins around my feet. After receiving the command, he skillfully begins eating the white forest fruit smoothie. I lean back contentedly. Next, time to tally gains. Train coins. Only the last 5 remaining for emergencies. 1 devil card from joining the Emperor Sequence organization. A large capacity refrigerator, a Skyhawk handgun, a level 3 large water purification device, and 500L of plant nutrient solution. If counting more, train maintenance and a carriage repaint. These are all my gains. Compared to a single station, it isn't much, nor too little. However, City of 1,000 Stars itself is not a place to gain, but a complete money pit. The predecessors who built this city were not here to do charity. Captains without money are treated worse than indigenous residents. These are the gains of an ordinary captain. For me, with the sublimation talent, gains are far more. Which one to start with? I lick my lips. Not using sublimation for a day really makes me feel a bit unaccustomed. First, this one, Silver Skyhawk handgun, level 2, similar to the Colt M191 I obtained previously. What truly attracts me is its potential. It seems it could be sublimated more than once. Sublimation. Stamina 120 to 110. Mithril Bullet Enchantment Skyhawk, level 3. Indeed, potential not exhausted. Continue. Sublimation. Stamina 110 to 90. Justice Enchantment Skyhawk, level 4. Then the third time. Sublimation, Stamina 90 to 60, Transcendent Enchantment, Infinite Skyhawk, level 5. Infinite Unlimited Bullet Quantity. Skyhawk deals higher damage to aerial units. Potential exhausted. The Skyhawk has been sublimated to its absolute limit. Desert Eagle, no. It should be called Skyhawk now. Its appearance hasn't changed much from initial state. Aside from the slightly longer barrel, it only gained a light golden eagle pattern. I roll down the window and fire a shot at a mummy in the wilderness, woken by the train. Headshot. Power not very great. Quite a bit less than ebony. But relatively, infinite bullets means no consumption whatsoever. If one day all my resources were depleted, this gun would still be able to fight. Not bad. I place it alongside ebony. I begin to choose the second item. A refrigerator. What will it become after sublimation? Driven by curiosity, the large-capacity double-door refrigerator becomes my second choice. Sublimation. Mental power 120 to 100. Large-capacity refrigerator to space compression refrigerator. The refrigerator itself had no level and still doesn't. However, its appearance changed dramatically. Its original meter footprint reduced by half. I open the door and place a white forest fruit inside. Miraculously, the originally large fruit shrinks to half its size, returning to original when taken out. After the refrigerator, the water purifier. Unlike the one bought from Shangguan Yingshe, this level 3 device purifies much faster and produces higher quality water. The old one is directly phased out. I don't plan to throw it away. Listed on the trading platform for 3 train coins, quickly bought. Now my trading platform is connected to City of 1,000 Stars. Items below level 4 are never hard to sell. The only regret is that machine parts, wood, and metal aren't as easy to sell. Phew, how many times today? Never mind, continue. Sublimation. Mental power 100 to 80. Pure water purifier level 4. Can purify cursed, polluted, dirty water sources. Potential exhausted. Effect decent, speed not slow, much safer than before. So one last thing. The planting carriage. The vegetables and fruits planted earlier are already ready for first harvest. I climb onto the roof and reach to touch the huge iron barrel. Sublimation. Mental power 80 to 60. Repair plant nutrient solution. Can accelerate plant growth and make all plants grown with it capable of slightly restoring injuries and stamina after consumption. Restoring injuries and stamina, just what I wanted. My face is full of smiles. I connect a hose and a sprinkler, spraying some on all plants in the carriage, including the white forest fruit tree. After spraying, all plants emit a faint milky white glow, the entire carriage covered in this glow as if immersed in a wondrous illusion. I pick a tomato and take a bite, watching my stamina bar. After swallowing, it quickly jumps from 60 to 61. It really got faster. Although not much, I still have the luxurious dream bed. Combine these two will only be more beneficial. Phew, all done, exhausted. This was my most frequent sublimation session. However, the consumption of stamina and mental power is nowhere near as much as when I first arrived. Is this growth? Oh right, Sister Shea's gift, I almost forgot. I pat my forehead, open my mailbox, looking at the only email inside. Expression slightly complex. Calculation unit times 1. Note, you're still a level 4 train, right? This is for you. It's quite troublesome to upgrade to level 5 if you don't join a guild. Is this what it feels like to be taken care of? If I hadn't sublimated, I really wouldn't know where to get this calculation unit. But then again, if I hadn't sublimated, how could I have met Shaya? Holding the calculation unit, I place it together with the flamestone she had also gifted earlier. I need to find an opportunity for good buyers for these 2 items. Many people would be eager to upgrade to level 4 at this time. Who should I sell to? 2 people, Zhao Lin and Shangguan Yingshui. Zhao Lin not for now. She has no money. I need to see how much she'll get from her next lucky platform. As for Shangguan Yingshui, ding ding. I send a message. How's your city? Originally I thought it would take a while, but unexpectedly she replies very quickly. Not great. A very boring city. Not as comfortable as on the train. I've already left. What about you? City of 1,000 Stars seems very big. That was pretty much how I felt too. Left. What a coincidence. I just left the platform. Played there for a day. Quite fun. Are you looking for me for something? Have you upgraded to level 4? No, I can't get Flamestone. I don't want to join a guild. What about you? Did you join a guild? Well, sort of. The place I joined has a nice person, and I got Flamestone from her. Shangguan Yingshui blinks, looks at the message on her flip phone, takes a deep breath, and after a moment replies, name your price. I like her straightforwardness. I chuckle and type, 30 train coins or equivalent items. Ellipsis. She doesn't reply for a long time. She knows very well this isn't expensive. She knows from others how troublesome it is to get Flamestone. Her talent Mirror Moon could only transform items below the train's level. She chose not to join a guild, only wanting to try her luck at the platform. If no opportunity after 3 platforms, she would have no choice but to accept and join, even if it meant being exploited. So 30 train coins for 1 Flamestone. Truly not expensive. But I don't have that much money. Can I owe you? No. After an unhesitating refusal, I add, next platform, if you can't gather train coins or items, this Flamestone will be sold to someone else. Zhao Lin's next platform was a lucky platform. Trading a Flamestone for all of Zhao Lin's gains would also be a sure profit. I only plan to give Shangguan Yingshui 1 platform's opportunity. The chat room is silent for a long time. Okay, After this next stop, I will use 30 train coins worth of equivalent value to purchase the flamestone. Before that, you must not sell it to anyone else. Of course, upgrading is a bottomless pit. After buying the flamestone, the next step would be a calculation unit. I curl my lips looking at her name like a money tree. Once she reaches level 4, I will find a suitable time to take out the calculation unit. I don't believe this woman wouldn't want it. The train continues. Time flows. 12 hours 30 minutes and 0 seconds. The module activates. The 11th stop is about to arrive. The crossroads of fate triggered. Please choose a platform from the following 2. Platform 1. Phoenix Wolf Valley, level 5 hunting platform. Platform 2. Misty Snow Mountain, level 6 mission platform. I choose platform 2. I choose the higher level platform, although that entails more danger now that I possess a large amount of equipment surpassing an ordinary captain. Why should I be timid? Instead of choosing a safer platform, better to push myself a little. Platform selection complete. Please sit tight, the 11th stop is Misty Snow Mountain. The final 30-minute countdown gradually reaches 0. As the train accelerates, it passes through distorted nothingness. Accompanied by the whistle's roar outside the window, it is already a pure white expanse. Current platform, Misty Snow Mountain. Docking countdown 9 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Good luck. This station, high risk. As usual, before getting off, I take out a train coin and place it on Wally's head. If you encounter danger, remember to hide. Wally nods emotionally, passes through the connecting small door of the recycling device, speeds forward in the snow. After he leaves, I stand by the window looking around. Based on past experience, the mission objective at mission platforms usually appears near where the train stops. Indeed, in the distance, a small black dot catches my attention. Observing carefully, it seems to be a small wooden house, nestled in the wind and snow. Is that it? A bit far. Oh right, how could I forget that thing? The CVO Roadhog. Bought from upgrade options but hadn't found opportunity to use. Now it finally comes in handy. Can this thing drive in the snow? Teleported to the last turret carriage, the Roadhog had been placed there. I pat its thick rubber tires, think a moment, then buy a few thin iron chains from the trading platform to tie around them as anti-skid devices. It should be fine. Open the door. Close the door. Dressed neatly, with backpack on, I get on the Roadhog and twist the throttle in the not-so-thick snow. With a roar, the silver gray motorcycle cuts through the wind and snow, heading straight for the distant cabin. About 10 minutes to finally reach. Good thing I had a vehicle, otherwise how long on 2 legs. I pat my slightly reddened cheeks, take out a pure purification stone from my pocket, hold ebony in my other hand, and kick open the wooden door. The strong wind and snow surge in. There's no one in the house but signs of human life. There aren't many facilities. A bed, a table, a stove. On the table, several cans of unknown expiration and a diary. Picking up the diary, I turn to the first page. March 12th, weather clear. Today, the scientific expedition team arrived at the first supply point on the snowy mountain. Strange, where is the guide who was supposed to be waiting? March 14th waited 2 days, the guide still hasn't returned. Without a guide, we have no way to continue, but everyone prepared so long and didn't want to give up. So we decided to go on our own. No problem. With my years of climbing experience, a mere snowy mountain is easy peasy. March 16th, someone got sick. How unlucky, I drew the short straw to stay and take care of her. I should have chosen the one next to it. March 18th, he died. I don't know why he died, but exclamation marks. March question mark. Ha 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 ha. Good riddance, good riddance. If he dies, I can catch up. I've reached the second supply point. Where are they? Where are they? What was I doing here? Ellipsis. I squeeze the stone, take a deep breath, put down the diary. This place should be the second supply point. The person who wrote this diary seemed to have been close to madness on March 18th. Later, he went completely insane, which is why he wrote such a strange passage. But where is he? He left the diary but disappeared. Did he encounter a monster or something else? What was the mission for this station? I continue to search the room and find a photograph in a corner. The moment I pick it up, a monster's roar comes from outside. Running out, I see a white-furred snow monster appear in the wind and snow. Its foul-smelling mouth spews a disgusting stench, swinging fists toward me. Bang. A shot hits the monster's forehead, but it continues to charge as if it felt nothing. This was illogical. How could a blow from ebony be ineffective? That's right, illogical. I feel a strong sense of incongruity. Suddenly, the pure purification stone emits a soft light. Even in this snow-white world, the light still envelops the surroundings. After the light passes, the snow monster disappears, as if everything was an illusion. But I know it wasn't. Moreover, I am somewhat familiar with this feeling. It's a bit like when Don Quixote was around. This photograph, the photograph I had just obtained from the cabin, is of the snow monster that suddenly appeared. Is that why I felt incongruity? The witnessing truth ability in the spirit section was being triggered. The snow monster just now was neither real nor fake. Rather, because at the moment I saw this photograph, I believed a snow monster existed in this world. Therefore, it appeared outside. So what exactly is the mission? This is the first time I have been so perplexed by a mission platform. One corner of the photograph has a slight curl. Without hesitation, I tear it open, and from the hidden interlayer, a thin strip of paper falls into my hand. I am a guide. If anyone sees this note, please proceed to the 3rd supply point. The map is located directly beneath the 7th floorboard after entering this cabin. I won't make it, but only there is a way out. You must destroy it. A quest appears. Following the note, I shoot and break the floorboard. Indeed, a map underneath, marked points 1, 2, 3, and final. The first 3 are the supply points. Final is at the very top, likely the ultimate destination of the expedition team. So why did this guide hide things? Was he afraid of something discovering them? A bit far, but time is sufficient. Since the quest appeared, no reason not to complete it. Even if a trap I have to step in before thinking about how to break it. The direction is here. I purchase a compass from the trading platform and follow the map up the mountain. The mountain is relatively flat, without many uneven areas. Snow on the ground unusually compacted as if something had rolled over it. This saves a lot of effort, allowing me to drive the roadhog straight up. The surrounding scenery identical. Looking too long can easily cause one to get lost. After driving about 40 minutes, I finally see the cabin almost identical to the 2nd supply point. If I hadn't truly been heading uphill, and the distance from the train hadn't increased, I would have thought I'd circled back to the start. The cabin is the same, yet somehow something feels different. Is that smoke? Faint wisps of cooking smoke drift from the chimney. People inside, or something else. Thud. I throw a snowball at the door. After a short while, several trembling voices come from inside. Who? Is it a monster? Don't open the door. It must be a monster coming. Maybe it's the rescue personnel the guide found. Outside! Say something. It really is people. I do not put down my gun and shout. I am the rescuer the guide found, specifically to take you down the mountain. Open the door. It's freezing out here. Go open the door. It's a rescuer. Haha, we're saved. Don't go. The one outside is definitely a monster tricking us. Hurry up. Go. I said don't open the door, we'll die if we open it. By the sound of it, 3 people, 2 wanting to open it, while being held back by the remaining 1. Something is off. I lower my head and glance at the pure purification stone hanging around my neck. Not glowing, so whatever is inside isn't an evil entity. Finally, after the commotion continues a while, the cabin door opens. Save me. Listening to this entirely human voice, I do not speak. Instead, I take a step back, aiming at one of the heads. Don't shoot. We are human, not monsters. Yes, we really are human. Human? Looking at the person in front of me, with 3 heads, 6 arms, and a lower body completely merged together, I suppress the urge to shoot, finally understanding why one person couldn't open the door. What exactly happened here? Why did you 3 people turn into this? The 3-headed person looks at each other. The middle one sighs. By the sound, it was the one stopping the others from opening. We are from the expedition team, little brother. Come inside and talk. It's too cold out. I enter the cabin, maintaining safe distance. I point my gun at these 3. The middle head swallows nervously and speaks. Little brother, if you can come up the mountain to save us, does that mean the guide escaped? Why do you say that? Otherwise how did you find us? I narrow my eyes, recalling the diary. Didn't the guide not go up with you? I was only assigned to find you because you hadn't made contact for too long after going up. When I reached the 2nd supply point, I found what the guide left behind in a diary. I open it. You know the person who wrote this, right? Know him. He's my younger brother. The head on the left suddenly becomes enraged. I know him. He's the one who made us like this. That lunatic. He killed everyone. No, my brother, Your brother is a demon. Don't talk about my brother. You 2 stop arguing. Oh my god, don't hit my face, it hurts. Watching 3 people constantly hitting their own bodies and faces, combined with their deformed appearance. For a moment, a little funny. Cough. Stop fighting. So you just said it was all because of him. What did you mean by you turning into this? Tell me everything since you came up the mountain. Maybe you can still be saved. The 3-headed person is bruised and swollen, but the left head still grits its teeth and says resentfully, There were originally 15 people. Our goal was the mountaintop to study a mysterious substance that only exists on this mountain. After reaching the 1st supply point, the guide who should have been waiting was gone. Everyone decided we couldn't have come for nothing, so we didn't wait, went straight up. At the 2nd supply point, 1 developed a high fever. Everyone drew lots to leave one to take care. The one who stayed was that lunatic who wrote the diary, and we continued. Unexpectedly, an accident happened. As if recalling something terrifying, that head's face twitches. We got lost. Completely lost the path to this 3rd supply point. Sob, we couldn't hold on. So many people starved and froze. We were lost there for almost half a month. Why didn't you come find us sooner? Sob. The crying is loud and shows no signs of stopping. Even the other 2 seem affected and on the verge of crying. Bang. A gunshot. The bullet flies precisely over the 3 heads. The crying stops abruptly. Keep talking. If you keep crying, the bullet won't just graze you. Under the muzzle, the integrated 3-headed person dares not act so wantonly. The middle head continues. At first, a few days after we got lost, my brother suddenly appeared one night. We thought he had come to rescue us, but didn't expect he had completely gone mad. With a knife he killed our mentor and ate his flesh. That lunatic. He actually ate people. No, my brother, he definitely just. That's not your brother, that's a demon. He's a cannibal. Stop arguing. The one who hadn't spoken much covers the mouths of the other two. He smiles sheepishly, afraid I'll shoot, and quickly continues. He really went mad. With just a knife he killed the professor in front of everyone, ate the entire body, then disappeared into the snow. We wanted to avenge, but couldn't catch up. He was just too fast, completely unlike a human speed. And then, the remaining people were lost in the snowstorm for over 10 days. That guy would appear from who knows where every day, kill one of us, eat them. Just when we thought everyone was going to die there, the guide appeared and brought the three of us to this third supply point. The guide left the day before yesterday. He said the path down and communication were completely cut off, so he had to go down on foot for help. He told us to stay here and wait, and then we waited for you. You really were sent by the guide to rescue us, right? Anticipation gleams in the eyes of the three heads. However, I do not nod, nor do I lower the gun. The story is full of holes, leaving aside why they weren't frozen to death after being lost in snow for over 10 days without supplies. And then, cannibalism. A normal adult male killing someone in front of them and then eating them in front of them. Are these guys all turtles? Cannibalism, lunatic. My gaze sweeps over the lower half. I hadn't observed closely before. Their lower body wasn't just 3 fused legs. There were also some other superfluous parts inside. Was the one who ate people really just that lunatic? You're lying. My voice is very calm, making it impossible to discern emotion. But for some reason the three-headed person feels indescribable fear surge into their hearts. Don't you think something is missing from the story you constructed? They dare not speak. That fear suffocates them. Tell me, why did you turn into your current appearance? Your story is missing that part. As soon as the words leave, a momentary blankness flashes. Immediately the roar of a snow monster echoes outside, but at the same time the pure purification stone emits light. The snow monster instantly dissipates. The three-headed person lets out a piercing shriek. Blood-red tears flow from their eyes. No, we had no choice. If we didn't eat, we would die. The mentor was the first willing to sacrifice. He committed suicide. It was suicide. It was him, that lunatic who wrote the diary. He turned us into this. Their state grows increasingly frantic. The fused body twists and deforms, as if it had lost the support of some mysterious power, unable to sustain this strange body, and thus collapses. Save us. Only on the mountain, the end of the mountain. Only there can we leave. I'm sorry. I was too hungry. It's the monsters. Those monsters. They're all here. More roars. The difference is the sounds outside are no longer just one, continuous, one after another. I look up. Dozens of snow monsters of various sizes rush from all directions. The light of the pure purification stone is unable to drive them away this time. They've fully solidified, but this is good too. Taking a deep breath, I draw the Skyhawk. With 2 guns, I pull the triggers. Bullets accurately strike heads, chests, abdomens. Although their solidified forms allow them to evade the stone, that also means they can no longer evade my bullets. Within 10 seconds, all snow monsters fall silent and collapse. Returning to the cabin, the 3-headed person lies on the ground, trembling. Their sanity seems to have recovered considerably with the snow monster's demise. The middle head lifts slightly, gaze still filled with that suffocating fear. Are you too scared to speak? Devil card, Bewitchment. I had just used its second effect, consume stamina, and your actions will inspire fear. The Devil card's ability is even more effective than I imagined, because this effect strengthens as the stamina/mental points consumed increase. Just now I had only used 10 points of stamina to make them so terrified they lost their minds. Now you can speak. I don't care if you ate people. What I want to know is why you became like this. My tone suddenly softens considerably. Regardless, I am here to save you. Once I understand the situation, I will take you away. If there's a chance, I'll also try to help you return to your original state. This is my duty as an exorcist. Bewitchment. Consume mental power and your lies will be believed. The 3 heads all lift, instantly believing my lie. Exorcist, oh my goodness, there really are exorcists in this world. Sir, I'll tell you, will tell you. Among the 3, it is still the most timid head that explains. After the guide went down, these 3 thought that since they had already arrived and so many had died, if they returned empty-handed coupled with the negative impact of eating human flesh, their future would likely be ruined. So they took the supplies from the 3rd supply point and headed to the highest point, the end point on the map. There the expedition team members they had eaten appeared, completely unharmed. And that lunatic who wrote the diary. That lunatic and a snow monster stood together, smiling at the 3 of them. Then everything went black, and when they regained consciousness, they were back here. Their bodies now what they were. The superfluous human parts in their lower limbs were precisely from the expedition team members they had eaten. This is a curse, a demon's curse. It must be. We must have angered a demon. Oh right, we also took pictures of that snow monster. I squint slightly looking at the photos they pull from their pockets. This photo looks familiar. Wasn't this the same one I found at the second supply point? Aside from being clearer, exactly the same. I suddenly think of something. Searching the photo, I find an extremely tiny protrusion. Tearing it open forcefully, a piece of paper larger than the photo falls out. Did you guys put this note in? The three heads shake in unison. I open the note. Did you see it? You must see it. I can no longer influence that other world. This is the last message. Please, you must climb to the top of the snow mountain and turn off the reality dislocation device. Otherwise, this snow mountain will completely fall into another dimension. I'm sorry. I'm truly sorry. Reality dislocation, another dimension. No, is this level 6 mission platform really that absurd? They even came up with such high-end stuff. My eye twitches a few times as I silently put away the paper. So according to this note, I have to go to the mountaintop next. But wasn't something a bit off? From the moment I saw the first note, I had been led to the next destination. As if all these discoveries were to make me reach the mountaintop. Everything along the way was designed to make the goal of reaching the mountaintop more reasonable. Was it a trap? I look up at the mountain. The summit is right before my eyes. Interesting. I chuckle softly and walk out. Seeing me about to leave, the three-headed person scurries to my feet eagerly. Little brother, aren't you taking us with you? I calmly glance at them, suddenly show a kind and bright smile, bend down to pat their shoulders. I'm going to solve the trouble on the mountain. After all, that's the culprit that made you like this. Only by solving that can you return to your original appearance. Wait for me here, I'll take you down. The lie was triggered. Leaving the third supply point, I get on the Roadhog and continue ascending. Still some distance to the end. Ahead is a completely steep slope the Roadhog cannot climb. I simply put it into my safe box and casually take out a white forest fruit. I inadvertently discover a nearly covered track mark in the snow. Is this Wally's? Is that little guy here too? But it disappears up ahead. This really is the stage where the mission story truly happens. The strange development is perplexing. But no matter what, I have to go see. Caw, caw. In the sky, a raven demon completely black with only blood-red eyes circles in midair. The first ability of the devil card Harbinger was to summon this raven that could foretell and discover death. When it cried out, it meant death existed ahead. About 2 hours later, I finally reached the highest point, also the end point on the map. But it isn't like the three-headed person said with some snow monster and a madman. Empty here. On the huge open space, there is only pristine white snow. But the raven is calling. It's the Harbinger. Go. With command given, the raven descends from high altitude, swiftly stopping above a patch of snow. Before it can cry twice, it is crushed to powder by a sudden giant hand. A giant snow monster appears out of thin air. It doesn't charge at me like its counterparts, but instead shows a human-like mocking smile, as if to say, "You fell for it." Crunch, crunch, crunch. More snow monsters appear all around, surrounding me. These monsters appearing out of nowhere all wear that mocking smile, treating me as a lamb to slaughter. Suddenly a voice interweaves and echoes from within the bodies. Heh. Another unlucky fool fell for it. You guys are really easy to fool. As long as the so-called hints are made a little troublesome, you'll believe them. Who are you? The words come out one character at a time from within each snow monster. I am the hero who hunts you outsiders. All you guys who come by that train, you only plunder and loot when you come to this world. Nothing will be left. This world is ours. It doesn't belong to you. You outsiders can't take anything away. Outsiders? Wasn't that referring to the train captain? So that's how it was. So the reality dislocation and other dimension in that note were all fake too. The voice continues to mock. Idiot. That's real, of course. I'm not afraid to tell you, this place you call a platform has two worlds. I am right beside you, but you can't see me, touch me, or feel me. How did you do it? Anyway, I'm going to die, so tell me. Let me die knowing. My words make the unknown existence even more smug, completely oblivious to the devil card floating beside me. Of course it's me. As long as I have the image of a snow monster in my mind, I can continuously summon them to your world. Even if your marksmanship is good, as long as there are enough, I can make you my food. How terrifying. Then, were those three people fused together also your doing? Are they your accomplices? I play with the devil card, continuing to ask. Those three guys ate their companions. As the hero of this world, of course I had to punish them. Here, I only need to imagine, and I can do anything. Fusing three people is nothing. Understood. I nod. Then one last question. The owner of that voice inexplicably feels something is wrong but cannot put his finger on it. You have so many questions. Shh. Just listen to me. The devil card floats behind me. You will die. Right. Of course I'll die. Wait. Why am I answering you? Caw. The second effect of the devil card, Harbinger. A raven demon the size of an adult human appears in this snowy area. Its huge bird feet suddenly claw down, and the originally empty space begins to twist. Found you. Since you're in another world then. Anchor. The anchorer's third anchor point lands in that other space. Then, sail, submerging, opening eyes. The same snowy mountain, the same peak. The difference, there are no snow monsters here, only a short man hidden inside a thick plush cloak. You, how is this possible? You're just a fictional character, how could you step out of my fantasy? He shrieks. He retreats desperately, and a dark green book falls from his hands onto the ground. I walk over calmly and reach down to pick it up. Truth and Falsehood, a node connecting two worlds. It records stories happening within a certain area of another synchronized world. By consuming a large amount of mental power, it can influence the reality of the other world to a certain extent, so the events in that world happened because of this book. There isn't much content. The first few chapters match what the three-headed man had said. Up until the point where the expedition team was on their way to the third supply point, the handwriting changes from neat script into crooked, distorted shapes. And on the latest page, another section of neat writing. Explorers broke into this world. They ride a train, searching for the most precious items in that space. Is this talking about me? Looking up, I see the short man scrambling to his feet to flee. I raise my gun and fire. A bullet grazes his left ear with precision. Ah, blood soaks his cheek. The man rolls on the ground in agony. Don't come any closer. You're just a character from my fantasy. You're just fake. Has he gone mad? I shake my head and issue a command. The raven demon hovering in midair flies over and grabs him by the shoulders. Ah, let me down, let me down. The raven demon brings him over and holds him suspended before me. Did you write this sentence? Looking at the line of neat text, his voice trembles as he roars. I won't tell you, you outsider. Ah, crack. The raven demon crushes his shoulder. I chuckle and snap my fingers. The raven demon releases its talons and drops him onto the snow. There now, I'm not a bad person. Answer my questions and I'll let you go. Really? Of course. His body trembles, his arms dangling uselessly on the snow, having lost all sensation. He didn't even realize why he was so quick to believe my words. I'll tell you everything. I didn't write the parts with nice handwriting. That content appeared on its own. The crooked writing is mine. I made the expedition team get lost. I made them eat each other. And finally, I made those three people fuse together. And that snow monster. That was my creation. Gritting his teeth, he uses his mouth to pull a drawing out of his chest pocket. On it, all sorts of weird-looking snow monsters, identical to the ones I had seen. The painter's snow monster family, a drawing of monsters created by a trash painter. Where did this book come from? Right here. I came to this place that day to find inspiration, and I just happened to see this book. That's all I know. Can I go now? Of course. I watch his back as he struggles to turn and leave. With both shoulders crushed, he likely wouldn't survive the descent. However, go be his harbinger. Caw. The raven demon lets out a shrill cry, flaps its wings, grabs his body and flies high. Screams echo, followed by the sound of bones shattering. Then space returns to silence. So is the mission complete. Speaking of which, how do I get back? If I use the Anchorer's Voyage, I could return directly, but then the Roadhog would be left on the mountain. I haven't gained much from this platform so far. If I lose the Roadhog too, wouldn't that be a huge loss? Have to find a way. Can this book send me back? Picking up a pencil from the man's body, I write a line on the latest page. The door connecting the two sides has been opened. As the final stroke lands, a distorted ripple appears at the spot where I had first arrived. Raven, go in and take a look. I summon another demon raven to fly inside. After a moment, the raven returns safely, and only then do I step through, returning to the original station world. It really works. Well, the platform should have a way for people to pass through after all. This stop wasn't particularly difficult for me. That was because I possessed multiple demon cards, was an anchorer, and had high-level equipment support. What if it were someone else without these things? They would likely have been beaten to death by a dozen snow monsters at the third supply point. No, they might have been helpless as early as the second supply point. It feels like something is still missing. Even though I had dealt with the person behind the scenes, I don't feel I had finished this platform. I flip through the book. Finally, I see what is missing. Where is the guide? From beginning to end, no mention of the guide in the book. According to the book, the note in the photo appeared directly inside. While the content was similar, the so-called guide was completely absent. Suddenly, a new line appears in the book. The holder of the book has realized the disharmony. The world cycle is about to begin. In 3 hours, everything in the snowy mountain will be reset, unless you find the guide. Question marks. Wait, what? Can I just choose not to think about it? How did a cycle element even get involved? So after all that, the final mission is to find the guide. Exasperating. However, it wasn't like there were no clues. I remember the first time I saw the note in that photo. The guide's message was to go to the third supply point, that there was a way out, and finally that something must be destroyed. I had been to the third supply point and hadn't found any way out, let alone anything that absolutely had to be destroyed. Did I miss something? Or was it the three-headed fused human? Mounting the Roadhog and following the map, I head back toward the third supply point from the direction I came. That place should be the final stage. What a hassle, but it's actually quite interesting. As expected, people just love to put themselves through trouble. Compared to the comfort of City of 1,000 Stars, I really did prefer adventuring in places of constant danger like this. For some reason, the way down the mountain is even harder than the way up. Next time I come to the snowy mountains, I still won't drive. Riding a motorcycle on soft snow is simply asking for trouble. In the end, with no other choice, I simply have the Raven Demon push the motorcycle from behind. About an hour to finally return to the third supply point. The snowstorm continues. Outside the cabin, the bodies of those snow monsters have disappeared. The door is tightly shut, wisps of cooking smoke drifting from the chimney. I kick open the door. The three-headed person is curled up in a corner, and upon seeing my arrival is overjoyed. Sir, exorcist sir, can you lift our curse? I do not speak, my gaze sweeping over every corner. When I inadvertently glance at the blackened fireplace, I narrow my eyes slightly. There was smoke from the chimney, but the fireplace wasn't lit. Was this reasonable? Not reasonable. This is it. The ebony bullet switches, and the white explosive warhead blasts the fireplace into fragments. The snowstorm pours into the cabin through the gap, and within the destroyed fireplace, a skull emanating a faint black aura actually emits a human voice. Why must you investigate thoroughly? Ah, demon. It's a demon. No, wait, this voice. Is it the guide's voice? No, it's a bit like my brother's. Your brother is a demon. I ignore them. The pure purification stone is already heating up. This is an evil entity. Are you the guide? Or his brother? The skull nods humanly. I am both. I am the guide. I am his brother. And I am also the instructor they ate first. And I am everyone else, except those three. Oh, an unexpected gain. I raise my eyebrows, watching the skull with interest, tightening the stone to my body, signaling it to go on. What do you mean by that? From the dark eye sockets, a gaze of hatred turns toward the three. From beginning to end, only those 3 ate people. The skull recounts another version. The expedition team had a total of 15-16, including the guide. We ascended the peak wanting to find a secret in legend, a way to another world. Unexpectedly heavy snow sealed the mountain we couldn't leave, so we lived at the second supply point. We thought we could live for a while, but one night someone secretly ate the remaining food, causing the supplies that could have lasted 2 weeks to suddenly vanish. We had no food, no way down. I, as the guide, went into the snowstorm alone to find a way down. And then, when I returned to this supply point, everyone had already been eaten by these 3 devils. Devils. I silently observe the floating skull, then silently look at the human body with 3 heads. Speaking of demons, there didn't seem to be much difference between the two. Both scary enough. Don't listen to his nonsense. How do we not remember such a thing? Yes, sir, this is a monster. Kill him quickly. Don't let him talk nonsense. We didn't actively eat people, really. The 3 heads speak one after another, noisy. The skull lets out a cold laugh. It opens its dark mouth. Of course you don't remember, because this is the 47th time you've experienced this. After all of us were eaten by you, our resentments merged together, becoming me. I caught you, controlled the madman from another world, and made you live in this state forever. This is punishment. Oh ho, so that's how it was. So the man who thought he controlled this world was actually just a puppet. A pathetic fellow. Bastard, you're lying to us. The 3-headed person seems to have a switch pressed, past memories continuously flooding their minds. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Why don't you let us go? We just ate you. We were forced to. The body twists continuously. The skull lets out a bizarre cackling sound, floating into the air, looking down at us. Outsiders like you have appeared more than once, but unfortunately you are the only one who insists on breaking the cycle. If so, then the cycle begins. This time, including you, become new nourishment in this constantly repeating world. The skull is about to fly away, but at that moment the raven's claws grab it. The raven demon appears in the sky, letting out a strange caw. No, let go of me. Ah. Black smoke swirls toward the raven demon's body, but it was facing a demon. Such a small trick was meaningless. You're thinking too much. I never said I wanted to break any cycle. I smile slightly, the muzzle of ebony beginning to gather black and white dual-colored light. At the same time, I consume 10 points of stamina and 10 of spirit to condense a black and white dual-colored armor-piercing explosive bullet. I aim at the completely deranged, body-shattering 3-headed person. I pull the trigger. However, if I were to break any cycle and destroy something, it would be them. Bang. The gun fires. The snowstorm in the sky suddenly pauses. The 3-headed person's body is blown to smithereens. Various parts of its lower body are blasted into the air and continuously fall. The raven demon spreads its wings, blocking the disgusting rain of flesh and blood for me. At its feet, the black skull lets out an angry howl. How dare you? How dare you kill them? Their punishment isn't over. Hypocrite. How can you forgive them for us? Forgive. You're thinking too much. I blow out the smoke, take out the pure purification stone, a faint arc curving at the corner of my mouth. I just want to kill them, and I also want to kill you, because that way I will have completed my task for this stop. What happens between you two has nothing to do with me. Light emanates. The moment it touches the black aura, the skull lets out an even more painful wail. Ah, 1, 2, 3. More than a dozen fragmented human-shaped souls are released from this black aura. Their resentments gathered together, though it was to punish those 3. But wasn't it also punishing themselves? The Punisher and the Punished. Which one was the trapped party? Done, now I guess the task is completely finished. The bewildering snow mountain is still the same bewildering snow mountain. Everything seems unchanged. After dealing with the skull and the three-headed person, a new line appears in the book. The cycle has been broken. I pick up the skull from the ground, no longer emitting black mist, and bring up the light screen to appraise. Head of Obsession, level 6. An aggregation of resentment that maintained its hatred after 47 cycles of reincarnation. The resentment within has been removed, but it still retains some abilities, reducing the mental strength of all targets within a certain range. Finally, some harvest, I say with a smile. This stop, crawling and rolling in the snow, had taken over 5 hours. So far, my only gains apart from the book were this skull. Done. Time to pack up. Creak creak. Just as I am about to head back, the familiar sound of tracks appears not far away. I look in that direction. I see Wally sprinting toward me, clutching a leg bone. What a coincidence, Wally. You're here too. But speaking of which, this is the final stage. No matter how abstract the location of the chest, it should be somewhere nearby. I pat his metal head a few times and take the large leg bone he holds high. This thing, could it be a treasure chest? Level 6 treasure chest can be opened. Alright, it really is a chest. Well done, Wally. Where did you find it? Speaking of which, did you run up the mountain earlier? Wally waves its mechanical claw. Although I can't understand what it says, it is clear from its eyes that its journey was particularly arduous. Thanks to you, you've worked hard. Come on, let's go back together. I put Wally back on the train, recall the Raven Demon and Demon Raven still standing not far away. Card sequence. What a powerful tool. Without them, this stop wouldn't have been so easy. Bewitchment and Harbinger, just 2 cards from the Demon sequence. If I truly collected the entire Demon sequence, I cannot imagine how strong I would be. And to be even bolder, I also have the Blasphemy card. The Blasphemy card was said to be impossible to collect entirely. But what if? My heart burns with excitement. Time to go back. The roar of the Roadhog echoes through the sky. Without obstacles, mere wind and snow could not stop the charge. I floor the accelerator and start speeding. Cold, I'm freezing to death. Back on the train, I feel like I'm about to freeze into an icicle. I run into the constant temperature carriage and burrow into the quilt. Takes a good while to barely recover. I was so foolish, truly. Wally stays by my side, worried, tilts its head. If there's another station with this kind of snowy weather in the future, remind me not to ride the motorcycle again. Wally nods and skillfully hands over a white forest fruit smoothie. Never mind, I'll take it as you being kind. I take the smoothie and set it aside, pull out the large leg bone from under the bed. The appearance of these chests is getting more abstract. I murmur softly, take a deep breath. Sublimation, stamina 79 to 39, spirit 95 to 45. Level 7 treasure chest can be opened. I rub my temples tiredly. The stamina cost to sublimate to a level 7 chest had increased by another 20 points. Moreover, I once again felt the initial resistance. Although not obvious, it had appeared. Do I need to continue to sublimate myself again? I shake my head, temporarily shaking other thoughts from my mind, and eagerly open the chest. The leg bone breaks into 2 sections. Reward information appears on the screen. Open. Obtained train coins 14. Obtained. Blueprint Obsession of Illusion. Obtained. Tradable Depart 1 hour early module times 5. Obtained. Frost Enchantment 6-barrel rotary grenade launcher level 7. 3 rewards. I look at them from the beginning. Blueprint Obsession of Illusion level 7. Requires reality and illusion plus head of obsession. From Sublimation of Illusory Reality. The crafting materials were explicitly the drops from the 2 bosses in this station. If I hadn't performed sublimation, these 2 items would have crafted illusory reality. I have all the items. Although the head was quite good, I wasn't so reluctant to use it. I summoned the processing table, placed the blueprint and the required materials on it. The 2 merge. Crafting successful. Obsession of Illusion, level 7. Illusion consumes a large amount of mental strength to pull any target into the false bewildering snow mountain. Can distort the reality within the bewildering snow mountain by writing text. Lasts 1 minute. Obsession consumes mental strength, reducing the mental strength of all targets within range, except the holder, by an equal amount. Pull into the bewildering snow mountain. Does that mean it's like what the painter did? I open the first page. Think a moment, right. 100,000 train coins appeared in front of the train. No reaction. 100. 1. Ellipsis. After trying for a while, I roughly grasped the extent to which I can distort the bewildering snow mountain. Creating an avalanche or making a snow monster appear out of thin air in the snow is not difficult. However, if it had nothing to do with the events that occurred in this station, it is basically very difficult to achieve. But the true power of this ability is not limited to that. What is truly impressive is the ability to pull any unit into the bewildering snow mountain. In a sense, isn't this the ultimate low-cost version of the Blasphemy card's Banishment? This plus Banishment can be considered 2 trump cards. I stroke my chin, relatively satisfied. My gaze shifts to the second reward, tradable. Depart 1 hour early module times 5. After use, departure time can be advanced by 1 hour tradable times 5. This item was easy to understand. A separated version of the depart early VIP privilege. Combined, it allowed me to depart a full 5 hours earlier, but what truly caught my attention were the words tradable in parentheses. So this kind of thing can be bought. I had no intention of selling them. After all, my current stopover time required a full 7 hours before departure. Even after using these 5, I would still have 2 hours left. Without hesitation, I use all of them and look at the final reward. Frost Enchantment, 6-barrel rotary grenade launcher, level 7, fires frost grenades. Enemies caught in the blast will be inflicted with a speed reduction effect. The description wasn't extensive, but a level 7 weapon, its power was beyond doubt. Only 30 grenades, that's not many. Though the weapon was powerful, it was useless without ammunition. I did want to try sublimation, but just as I expected, the resistance to sublimation for a level 7 item appears again. However, I clearly perceived that I could ignore this resistance and forcefully sublimate, but it would require my physical strength and mental energy to reach a new limit. Unless I were to undergo self-sublimation once more. Should I try? My hand presses against my chest. After a moment of thought, I lower it. Forget it. Why make myself so tired? I plop back onto the bed, casting all the messy affairs out of my mind. I had been on the mountain for so long in the wind and snow, now I just want to slack off. Other matters could be dealt with later. I eat shaved ice, chew white forest fruit pulp, casually open the chat to lurk. Level 3 resource station. Li Xiaosheng stands silently outside his train. He watches several burly men operate a machine, continuously collecting wood in the forest and transporting it back to the 6 ordinary carriages already attached. His memory returns to a few hours ago, to the scene after he had just joined a guild in City of 1,000 Stars. There was no rest, no trust. Upon learning he was a resource radar, the guild members found several experienced train assistants who forcefully boarded his train and told him to quickly leave the station. Li Xiaosheng still cannot forget the look of disgust in that person's eyes. It was as if he were a stinking bug emitting an unpleasant odor. The burly men, while moving the wood, were also whispering. Brothers, this train captain, how does he feel? A bit disgusting, right? I feel it too. I really want to go up and punch him. He just annoys me. Shh, keep it down, don't let him hear. He's a train captain after all. Much nobler than us. Tisk, what's the use? After working for 10 or so years, I'll definitely save enough for a locomotive and become a train captain. Cough. Stop talking. He's looking over. There was no fear or respect in the eyes of the 3 assistants. Their sweeping glances were filled with disgust. He had heard it all. After eating the vampire baron's heart, he was no longer an ordinary human. All his senses had increased, even during the day. A bunch of natives daring to look down on me. Li Xiaosheng's eyes are crimson. Since entering City of 1,000 Stars, his protagonist's dream had been brutally shattered. Resource radar had become the most common talent. The guild he joined wasn't good either. As soon as he joined, they forcefully threw him out to collect basic resources. And these assistants, though called assistants, who couldn't see the disgust from the bottom of their hearts. He was not convinced. How much longer will you be moving things? Walking up to one of them, he asks coldly. The assistant recoils 2 steps in disgust. As a human's instinct, facing Li Xiaosheng who had betrayed his human identity, that disgust would not diminish. Almost. We'll stay out here for 3 stops, then we can go back to the city. Do you need anything else, sir? The assistant hurries away, putting more distance. Li Xiaosheng stands still, raising his hand. You forced me to do this. Bats appear out of thin air. Kill them. Where did these bats come from? He help. Run back to the train. The train door closes tightly. He watches the miserable state with a mocking gaze, feeling an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. When they turn into corpses, he walks over, bends down, and bites with his fangs. He wasn't eating human flesh, but converting them into dependents. The assistants stand up again, eyes hollow and lifeless, completely becoming toys. He laughs triumphantly. You want to control me. No way. I, Li Xiaosheng, am the protagonist of this world. Joining the guild was a foregone conclusion, and being used to collect basic resources couldn't be changed. But that didn't mean he would choose to stagnate. He still had the Alliance. Before arriving at City of 1,000 Stars, they had agreed to all go to one place, and on the first day they all joined the same guild as him. As the saying goes, a 1,000-mile dike can be destroyed by an ant's nest. As a new batch, their train upgrade items were blocked by earlier captains. Either work for them or constantly climb up until he controlled that guild. As for whether he had the ability, that was another matter. Those who want to upgrade can't possibly not support me. Oh, and that Ye Qian, that short-sighted fellow, to actually sell such a powerful race transformation item. It worked out for me, so it's not impossible to give him a chance. Docking countdown 2 hours 11 minutes and 43 seconds. Whew. The short-sighted me is leisurely browsing the trading platform, checking if there are worthwhile items. Robot vacuum? Wally works faster. Bluetooth headphones? I don't even have a phone. What would I do with Bluetooth headphones? Beehive. This can be listed too. I curiously click. Beehive level 2. Produces 30 bee larvae daily. Needs to be placed near flowers. Can produce honey. Honey. Recalling the sweet taste, I look at the price. Not expensive. Only 3 train coins. Bought it. Transaction successful. I go to the planting carriage, look at the growing white forest fruit tree, and choose to place the beehive on the thickest tree trunk. The beehive lands, and soon bees fly out to collect nectar. It's quite big. Rubbing my chin, I lean closer and reach out to touch. It seems I can sublimate it. I silently chant, an invisible force enveloping both beehive and bees. Mental 118 to 108. Beehive to large beehive. Level 3. The bee's appearance subtly changes, the beehive itself directly doubling in size. The whole thing sublimated together. The potential isn't exhausted. Let's continue. I silently chant a second time. Mental 108 to 94. Large beehive to beedrill's nest. Level 4. Potential still not exhausted. I habitually continue. But just then an inexplicable feeling surges within me, as if something good was about to happen. Mental 94 to 61. Beedrill's nest to giant beedrill's nest. Level 6. From level 4, it jumped to level 6. What was that feeling? Potential exhausted. I fall into contemplation, looking at the oversized beehive that occupies most of the planting carriage. That feeling just now, it wasn't wrong. That flash of comfortable inspiration was like drawing the desired character on the first pull in a gacha game, instead of having to slowly reach the guaranteed pull. Why did this happen? Could it be that talents also have the function of self-growth to produce special effects? Let's not worry about that for now. Pushing the problem aside, I have another issue. This beehive is simply too large. If the internal space hadn't been expanded a while ago, it probably would have completely filled an entire aisle. Even now it occupies a significant portion of the planting carriage. Because of this, I simply expend materials to build a new carriage specifically for the beehive. The carriage was built, but it would take some time to move. The beedrills in the beehive were smaller than those in the animation. After I gave the command, they disassembled the beehive, moved the young weedles and the queen, and settled into the 5th carriage. The space was freed up, but this carriage was quite ordinary. In bad weather, the beedrills could easily be harmed. It still needed a sublimation. It would be better if it could transform into a space suitable for their survival. Sublimation. Stamina and spirit begin to drain. That flash of inspiration appears again. Comfortable new carriage to beedrill hive carriage. Level 5. Under an invisible force, the shape of the 5th carriage begins to change. Many openings appear, the entire carriage merging with the beehive. Upon command, the beedrills in the hive would collectively emerge. Furthermore, the beehive came with temperature self-adaptation and gyroscope capabilities, providing the most perfect living environment. Aside from consuming 10 kilograms of meat every day, it was a perfect combat carriage. I made a profit. I didn't expect a beehive to turn into this. But speaking of which, wasn't I originally just trying to get some honey? I smile, take some honey, and marinate the meat. Roast on the grill, sprinkle salt, flip. The sweet, greasy aroma fills my nostrils. Train stop countdown 0 hours 31 minutes and 28 seconds. In the last half hour, I call back Wally, who had been diligently collecting ice and snow outside, and press the departure button. Privilege triggered, beginning departure. Completed hidden quest, the liberation of 47 reincarnations of resentment. A hidden quest, just like the one in Doomsday Town before. I had a feeling it would be a hidden quest when I dealt with that skull, but the completion prompt never appeared. Received quest reward. Train Captain Module card. Personal armament. Personal armament. After activating this module, 3 armament type items can be placed in a dedicated armament space for personal carrying. Good stuff, and a physical card that could undergo another sublimation. When the train left the misty snow mountain, I extract the reward. A card engraved with 3 slots representing weapon slots. I glance at my somewhat recovered spirit. Was it imagination, or did my recovery seem faster after that flash of inspiration? I silently chant. Sublimation. Spirit 95 to 61. Points consumed. The card undergoes a subtle change, increasing from 3 squares to 12. Advanced Train Captain Module card. Personal armament. Can place up to 12 armaments in a dedicated armament space.